Welcome to Audiobook. I keep these narrations high quality and completely ad-free, so you can just enjoy the ride. If you appreciate that, subscribing is the best way to support the channel. Alright, let's dive in.
Chapter 776. Riem stared at the sleeping bastard's face and thought, one axe swing would do it. Once someone reaches night level, their body becomes far tougher than before. The skin toughens, the bones grow harder, and the speed of blood flow increases to the point that their reaction speed defies common sense. That's why humans who become knights are called superhuman. But that doesn't mean they can survive getting their head cut off. In other words, if someone's asleep, they can still be killed by an ambush, especially if they're half unconscious like this guy right now. Rem, watching Ragnar sleep like the dead, turned his head away. Sometimes he really did want to kill him, but not like this. Rem was a man of the West and a warrior. He was also Owl's partner and the father of a child. Killing a guy who was knocked out mid-fight with a swing of the axe? Maybe if it were a fair duel. But this, even if he were reborn 10 times over, Rem would never stoop to that. They'd gone into the demon realm, shattered a fortress wall, burned it down, and made it out. To say his body wasn't exhausted after all that would be a lie. Rem had killed 3 giant flying beasts and gotten thrown to one side of the demon realm, where he had a hell of a time. The demon realm wasn't called that for nothing. It had no shortage of things to prove it. A horned gorilla beast moved more silently than an owl, creeping up behind him, and a ghoul with a needle-sharp snout lunged at him, trying to suck his blood. He'd seen others too. Couldn't tell if they were cultists who'd lost their minds or just looked like that. Maybe something half-human, half-demonic? Some had strange brandings carved into their foreheads and were leaking spell power from every inch of their body. Those fuckers. He couldn't just walk past them. So, he stepped in. Beating, killing, breaking through, he summoned the wolf soul to find a way back to his allies. Thanks to the wolf soul, his spatial awareness had sharpened, and his enhanced sense of smell let him track his allies. But then he'd run into a spider monster with 8 legs that kept firing webs. From a hole that looked suspiciously like an asshole, it shot webs like arrows. There weren't just 1 or 2 either. There were easily over 100. He killed half of them. It was too many to throw hand axes at all of them, so he had to go in with his hands. They used the terrain well, too, hiding behind trees and obstacles. Tricky bastards. It hadn't exactly been dangerous, but he hadn't gotten through it without burning through stamina and spell power. Fortunately, once he killed half, the rest scattered and ran. After that, he rejoined his comrades. Tossed his hand axe to save a certain lazy bastard and came back to the village. Eat, sleep, rest. He'd spent his time stretching every muscle, tearing, and rebuilding them with care. Even so, his body still ached. Still not back to normal. Nothing was broken, but the overworked body had thrown off its internal balance in weird ways. Spell power, after all, was a force that overloaded the body by its very nature. Not that he was the only one feeling it. The fairy who couldn't shut up about engagements was pale enough to look half dead, and even Luagarn had lost an arm in the fight. She said a skeletal dog face had bitten it off. Out of everyone, the lazy bastard lying in the back was the most critically injured. That guy had overused his will in battle, and ended up half paralyzed. He'd gotten up once, stuffed his face, and gone right back to sleep. And at this point, not even a dog-faced monster dragging him off would wake him. Yeah. Rem yawned for no reason, and figured he might slack off a bit longer. Outside the window, he could see 2 fools lost in thought. Fool Rem and Fool Rofod would stay like that until evening, then come inside. A few villagers passed by, casting glances at the 2. These days, their looks weren't fearful so much as reverent. The village was quiet, peaceful. Well, we did wipe out all the nearby monsters. He could see Roman off in the distance, rolling around. "I can still go, brother. I still have energy left." The half-giant Teresa was helping him with his training. Auden stood beside them, smiling like a satisfied demon. "Tormenting people while grinning. That's a demon, all right." Roman clenched his jaw with several stones stacked on his shoulders. Then he barely managed to open his mouth. "I can't go on." "No, you can't. And don't speak, brother. Exhaling weakens the core." Demon Auden casually rejected the protest. Looked like they were having fun. Rem turned away from the window and toward the room. He raised his right foot to head for the bed, but froze. His hand went to the throwing axe, always strapped to his hip. The axe had sensed a presence dripping with murderous intent and responded. "When?" A brief question rose in his mind, but there was no time to seek the answer. Kriak. The only door in the room opened, and from beyond it came something like pitch-black darkness. Not metaphorically, but literally. Black smoke clumped and flowed in across the floor. It was midday. Clear skies. Not a cloud in sight. But the moment the door opened, darkness fell as if it were night. The air grew heavy, like they'd suddenly been dropped into the middle of the demon realm. "If you're a guest, you should at least knock first," Rem said as he pulled his throwing axe and hurled it. The movement of his arm left no afterimage. It was a blur. Boom. A sharp burst of air rang out as the axe flew in a perfect circle. He moved too fast. Before the last syllable of his sentence had left his lips, the disc-shaped axe was already tearing toward the intruder's skull. The one cloaked in black smoke raised something on their left arm, catching the spinning axe with an upward motion. It was a shield. Specifically, a kite shield, wide at the top and tapering to a point, tightly strapped to the left forearm. Crack. Urk. Rem's thrown axe smashed against it, bouncing off at a sharp upward angle and flying far into the distance. A long gouge was left on the shield's surface, and the axe vanished into the sky like a shooting star. A massive hole was also left above the doorframe. That one was a favorite, Rem thought, eyes forward. It didn't look like he'd be recovering that axe. Black smoke still filled the room, except for the part around the left arm and shield. As the smoke slowly thinned, a helmet came into view, its visor pressed tightly down, but the inside of the visor couldn't be seen. Clink. Oh. The figure was clad entirely in armor. There was no sense of life to him. He could have been a suit of armor moving on its own. Down to every fingertip, the plates were flawlessly crafted and joined. The craftsmanship was unmistakable. The sword remained sheathed. The shield was still forward. Then, the figure slowly raised his right hand and lifted the visor. Thunk, pikes. With the clang of metal locking into place, a face appeared that Rem hadn't expected. Phew, so stuffy. You're not even wearing a helmet, so I'll raise my visor too. But I can't take the helmet off. It's pretty much part of my body now. Well, I'll let you choose. Should I fight with the visor down? Or up? Up. Rem narrowed his eyes and stared at the man. What the hell is this bastard? Pell and Rofod, who had just been outside, were nowhere to be seen. The window was now blocked off with some rough, uneven wall. Inside the house, it was just the two of them, himself and the lazy bastard. In other words, this was not a normal situation. Through the raised visor, a tangle of curly blonde hair spilled out. The face was rather handsome. Not quite on Enkrid's level, but wherever he went, people would probably call him good-looking. Do as you like, Rem replied with a detached tone. If he couldn't get answers, then all he could do was focus on what he could do. Then I'll keep it up. The man smiled. The corners of his mouth curved upward with unmistakable confidence. Thunk! He lowered his massive shield until its pointed bottom struck the floor. The stone tiles made of lime plaster cracked beneath it. Clearly, the shield wasn't ordinary in weight. Keeping that posture, he craned his neck upward, pretending to look behind Rem. It wasn't necessary given the layout, so it was just a habit, an exaggerated theatrical gesture. Smiling, the blond man asked in a smooth, friendly tone, "I only need to kill one guy, so if you just leave the one behind you, I'll let you go. What do you say?" Rem's condition wasn't normal, and the man standing in front of him looked more dangerous than any monster he'd met in the demon realm. What was that lord or apostle of Redfoot like anyway? He'd landed the final blow himself, but he hadn't seen every part of the fight, so he couldn't be sure. In any case, what mattered now was that he was in bad shape, and the opponent's true strength was impossible to gauge. Rem might look like some hothead who ditched emotion control to throw himself into battle, but in reality, he knew how to assess a situation with cold blood. If not, he wouldn't have chosen to become a noble killer. Even that time he'd killed a noble and ended up with a bounty. It had been a calculated decision. And now, that same brain reached its conclusion. Fighting here would be extremely disadvantageous. Cramped room. Dead weight behind me. The bastard's relaxed posture only added to the pressure. He'd even raised his visor before the fight. Definitely not someone to underestimate. But then, should he choose to survive by handing over his subordinate? Should he leave behind a weak, barely breathing comrade and run for his own life? That kind of bullshit wasn't even on the table. Shut, Shuain. That lazy bastard. Sleeps like the dead, Rem muttered, then raised his axe slightly and held it in front of his face as he raised his voice and asked, "Hey, do you even know who I am?" The man, still smiling, replied, "Beats me." Rem smiled back and said, "Then open those ears and listen up. I am none other than Rem, the vice captain of the Mad Order of Knights." Behind him, Ragnar flinched slightly in his sleep. He was still recovering from the fight with the Apostle of Redfoot, where he had forced Novilight, his exhausted will into sunrise, just to deliver a final blow. He looked like he was sleeping peacefully, but in reality it was the kind of sleep that only came when everything was drained. He could force himself awake, but he couldn't fight. So he rested. In a way, throwing everything he had and collapsing like that showed how little he worried about the aftermath. Ragnar trusted Enkrid. Maybe not Rem. The corner of Rem's mouth lifted. "A vice captain doesn't just hand over a subordinate, you goddamn wraith." Rem was a warrior and a shaman of the West. He picked up on a faint, sour stench coming from the man. This one, he wasn't human. At least, that was Rem's judgment. Vice captain? Mad Order? The so-called wraith seemed unfamiliar with the Mad Order of Knights. Still smiling, he tilted his head and lifted the shield that had just struck the floor, and drew his sword. The slowly drawn blade gleamed silver, blending with the surrounding darkness. Not repelling it, but merging with it. That was how it looked to Rem. The blade was shorter and thicker than a standard longsword. Its shape resembled Gladius, the sword Enkrid had once used, though the edge was straighter. Good for thrusting, usable as a shield, and even suitable for bludgeoning with the flat of the blade. "So that's your choice, huh? Both of you are going to die?" the man asked. "No, I'm saying I'll kill you," Rem answered without even drawing breath. "Ah, that I understand." The blond man raised his shield and took control of the narrow space. The force he radiated whipped the room into a storm. His pressure took shape. Accompanied by smoke, that pressure solidified, the smoke forming a shape that revealed the force within him. It was like a massive chunk of metal, a perfect cube that could not be cut or cracked by anything. That overwhelming metallic force filled the village hall. The cube of smoke pressed down like gravity. Rem gripped his axe tighter. Dead weight behind him. Cramped space. No advantages. Only disadvantages. Then the answer was simple. Reduce the disadvantages. Create an advantage. So that's what he did. Just as Enkrid had influenced Rem, the mad order of knights always influenced one another. Rem had always had a keen tactical mind. Now he borrowed a bit of Enkrid's orthodox swordsmanship, derived from Luagarna's tactical sword style. "Person behind you!" he shouted loudly, as if someone had really appeared behind the man. "You think I'd fall for that?" The curly blonde wraith scoffed and shook his head. Rem's goal wasn't to trick him. It was to throw him off, even just a little. In that brief instant, Rem hurled his axe into the air. Boom! The rising axe shattered the village hall's ceiling. Debris rained down. Heavy, thick, blackened timbers. Stones fixed with plaster. Dust so old it had turned to stone. It all crashed down like a hailstorm. He'd aimed precisely for the ceiling center, causing the entire thing to collapse. As debris poured like hail, Rem dashed forward, grabbed Ragnar, and carried him on his back. "Scam," the man muttered, watching Rem's nimble movement. Then, slowly began walking. After all, there was nowhere for them to run. Chapter 777, twin-like swords came slashing at him out of rhythm. Enkrid blocked each and every strike using dawn tempering. It wasn't that he had the advantage in speed. He simply moved his feet in such a way that it lengthened the paths the enemy's blades had to travel. Ting, tididing. In response, the opponent also began adjusting his footwork, narrowing the distance while swinging his swords. Their paths overlapped and crossed, sending sparks flying between them. Then, with their swords pressed together in a bind, the enemy opened his mouth. "You're not bad." They were staring at each other up close enough that a little more and even the smell of his breath would reach. Enkrid raised his knee with an impassive look, aiming right for the groin, but the opponent retreated. The nimble way he moved, tapping off the ground, was almost like a fairy. It reminded Enkrid a bit of Jackson. He predicted the man wouldn't just back away quietly. And his prediction hit the mark. As the foot that kicked off the ground to retreat landed, a needle popped out and flew toward him. The twin swords in his hands had already been flung forward. Something had been done to the blades, too. They gave off a sudden blast of heat that hit Enkrid's face first. Accelerated cognition allowed him to perceive the trick the opponent had pulled. In his mind, dawn tempering became a seawall that blocked waves. A visualization of the wavebreaker's sword style through optimized cognition. I am the one wielding swordsmanship. A sword is just a tool. Swordsmanship is the method of using that tool. There's no point in separating them. Whether it's flash or wavebreaker, mixing them is the right path. With a fleeting thought, Enkrid deflected every incoming attack. He swept the needle aside, using dawn tempering in a low arc, creating a gust of wind that pushed it away. The two flying swords were brushed off with light taps of his pommel. The heat radiating from the blades grazed his cheek. It was like pressing a hot pot against his face for a moment, and then pulling it away, as the deflected swords rang out with a clang. "Nice tricks you've got." The man dashed forward immediately after throwing his swords, closing the distance. He curled his fingers, reaching to grab, clearly intending to tear or break something. Enkrid saw through it again. A fake grab followed by a stab. With what? Likely a hidden blade. It was a technique more advanced than hide knife. Indeed, several short blades were concealed in the man's sleeves. Enkrid swung dawn, tempering down as if to crush his opponent. A heavy downward slash, infused with pressure and intimidation. But the man moved his hands anyway. This level of pressure wasn't enough to freeze someone like him. Anyone who enjoys close combat is used to facing such situations. Which is why I win again. There was no need to show off any more skill than this. The man was convinced, and he kept reaching forward. The hidden blades in his sleeves responded to the movement of his muscles, slipping out and grazing his skin. All he had to do was grab one and stab. But the moment dragged on oddly long. That's how it feels when you're too focused. Every second stretches. An effect of accelerated cognition. Even so, it feels too long. Maybe his body was in too good a condition after the recent rest? In the drawn-out moment, the man looked into Enkrid's eyes. Blue eyes, unwavering, stared straight at him. Not a hint of shock, not even surprise. Only a faint glint of curiosity could be seen between those calm eyes. What is he so confident in? Then the man realized it. Realized what Enkrid was relying on. The hand that had been holding down the sword of pressure had already grabbed a different blade and was swinging it up. That blade moved at twice the speed of before. There was no dodging it now. No, I've already been hit. The elongated moment wasn't due to focus, but because his ability to perceive the surroundings was breaking down. In other words, it was a phenomenon experienced when your skull is being split open. Grrk. Gee. He just barely managed to twist his head aside, so Penna's blade, thrust by Enkrid, cleaved the side of his skull. Not quite half his face, but close. After the clash of attack and defense, deception and calculation, the man, now with half his head sliced off, staggered back and collapsed onto the floor. Enkrid simply stared down at him. Was something about to start sprouting from this guy's body too? No. Instead, the man opened his mouth. His severed lips flopped as he spoke. You really are worth recognizing. Not words befitting a man about to die. But it wasn't denial of his own death, nor a refusal to accept defeat. That made it oddly unique. The man toppled over, and black smoke began to rise from him as he slowly dissipated. Doesn't seem like a dream. Murmuring to himself, Enkrid felt the resonance of his own voice vibrate through his body and looked around. It wasn't a thought. This was sound produced by vocal cords and body. His night-honed senses confirmed this was reality. In front of him lay a road, a path stretching forward. Both sides were blocked by walls, and above, a dingy ceiling had appeared. It felt like he had entered a cave. Torches were embedded in the walls at regular intervals, illuminating the surroundings. What did that man mean by worth recognizing? And what exactly was this situation? All he knew was that he had to move forward. Staying still wasn't going to help anything. Feels like I've stepped into a maze. It felt like something was messing with his sense of direction. For a second, he thought maybe this is how Ragnar always feels. In any case, Enkrid walked forward. Before long, he encountered another figure. Was that flailing of yours some desperate bid to die? If this even counted as a person. A knight holding his own severed head sat atop a ghost steed, greeting Enkrid. A high-ranking demonic creature rarely seen even in demon realms. A Dullahan, a headless rider. The face atop the ghost steed wasn't monstrous. Though not attached to his torso, the severed head showed a face with a finger-length white beard, clearly that of an elderly man. The head was tucked under his arm. Blue veins ran along the short neck stump, and his red-tinged face looked far from frail. The body merged with the ghost horse, appeared large and sturdy. This Donafa shall end your desperate jack. Instead of replying, Enkrid swung his sword. Pushing off with his left foot, he closed the distance. Charging low, his body broke through an invisible wall, and dawn tempering locked perfectly into his grip as cognition stretched out. He awakened his senses and brought the blade down in a clean, vertical slash. The enemy couldn't dodge it. No, he didn't even try. It was a hunch beyond the five senses, pure instinct. A clean, efficient strike. The trajectory was textbook perfect. And it was fast. Every ounce of torque from his twisting body was packed into the blow. It was a strike combining flash and vortex. Donovan tried to counter with a massive axe, but failed. As he moved his arms, the head under his arm tumbled to the ground. Funk. Roll. .2. You punk. The rolling head kept yapping with just its mouth. The clash ended in an instant. Standing in the pose of his finished strike, Enkrid reviewed the fight. The enemy's speech, demeanor, weapon, and stance had revealed his strategy. A brute who enjoys heavy strikes. What would such an opponent do when they saw a clean, honest slash? Enkrid had predicted his move, and then cut vertically through him, with a blow even stronger than expected. He also reviewed his own strike. Used a bit too much force, made the follow-up move a bit awkward. It was his first time trying it. Enkrid knew he didn't have a gift like Ragnar, but he had made it this far. With more practice, it would come together. Just doing it would make it work somehow. Now, even if the path ahead wasn't clear, it didn't matter. The road he'd traveled, the experience he'd built, that was enough to give him confidence. How dare you strike this Donovan? The name, Donovan, sounded quite old-fashioned. Enkrid, thinking just that, raised his sword and brought it down on the talking head. Though it was Enkrid's first time seeing a Dullahan, once he split its head, both the head and the body scattered like black mist. They'd hit the second one. He casually pulled the sword embedded all the way into the floor. Impressive. He met the third opponent after moving a little further down the corridor. This time, the distance was shorter. Technically, the enemy had come to meet him, but Enkrid neither knew that nor cared to know. Besides, the only reason anyone could come to meet him now was because Donovan had already been defeated. But that too was unknowable. You beat Donovan? Poor matchup, I suppose? The woman spoke only for herself, no matter what Enkrid said. Her torso was abnormally long. Her body brought to mind a snake. Her height was about the same as Auden's, but it didn't give the impression of a large frame, more like a supple spear shaft. Her arms were as long as her waist, making for an unusual physique, packed tight with dry, sinewy muscle all over. But more striking than her build was what she wore. Instead of armor, she wore a skin-tight cloth outfit, like a careless older sister who'd stolen her younger sibling's clothes. The clothes didn't fit her and clung uncomfortably tight to her frame. It was something he couldn't ignore. Where'd you steal those clothes from? He hadn't meant to provoke her, but her face instantly filled with murderous intent. I'll grind that tongue of yours into mush, then see if you'll still mock me. She charged with a refined tone of speech, but she was no ordinary swordswoman. Lowering her body until her chest grazed the ground, she dashed forward with speed like a flying arrow. A sharp thunk followed her passing, and a crashing roar echoed from the spot she'd just flown through. Closing in, the woman twisted her waist from a near-ground posture. That snake-like torso showed an absurd level of flexibility, like a coiling spear shaft. It was an unorthodox strike layered on top of another. What she held was a falchion, a single-edged blade with a broad and curved tip. Her slash drew an erratic upward arc from the ground. Her long arms, packed with flexible muscle, bent and whipped with the same fluidity as Luagana's whip, snapping with brutal velocity. Clang! The attack was blocked by a sky-blue blade raised perfectly horizontal to the ground. Scarlet sparks flew between them. Her unconventional attacks might be blocked once, but twice, thrice, consecutively. They were difficult to fend off, and the woman knew that. Which is why she didn't try to finish it in one blow. She specialized in continuous strikes. When her weapon struck the opponent's sword and bounced off, she used that recoil to gain speed. She felt the strain build in her arm muscles and focused her will into both arms. She executed just that. The falchion grew faster and even more erratic in its trajectory. Attacks strung together in unnaturally long rhythm, long enough to bewilder a defensive opponent. As a result, their hands would soon tangle. Her long arm curved like a whip, and the rapidly accelerating blade came crashing down toward Enkrid's head. Wham, wham, wham! Each swing of her blade tore through the air, the sound shredding the space inside the cave. Before long, only thunderous roars filled the place. Wham, clang, bang, crash! The sky-blue sword blocked her continuous strikes. Some blows were deflected, others redirected, but never once did he falter. The woman didn't even pause to breathe, attacking again and again, until she could push no further, and all she got in return was a shallow slice across the opponent's cheek. A thin red line bloomed on his face. Blood. Something she didn't have. Because of the high-speed movements, the droplets quickly scattered into the air. She needed to catch her breath and refocus her will. The woman drew back in a leap, withdrawing the mercilessly swung falchion. Whip. Da-da. Her opponent's cape, now slightly shortened from the harsh movement, fluttered in the wind. Through the flickering firelight of the torches lining the cave, she saw Enkrid raise his sky-blue blade to his mouth, holding it level with the ground. His blue eyes looked as though they pushed back against the yellowish torchlight novialite hash filling the cave. The sight sent a chill down her spine, a foreboding chill, delivered by instinct. Only his eyes were visible above the blade covering his lips. Then came his voice. "My turn now." "What?" The woman quickly twisted her waist and raised her sword. The man had closed in before she knew it. She needed to block his swing. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, he had already lunged forward and swung. The strike crashed into her falchion, and now the tide had turned. She was on defense, and he was the one attacking. Unlike Enkrid, she couldn't last long. Her fighting style focused entirely on offense. That's why she was vulnerable in defense. Though one had to be Enkrid's level to even perceive that. "You..." Her throat was half severed, black mist pouring from the gash. She collapsed, sprawled across the ground, her gaze fixed on the man who had cut her down. He had stopped swinging. He flicked his hand through the air a few times. She understood what he had done even before seeing it. Now that she saw it, it was certain. "You..." She shouted in rage. Enkrid looked at her with indifferent, impassive eyes and said, "You are a fine opponent." The woman screamed in fury. "You used me as a training dummy?" Her outburst tore open the wound on her neck further, causing even more black mist to gush out. She could no longer speak. She dispersed in a swirl of fog and vanished. Enkrid took another step, looking down at her. She wasn't wrong. The first opponent had used hide knife and individual tactics, so Enkrid responded with textbook swordsmanship. But the second opponent favored brute force, so he ended it with a single decisive blow. And the woman just now specialized in continuous erratic strikes to overwhelm her foe. Enkrid had analyzed each of their strengths and used them as training opportunities. "Not quite a scarecrow, though," he muttered, and found it slightly entertaining. Each opponent that emerged had a unique style of swordsmanship. It made for excellent practice. He usually sparred with Rem, Ragnar, or Odin, but facing these kinds of foes felt refreshing. After a few steps, he met his next opponent. Crackle, crackle. It was a woman, tending a campfire inside the cave. A long sword rested diagonally across her body, still sheathed. She warmed herself by the flames, humming a cheerful tune. Enkrid stopped in his tracks the moment he saw her face. The distance wasn't far. If he intended to, he could have thrown his sword at once. But he didn't. "Oh, you're here?" She greeted him upon sensing his presence, like meeting an old friend after a long time. And Enkrid, too, felt something similar. At the same time, he seemed to understand whose doing all this was. Enkrid opened his mouth. "Sir O'Hara." Knight O'Hara moved in accordance with the name of her sword. She smiled, and to Enkrid that smile looked utterly genuine. It was the same kind of smile she'd worn when their final battle ended back in the city of O'Hara. Chapter 778. Humans die anyway. "Ooh, that was nice. Roman, take care of the city. Enkrid, thank you. Ah, that was fun." The words O'Hara said just before her death, more than simply remembered, they were carved into memory, unforgettable. Some memories never left your mind, no matter how many times you repeated today. Didn't someone once say that repeated days didn't come with the blessing of forgetfulness? The ferryman had said that once. That if you wanted to forget those hard things, you just had to stay in today. Crackle, crackle. Smoke from the burning campfire rose up to the cave ceiling. As it climbed, it seeped into the ceiling and disappeared. The acrid smell stung his nose. O'Hara, who had beheaded the shard of Balrog. O'Hara, who appeared in a dream, only to be captured by Balrog. O'Hara, who had used her vow as a shield and her smile as a sword. The knight who ultimately protected the city, etched her name into it, and then left. She sat now before Enkrid and gestured. "Hey, come here. Let's talk a bit." Moved by her familiar attitude, Enkrid began walking. As he moved, his eyes scanned behind where O'Hara sat, then looked into hers again. Would she suddenly swing her sword? Would her eyes turn red and charge at him? He had a feeling, but somehow it didn't seem likely. O'Hara was sitting on a small stone. On the other side of the campfire was another stone, similar in size. Enkrid sat there. O'Hara opened her mouth and asked, "Have you been?" "Very well. You look it." "You're a knight now, right?" "Yes." "Then I should call you Sir Enkrid from now on." She smiled softly as she said it. She wasn't surprised to see Enkrid. The red glow of the fire cast half of O'Hara's pale face in light. Only her unchanging smile could be seen. When Enkrid didn't answer, she opened her mouth again. "Is Roman doing well?" "That half-wit ran off on his own to improve his skills and nearly got eaten by a parasitic beast. Roman did." O'Hara burst out laughing, then said, "Tell me more." The two chatted away. It wasn't hot nor cold. Though they were in a cave, it wasn't damp or dry. It was cozy, quiet, peaceful, like coming home through a snowstorm in midwinter, washing up, and sharing stories over a hot chocolate drink. Idiots. O'Hara sometimes laughed, sometimes frowned. She acted like someone still alive. But she wasn't. The night she killed the shard of Balrog, she was taken away in a dream by Balrog. Soul Collector. That was another of Balrog's nicknames. Before he could ask how this all came to be, O'Hara smiled bashfully and said, "That bastard. Hard to beat." What stood before him now was just a fragment of O'Hara. He had experienced something similar with the cursed sword tutor and with Aker, the weapon left behind by another knight. Only, she had been bound here against her will, having died at Balrog's hands. "Well, I'd appreciate it if you could let me go." Tried to do it myself, and failed. The warm, peaceful atmosphere vanished. O'Hara's smiling face didn't change, but the air had shifted. "It's here." She spoke and slowly pushed herself to her feet. A knight, especially one who had become a knight, wouldn't grunt just from standing. She let out that groan as a signal for Enkrid. "Be careful." She said it sincerely, The area was like an open clearing. Unlike the passageway they had come through, the ceiling here was high, and the walls far off. By Enkrid's judgment, it was spacious enough for hundreds to gather comfortably. The ground was flat, with no particular structures or obstacles. The only unusual feature, the walls narrowed the higher they went, and from the narrow ceiling, moonlight was now streaming down. Tonight's moon was red, a red moon. Both moons were dyed crimson and shone down upon Aura's body. She stepped beyond the campfire's glow. Then the flames from the campfire stretched out, following her, and began climbing up along her left arm. Whoosh! The flames trailed up her arm, coiled around her hand 3 times, and then the rest dangled downward. A whip made of flame lay across the floor. The writhing, coiled fire resembled a fiery serpent that would scorch and constrict anything it wrapped around. Enkrid had noticed it the moment he first saw Aurora, her shadow. And in that shadow, Aura had 2 horns rising from her head and wings folded behind her back, large enough to wrap her entire body. A demon revealed itself, shedding the husk of the soul it had collected. It had been showing itself in Aura's form, lying in wait. A glance confirmed it. Balrog's shadow had now taken the shape of Aura's. Then was the shadow Aura now? Was Balrog and Aura mixed together? No. It was just an illusion. Deliberately so. A perverse indulgence. Nice to meet you. Enkrid stood and offered a greeting. Aura's body gradually swelled, darkening pitch-black muscle bulking up, her whole form growing larger. The shape seen in the shadow was now appearing in reality. Crack. The demon, this wandering creature that slays other demons, plucked out 2 horns. As if in relief, it stretched its neck long and exhaled with a loud hoo. Along that breath, a short tongue of flame flared out. You breathe fire too, huh? Enkrid remarked idly, still watching. The owner of the shard looked down from above and replied, You called me with such clamor, so I came. More precisely, the creature didn't use vocal cords. It conveyed meaning directly by will. A form of communication that required no spoken language. Nothing to be surprised by. Even the ferryman did that. Well, you called and here you are. Enkrid answered without hesitation. The demon's skin was charred black, and instead of irises, red flames burned in its eye sockets. The swirling tails of fire spun where pupils should be. I am the master of the labyrinth, Balrog. Mortal. Did you call me seeking immortality? No, I figured as much. Enkrid laughed. He'd just run into an absurdly hard-to-meet bastard. The demon, known also as the demon of struggle, suddenly laughed as well. A human and a demon standing face to face, laughing. If an artist had been there, they wouldn't have been able to resist painting that scene. That's how striking the confrontation was. Balrog's smile came into Enkrid's view. His lips curled upward, revealing white fangs. Why are his teeth so damn white? While he stared, Balrog opened his mouth again. This should be fun. The anticipation, joy, and exhilaration in that line made Enkrid feel a strange sense of loss. He followed the emotion and spoke. That's my line, you bastard. Balrog was a great demon, strong enough to be called the demon of struggle. And just now, he had demonstrated a power that scattered Enkrid's companions across the area. Enkrid didn't fully understand what had just happened or the current situation. But inwardly, he had an idea. Demonic authority, that's what it was. Demons weren't simple creatures. Their powers made them beings mortals dared not challenge. Balrog's authority was the labyrinthization of his domain. So why would Enkrid speak to such a being so casually? No real reason. Because he would do anything to win. Enkrid fought in his own way, Demons likely had emotions too, so if they could be shaken, he'd shake them. It was a deliberate attempt to undermine Balrog's dignity. Any ordinary knight wouldn't even dare to try. The funny thing was, Balrog was doing something similar to Enkrid. Everyone else who came here is probably dead. Their bodies were likely not whole to begin with. Enkrid answered without so much as pausing to breathe. I tested the waters on the way here. No one died from something like this. He'd come through 3 nights trapped in the labyrinth. They'd been excellent training opponents. You think that's all there is? Balrog's tone radiated sheer force. Just letting your guard down a little, and it felt like your lungs and heart would collapse under the pressure. This was what true intimidation was. And the content of his words was clearly meant to unnerve. The unknown is fear. Fear is what stirs dread. Balrog tried to plant anxiety in Enkrid's heart, but the madman who repeated the same day turned it to his own advantage. Feigning surprise, he left an opening. Balrog noticed it instantly. What lay behind the alias demon of struggle? It wasn't just about enjoying fights. The name came from pouring everything into every battle. You bastard. Even Balrog's language slipped. The tone didn't match his feared name. He now sounded like some tavern mercenary, which, in a way, was unexpected even for him. A human who didn't flinch under pressure, who still said what he wanted to say, rare in all his long life. Didn't fall for it, Enkrid muttered to himself. The Enkrid-style orthodox swordsmanship move, feigning an opening, had failed. Balrog ceased his telepathic communication, and Enkrid moved without hesitation. He grounded his foot into the earth, shifting his weight forward, and swung his blade in the same motion. A strike derived from Orara's follow-through technique. A suitable opening gift for Balrog's smug face. As if folding space, Enkrid's blade shot forward, only to be blocked bare-handed by Balrog. Clang! A shockwave burst out from the point of impact. Foosh! Balrog's flaming whip erupted like it had a will of its own. Say hello. This one's Salamandra. Balrog raised his forearm over his brow and spoke. His eyes met Enkrid's, one pair blue, the other blazing red. His flame-lit irises flared savagely. At the same time, the whip, no different from a fiery serpent, lunged without warning. The coiled fire tried to grab his ankle. Enkrid naturally stepped back, yanking his blade with force from Balrog's arm. Dawn Tempering responded to its master's call and sharpened its edge. It was an engraved weapon, imbued with will. For this moment, its cutting power would even surpass Penna, the fairy-forged treasure. And yet, the blade achieved nothing. Balrog's arm, still bearing a smile, didn't show a single scratch. What the hell is that arm made of? And the flame whip moved entirely of its own accord. His arm muscles didn't even move. Not just his arms, the whole body hadn't twitched. No warning, no tension. The whip had launched the attack independently. It slithered across the ground with a sizzling tsssa's and raised its head. Looking at it, you could have sworn it was a living serpent beast. This one's Surta. Balrog now drew a sword, flame burning across its surface, and introduced it. The fire wasn't normal. It burned pitch black. And the size was easily 3 times bigger than Ragnar's sunrise. Balrog's frame was a little larger than Odin's, meaning the sword was massive even for him. Then he spread his 2 wings, making his silhouette appear 3 or 4 times larger. At that moment, Balrog unleashed the full weight of his existence, a pressure that pressed down on all living things, the embodiment of dominance. It felt like chains searing with fire had coiled around his entire body, and as if a boulder the size of a house were crashing down on his head. "I'll lose," I will lose. I can't win. There's no way to overcome that thing. It's beyond what's allowed to humans. Would it be different if I were a giant? Or a dragonkin? As that thought surfaced, his will stirred on its own and rejected it. It tore through Balrog's intimidation, shredded it, and cast it away. The chains were broken. The mental weight that had been crushing him vanished. Enkrid had endured the demon's oppressive presence, but realized that in the process, a wide opening had formed in his stance. Yet Balrog didn't exploit it. You adapt quickly. Good. Wide. He was pleased instead. So he never meant to attack to begin with. Test. Measuring his skills. Just showing off. Didn't matter. Enkrid was unfazed. Whatever the enemy did, he never forgot what he needed to do. Cut him down. He focused his will into the blade. In that instant, he caught a glimpse of what Ragnar's trick had been. A transformation of will. To infuse something else into the core nature of will. How? With intention. He had seen Ragnar do it, practiced it countless times, tinkered with it, wrestled with it, and faced 3 nights on his Novelgard. Only on Novelgard, way here. All those experiences combined and imbued his blade. Dawn tempering shimmered in a thinner blue light as the edge honed itself. Just as a blade steeped in the will to cut carries greater sharpness, by maximizing that intention, you create a blade of pure will. It felt like a continuation of something he'd previously learned, yet also like a new revelation. Whatever the process, what mattered was this. His blade now carried an edge of sky-colored will. Funk. Whether that light showed on Enkrid's blade or not, Balrog leapt in place, then vanished with a whoosh. The demon reappeared behind Enkrid. His blue eyes traced 2 lines, rotating in a semicircle around his body. Enkrid turned and swung. A blade that could slice steel like tofu clashed against Surtur. Thunk. The noise was minimal, just a slight surge of black fire. Whoosh, as if to say, "That's all your sword can do." Balrog stood unshaken, like it was nothing. Through the flames, his fist came flying. Enkrid bent his knees and elbow, reached for the demon's wrist, aiming to snap it midway, but Balrog's punch changed pace and accelerated mid-movement. Wham! And so he was hit squarely. Despite chaining together Fortune's blade, calculations, optimal reaction paths, even the wave-breaker sword style, he was still struck. Enkrid's body lifted and slammed into the cave wall. Balrog, with the same hand that had punched, extended it and grabbed his whip's handle, then swung it toward the wall. This time the whip moved differently than before. It was fast. The fiery serpent's head ballooned into a heavy bludgeon and crashed against the wall faster than sound. Boom! Crack! The whip struck the stone as if a boulder had smashed it from above. Through the exploding rubble, Enkrid tumbled out, rolling. Blood poured from his lips. He'd likely taken internal damage. Didn't work. A sword that seemed like it could cut anything would still be blocked by one forged in the same shape. Balrog had proven that. A wandering demon. A living legend. And he was capable of that. That all you've got? Balrog asked. His sword, Surtur, much like Enkrid's, was formed of flame, its blade shaped from burning will. A sword that to the eye appeared to be made of searing fire itself. Chapter 779 was it thanks to Luagarn, who had been hammering those words into them for days on end? Or was it simply because of a song they'd been humming for far too long? Even as the scenery of the village suddenly shifted and the sounds of battle erupted from all directions, not a single villager called out for a demon. "Night of the apocalypse, save us," muttered the old woman. The child answered, "They said it's the demon night." A heavy shadow loomed over the entire village, both in the physical and psychological sense. The earth suddenly heaved upward in various places, rising into walls, and before anyone noticed, a ceiling had formed to block the sunlight overhead. And then came those who fed on fear. 2 swordsmen. One wielded a thin, flexible sword that curved like a ribbon, while the other held a deformed blade shaped like a perfectly rectangular slab, straight from guard to tip. Wonder if this one's got a nice slicing feel to it. The one with the slab-like sword muttered under his breath. I'm sick of this job. I just want out of this labyrinth, replied the thin-bladed one. They spoke like this sort of thing was routine. You know you can't play this dungeon game once we head to the continent, right? Balrog's labyrinth transformation only worked in areas heavily influenced by the demon realm. That much could be inferred from their words. Of course, aside from the 2 of them, this meant nothing to the people here. They were about to die. What did that kind of detail matter? Grant us the end. The old woman bowed her head. One of the 2 men, the one who had spoken about slicing, raised his rectangular short sword. Sunken cheeks, dark circles under his eyes, and skin so pale it had taken on a grey hue. His greasy hair hung to his shoulders. He had the kind of face you'd expect to see in a nightmare, someone you'd scream murderer at if you saw him at night. To make matters worse, he wore a stitched leather jacket, pants, vest, coat, all crafted not from ordinary leather but human skin. It was his signature armor. He had lived his whole life using murder as a form of personal gratification, so calling him a killer based on his appearance alone wasn't exactly unjust. His right hand rose. If he brought it down, the old woman's head would split vertically. Her skin might have turned violet, but her brain hadn't changed. Her blood was still red. The feel of slicing her would be the same. That anticipation was enough to thrill him. Usually, he had to settle for cutting monsters, beasts, or the guy next to him. But the latter was rarely easy, and monsters never offered the same slicing satisfaction. A sliver of his grotesque desire crept up the surface of his face. The heat behind his eyes flared as he brought down the slab-like blade. Thunk! The sword didn't meet its mark. Even so, the killer's eyes still burned with the same twisted hunger. His gaze shifted toward the one who had blocked his blade. He'd known the person would step in. Let it happen. A longsword had intercepted his weapon, a dwarven forged blade. Its wielder, Rofod. What the hell are you? Rofod met his gaze and asked, calm and firm. Compared to the murderer's grotesque appearance, Rofod's features were clean and his eyes unwavering. He had been in the middle of a training session with Pell, exchanging critiques, not exactly kindly, when the terrain suddenly changed and a man who looked like he made a living butchering people appeared. So he blocked him. Rofod's eyes scanned the man like he was peeling back layers. His stance, his movements, his eyes. And those eyes, they were disgusting. There was a vile hunger in them, like an old man leering at a young girl. The killer retrieved his blocked blade and swung with the other hand. That hand also held a short, rectangular sword. A slicing knife? Rofod caught the weapon and noted how strange it was. It was a short sword shaped like a kitchen knife. A faint smile twisted across the man's face. Something like a smile, anyway. "Oh, you look like you'd slice real nice." The sound of his breath sent a chill down Rofod's spine. Whoosh! The man closed the distance with a step. Between the 2 of them, the old woman still crouched, head bowed. She didn't even look up, frozen in fear. The killer's weapon was shorter. Rofod's longsword was nearly twice #Noviite, its length. That meant distance favored him. But the man aimed with his right-hand blade. The one meant to kill the old woman. It wasn't random violence. It was calculated. "You're going to protect her, aren't you? Then shouldn't you stay right here?" That's what the attack said. Rofod extended his sword and blocked the right-hand blade. Clang! The clash sent sparks flying. With the terrain warped and shadows thick around them, the sparks seemed even brighter. While Rofod blocked the knife in the right hand, the other blade swept toward his neck. Rofod lowered his stance, bending his knees and stepping aside. Balancing on one foot, he kicked at the enemy's ankle with the other. The killer twisted around the old woman to dodge the kick. He understood. Fighting while using the woman as a shield was to his advantage. You'll keep protecting her, won't you? The question hung in the air. Worse still, he wasn't alone. Rofod furrowed his brow. Was this a problem? Not quite. It just stirred a memory. Seeing something you've only ever heard about with your own eyes, it takes time to process, especially when the real thing doesn't quite match the image you'd imagined. His opponent. This man was the villain from a very old story. One of those horror tales parents tell children who won't behave. Which was why even a single sentence chilled his spine. Because of a memory etched deep in childhood. Dammer the killer? Dammer the killer! Or Dammer the Tanner? A legendary murderer who wore clothing made from human skin and wielded 2 slicing blades. As a child, he had endured endless abuse. His father was a leather worker. One day, Dammer picked up a knife. He'd been beaten with a belt again. That day, his first kill was his parents. He made the grip of his knife from his father's skin. He went on to kill more and more people. He tanned their skins and sold them. Hence the name, Dammer the Tanner. Is this for real? Rofod stayed where he was, the old woman still cowering between them. Even so, he asked the question calmly. Dammer found it curious. Was this brat fearless, or just a good actor? Either way, he looked like someone who'd have that satisfying slice to him. Rofod stared blankly at him. Hasn't he been dead for decades? That's why it hadn't immediately clicked, despite the man's unmistakable features and patchwork leather attire. Yeah, I'm that Dammer. 3 thick wrinkles on his forehead like fat earthworms, one of the traits that had always defined Dammer's terrifying image. So that really was real. He had just been a scary story character back then. There were few city-born kids who didn't know Dammer the killer. That's what made this so unbelievable. You're the real thing. Dammer nodded and raised his foot to kick the old woman. Rofod reacted. Dammer stomped instead, using the momentum to step into range and swing both blades in a crosscut. Clang! Rofod barely halted his advance and angled his longsword to block the strike. At that moment, a flexible blade curved around like a whip and aimed straight for the back of Rofod's head. Clang! It was blocked. Not by Rofod, but by another sword. Naturally, Pell. 2 of you attacking one guy? Pell said, eyes locked on the enemy. Tetch, so close. The man with the ribbon-like sword clicked his tongue and backed off. He stepped lightly and narrowed his eyes, now focused on Pell. He'd blocked it? Dammer had allowed Pell to intervene, because he'd calculated that his own sword would reach its target faster. According to that calculation, his blade should have already pierced through one of their skulls, and the guy standing in front of him should have been too late to stop. In other words, this one wasn't weak either, which meant this fight might take a while. Dammer was a master of precision, capable of calculating dozens of attack and defense patterns in an instant. But unlike him, who liked to chip away at the enemy's body or mind before delivering a killing blow, this new opponent clearly had a different sword style. Rofod had already pieced together a rough understanding from the way they stood, the weapons they used, their behavior and speech. And if he was wrong, if this opponent had truly deceived his senses and insight, then I'll just have to die. That line echoed something Frock or Luagarn had said. that one shouldn't expect to survive when facing opponents of this caliber. He remembered what Pell had said during training, too. If you want to live, train harder, you talentless bastard. Pell liked giving people nicknames. But in the end, Rofod owed him. It was thanks to Pell that reading Dammer's intentions felt easy. Compared to the unpredictable strikes Pell would land from strange angles, Dammer's approach was almost honest. Downer himself would never think that. But Rofod naturally came to realize something about his own abilities in that moment. Like observing himself from above, he gained a kind of detachment, an awareness of how he appeared through the enemy's eyes. In this situation, understanding the opponent's intent was remarkably simple. Dammer thought he was wearing Rofod down bit by bit. So Rofod played along, pretending to slip, pretending his breath was faltering, pretending he was losing hope as time dragged on and the old woman remained unrescued. It was classic Enkrid-style orthodoxy, swordsmanship built on deception and manipulation. Dammer thought he'd finally seized his moment. He poured all his strength into a strike. After alternating rhythm and angles, he suddenly lifted both blades overhead and brought them down in a crushing double strike, breaking his pattern for maximum power. Rofod had been waiting for this. He gripped his sword firmly with his right hand, and with his left, held it near the ricasso to brace. He caught both of Dammer's slicing blades and endured the impact. Bang! Bang! It was an attack infused with will. A killing blow from a murderer who had risen to night level through slaughter alone. Well, long ago, Rofod used the bind technique to catch the blades and absorb the force. He steadied himself with his knees and waist to prevent being knocked back. Then, using the same momentum, he stepped forward past the old woman and stomped down on Dammer's foot. He had blocked and stomped in one fluid motion. Dammer couldn't dodge. Rofod's boot came crashing down on the top of his foot. The thud rang out with heavy finality. The bones in Dammer's foot shattered with a crack, twisting his face in agony. By the time he reacted, Rofod had already released his sword, grabbed Dammer by the chin and neck, and violently twisted in the reverse direction. Crack! The cervical spine rotated, snapped, and the skin of Dammer's neck spiraled grotesquely. It was a move he'd picked up watching Odin and Enkrid, part martial art, part execution. They'd even taught him a bit of it directly. Dammer dropped to his knees with a thud, without even a death rattle. Rofod had just killed the monster from his childhood nightmares, and didn't think it was particularly impressive. Meanwhile, Pell had finished his own fight. The so-called master of calculations had tried to outthink him, so Pell just charged straight in, slashing diagonally, with the vortex technique Enkrid had shown him. The man with the ribbon-like blade hadn't anticipated such a move. His body split open, his innards spilling out, and instead of blood, a black mist poured forth. Just corpses waiting to be killed by their master. Pell muttered, "Master." Rofod echoed the word. The dying man cackled and replied, "You're all inside the labyrinth right now." With that, he vomited black mist and died. His body dissolved into smoke and vanished. "Labyrinth?" Rofod asked, walking over. Pell just shrugged. At last, the old woman timidly lifted her head. "We're safe now. Whatever this master or labyrinth meant, it could wait." For now, Rofod had done what he'd set out to do. Like Enkrid, he had protected someone. Even if that someone was a violet-skinned host, a being people called a demon or corruptor, he still felt proud. "This probably isn't over. Then we better get moving." The two of them set off again, walking toward the strange presences and ominous sensations they felt in the area. Soon they found Fruck. She was leaning on her loop sword, one leg and one arm severed. Only black dust remained of her enemy. "What happened?" Rofod rushed forward and asked. As he helped her up, Frock tensed her muscles to stop the bleeding and spoke through clenched teeth. Something jumped out. It was night level, and Haxon just slinked off somewhere. Ah. Understood. Now a group of 3, they continued on, and found Auden, Teresa, and Roman. They found Auden in the middle of a serious battle, even more brutal than when he was breaking down the city walls. Now his presence was absolutely murderous. To dare hold back those who should return to the Lord. He even looked angry. Chapter 780. Auden was in the middle of helping Roman with his training when he noticed a group of more than a dozen people approaching. None of them had normal eyes. One had pupils spinning in circles, another had eyes pointing in opposite directions, and several were drooling. Even so, their presence wasn't ordinary. Each of them radiated something resembling pressure, as if they were using will. However, since it wasn't refined and instead appeared reckless, it felt inconsistent and off. Knights? From Auden's perspective, it was reasonable to have doubts. He only raised a single question mark in his heart, but that was enough. Knights were those who set vows and upheld convictions. Their mental fortitude was on a different track from that of ordinary people. They weren't ones to collapse easily. Then, what were these? They were people whose minds had collapsed, regardless of how strong their bodies were. That dozen-strong knight-level force charged in all at once. Whether knights or not, they were threatening enemies. Auden responded immediately. Among those in the battle at the Thornwall Fortress, Auden was one of the least injured. He had been worn out from overusing divine power, but a few days of rest had fully restored him. In short, his condition wasn't bad. Lord. Auden cloaked his whole body in holy radiance as he looked at the approaching figures. Then, without hesitation, he struck the face of one of them, who came swinging a massive axe. It was a fist he extended while moving at high speed, his feet shifting for a brief instant. By adding variations in speed, he avoided the enemy's perception altogether. The opponent couldn't even think of dodging and had no choice but to take the hit. Bang! Crunch. Spin the holy light. The armor of radiance. Ragnar's blade, the experience he gained by unlocking divine power, the words his adoptive father left before departing. All of it was condensed and fused together. Holy power spun around Auden's fist. He moved the radiance using the principles of a vortex. It was a truly remarkable technique. The struck man's face twisted into a spiral and burst open. Whether helmet or flesh, nothing survived that blow. Having killed one, Auden's gaze shifted to the rear of the group of mindless monsters. At the back, he saw someone holding what looked like a flute, smiling with a fishy grin. The man covered his mouth and brought the flute sideways until it stood vertical with his face. He blew into it. There was no sound. Instead, the ones in front grew even more enraged. Beyond the black mist scattering from the shattered head, a spear tip came flying straight at him, followed by 2 others spreading out from either side with raised blades. Though they were practically monsters, they charged as if they'd trained to fight in formation. If not, then that brother's flute must be giving them commands. That level of tactical judgment was fundamental. And no matter what, the fact remained, they had to be dealt with by force. Auden stepped back with one foot, raised his left hand like a blade, and swung. The radiance of his armor gathered at the edge of his hand, taking on the shape of a blade. One of the attackers, wearing half-rusted brown armor, thrust a spear straight toward him. Auden's movement was slightly slower than the enemy's, but he stepped forward. With that, he dodged the blades flying in from both sides, and, at the same time, avoided the thrusting spear with minimal movement, a slight twist of his body. The spearman's face now entered Auden's reach. His movements were like a choreographed sparring match. Odin's left hand lightly grazed the enemy's neck. Slice. There was barely any sound, but the result was anything but subtle. The rusted helmet bounced into the air with a dull thunk, and black mist gushed from the severed neck like a fountain. Having taken one down, Odin dodged the axe, the mace, and the sword coming at him, leaping to the side. His movement drew a long streak in the air, leaving behind a trailing afterimage. The massed enemies followed that line. Odin's yellow eyes settled into a cold calm. Gone was the usual warmth and serenity. Now they felt like a bitter wind cutting through. If one were to ask a priest who they hated most, who would they name? Cultists? Thieves? Monsters? No. Those they most despise are the ones who raise the dead and command them, necromancers. There are only a handful in the world, and they use the souls and bodies of the dead for grotesque acts. Why would you keep those who should return to the Lord of Heaven? Even part of the reason the heretic annihilation order swore to live only to eradicate cults was related to this. They had lost friends or loved ones to cults, and some of them had to fight corpses brought back in their likeness. Having to kill the ones you loved again, that was what gave the heretic annihilation order the strength to keep fighting until every cult was wiped out. Draga, those who should have gone to the prison of heaven, had been brought back to life, bound to spells. The collective name for such beings was Draga. Lord Dirty Maestri, Aniye, Bech. Odin prayed silently, feigned a retreat by shifting his weight backward, then burst forward with speed unimaginable for a man of his size. From above, it looked like a great bell defying the laws of physics, tilting back and forth before springing forward. He looked like a massive stone flung by something even larger than a giant. In short, he looked like a boulder being hurled. Armor infused with holy light covered his entire body. His hands and feet had become maces and blades soaked in divine power. Odin knew well what he had. On top of that, he had gained new insight by spending time with Enkrid and the pitiful brothers of the mad order of knights. There's no reason to use holy armor just for blocking. That simple, clear realization was the source of the violence he now unleashed. Rrr. The radiance swirled around his body. The rotating light became a spiral of destructive force. Boom! Crash! Thud! Wherever his light-infused fists struck, they became maces that testified to the strength of a battle apostle. When it hit the head, it crushed the skull. When it hit the torso, black mist spread out in a radial wave from the point of impact. A morning star with spiked tips came down on his head, and he received it with his shoulder. Clink, clink, victory. The spinning armor of light deflected it aside. Then the body of the one who had swung it was sliced clean in two. Odin had raised a knife hand and swung it vertically. The bisected body was flung apart as if someone had yanked it from both sides. Force and speed created pressure, and that pressure caused a shockwave. Odin spun halfway and kicked his foot backward. The motion was swift, but for those it struck, his foot was anything but light. Boom! Splatter! Following the kick that tore through one of them, black mist spread backward in a radial burst. The upper body had been crushed into nothing. The remaining lower half collapsed, shedding black mist. Beyond the vanishing Draugr knights, the man with the flute furrowed his brow. What the hell is this monster? He was a knight who commanded the dead. Once, he had shaken the continent with the title of the Necromancer Knight. Raised by a gravedigger grandfather, he had been surrounded by evil spirits since childhood. A chance encounter with a master led him down the path of necromancy. Later, he realized he had a knack for swinging blades, and after much training rose to knighthood. But somewhere in that process he hit a limit, a wall. I may lack talent in swordsmanship, but I have other talents. That's when he began to dream of wielding knightly power backed by the souls of others. His ambition was to make all humans on the continent kneel beneath his feet. Then he met Balrog, and died. But even so, his ambition remained unchanged. I'll gather my forces here, and even strike down Balrog. In the labyrinth sealed by Balrog's power, there was nothing to do but fight. That's why everyone trapped here fought and kept fighting. In the midst of that, some minds broke. Those who lost their sanity would normally become wandering wraith knights of the labyrinth. But this man, with the power of necromancy, had gathered them. The man's eyes shifted to a woman. She was fighting off 2 Draugr knights with sword and shield while protecting the man behind her. That woman wasn't weak either. Even while fighting, she glanced his way several times. Her eyes, and the eyes of the man who was destroying all the wraith knights I had gathered, both had sunk flat and deep. As soon as he registered that gaze, he felt a chill despite lacking a physical body. The man clicked his tongue. He drew a sword instead of the flute, but he knew he couldn't win against that monster who flew at him with his entire body turned into a weapon. In truth, he already knew. He had merely endured by using false hope as a shield. He had died to Balrog. How could anything bound to him rebel against its master? Once again he gave up easily, and before him Odin clenched his fist and asked, "Release them all." "Release what?" He meant the wraiths bound by that flute. "Do your worst." The man sneered at his opponent. This was all just a game anyway. Balrog's game. Everyone trapped inside this was nothing more than a toy for that demon. If you hated it, you just had to kill the demon known as the battle god. If Balrog died, everything would end. Of course, that would never happen. The man knew that if he died now, he would forget part of his memory and awaken again. If he managed to retain his sense of self in the process, he could repeat it all once more. If not, then he would simply become one of the wraith knights, and that would be the end. Damn it. In that moment, the man realized something. This wasn't the first time. He had already died many times before. Memories began to bloom, fresh and vivid. Now that he was about to die, the sealed memories came back naturally. If you don't want to give up, then you must not know. It was desperation, willful ignorance, to avoid reality and continue resisting Balrog. Some days, he died serving as Balrog's sparring partner. Some days, he died fighting other wraiths. Recently, he had been cut down by the sword of a female knight. And now... Boom! Odin's fist shattered his thoughts. Looks like what our captain brother hoped for has finally come to pass. Odin spoke as he withdrew his holy light. He could guess the reason for the shifting terrain and the surrounding chaos. Everything around him provoked his divinity. It was no different from being inside a demon realm. What's the reason? Long ago, they had said demons wielded authority. It was knowledge he had gained while studying as a martial priest. No one knew exactly what that authority was or what form it took, but he could sense it. This had to be part of Balrog's authority. "Where are you, Captain Brother?" And most likely, Enkrid was now meeting the owner of that authority. Darkness slowly expanded to fill the space where the light had vanished. After the death of the necromancer knight, the group of wraiths he controlled wavered and then sank into the earth, turning into black mist and scattering. Teresa calmly caught her breath and cast her gaze beyond the strange space, which had morphed into a massive cavern. "I think more are going to keep coming." Since becoming a holy cantor, a sacred lancer, her instincts had sharpened even more than Odin's. She didn't yet understand what was happening, and everything was full of incomprehensible phenomena. But things like this would continue to come. endlessly. Until when? Until they died. Teresa listened closely to what her instincts were telling her. Then I suppose novelty, official version. I'll have to start throwing punches as well. Auden finally smiled gently as he spoke. All he needed to do was handle what was in front of him. That was one of the things he'd learned from Enkrid. Right now he couldn't find or help anyone, but he could at least fend off the things rushing in and protect those skin had turned a violet hue. This, too, must be the will of our captain brother. The Father above in heaven would be watching. With that thought, Auden steeled his heart. Roman rose to his feet behind them, using his greatsword like a cane. He'd taken a gash to the thigh during the ambush, so his right leg wouldn't move properly. One of the villagers saw this and approached, offering him something like a bandage. It was a bandage made from monster hide. Thanks. Roman spoke as he tightly wrapped his thigh with it. More are going to come, huh? And they'll all be on the level of knights like the ones now. So what, should we despair, collapse to our knees and wait for death? Or should we clench our swords and charge forward, knowing we'll die anyway? Neither. We'll endure. No matter what happens in the end, we'll keep fighting until the end. Roman's spirit no longer broke so easily. He wasn't the same as before he met Enkrid again. Now, even if a parasite tried to take over his mind, he could shake it off. He deliberately drew up his will and felt it. He couldn't become a knight right away, but he could swing his sword. Even if this is the handiwork of something beyond me, he would live in the now. If Roman was this resolute, the others weren't shaken at all. To be precise, the mad order of knights remained unbothered even in situations like this. We should gather the villagers in the hall. I'll go. Rofad, who had been watching, stepped forward to speak, and Pell answered him. Like herding sheep, they could round up all the villagers and push them into the hall. It was a familiar task for Pell. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from far off, and everyone's gaze turned in that direction. There stood Rem. Above his hand, a disc floated. Not a real disc. It was an illusion, made by spinning a tough leather strap above his head. Chapter 781. Rem's body wasn't in perfect condition, and he had the burden named Ragna on his back. But did that mean he had to obediently take the hit? As if. He didn't have a single thought of doing so. He had already burst through the roof. Facing his opponent, Rem jumped backward, yet still moved as fast as someone sprinting at full power. It was a skill that originated from a game every child raised in the West had played, running backward. If you're caught, you die. If you resist, you die. The choice is yours. The one chasing him wore thick armor, held a shield and sword, and tried to close the distance. But it was hopeless. His legs weren't fast. They were simply steadfast. He knew that one day, this game of tag would end. That's why he just kept stepping forward. If the enemy threw something, so what? A hand axe, or whatever wouldn't be able to pierce his armor or shield. He knew that. So even just wearing Rem down like this was a gain. Confidence was in each armored step. Thud, his massive frame, the armor suited to that frame, his sword and shield, and all the weight of his gear. Every step he took made the ground tremble. If stamina was a weapon, then the one flitting around like that would tire out faster. Of course, the one moving more would use more energy. All he had to do was close the distance, moving in the shortest line possible. Once he got close, it would be easy. His tactic was to close in and crush his opponent. It was a tactic that only mattered if the enemy resisted, and with time, things would go his way. He believed that. But Rem didn't think that at all. From the moment he crashed through the roof with Ragna slung over his shoulder, his thoughts hadn't changed. There's no reason to insist on close combat. None. That's why he burst out of the house, Even if the environment had suddenly changed dramatically, there was still enough space to run and move. That alone was enough for now. Reasons and situational analysis could come later. If the enemy had challenged Rem to a duel over Ragna, he wouldn't have gone this far. If it were a fight for honor, Rem would have accepted. It was still Rem, after all. The opponent hadn't done that. The man with messy, curly blonde hair smirked. His sneering mouth asked, "So, choose. Are you going to abandon your burden and run, or are you going to die with it?" He kept trying to force a choice, and Rem responded with a bored expression and raised his middle finger with his free hand. It was an ancient insult passed down across the continent. "You truly don't know your place." The man's smile remained, but his tone betrayed irritation. Rem circled the broad area, distancing himself from the unfavorable terrain. He moved in a circular pattern around the opponent. As long as he could move faster whenever the opponent shifted, he figured he'd never get caught. The place they were in had turned into an open field, originally a vegetable garden cultivated by the villagers. The armored man applied pressure by drawing an imaginary line between himself and Rem. He deliberately adjusted his route to make Rem move more. One circle was large, the other small. The one who ran more would obviously tire faster. The heavy armored knight made only the bare minimum of movements, preserving stamina. That alone was enough. What's more, this was inside the labyrinth. He wouldn't tire easily here. Are you going to keep running until you die? Or are you going to test your strength while you still have it? The armored knight enjoyed breaking his opponent's will by forcing them into a decision. He did as he always did, and the barbarian from the west cheerfully ignored everything. In truth, it was more accurate to say he wasn't even listening, because he was imagining whether he could throw the lazy bastard he carried like a projectile. "Take this, demon sword slacker." Or maybe, demon sword lost boy. He wanted to throw him, but of course he couldn't. It remained a fantasy. The poor, directionless bastard seemed to be conserving his stamina like he was preparing for some massive fight. "You've got a bad feeling too, huh? So do I, you punk." Rem saw no need to just curse in his head, so he opened his mouth. "Let's talk when you wake up, you lazy bastard." With that mutter, Rem nimbly pulled out a sling from his belt with one hand. With that same hand, he reached into his pouch and grabbed a pellet infused with spell power. There were a little over 10 pellets, but he doubted he'd need them all here. What he did next was a feat of skill, though perhaps it was only a feat to others. To Rem, it was just business as usual. While running, he tossed a pellet into the air and swung his sling to snatch it mid-flight. Tap! With a crisp sound, the pellet landed cleanly in the leather pouch. He accelerated the spin as he caught it. The string tightly connected to the leather pouch was fixed to a handle that Rem gripped firmly. With Rem's hand as the pivot, the pouch holding the pellet traced a circle. Even before full centrifugal force was applied, the sling's rotation was perfectly smooth, without a single wobble. Whoosh! The air-splitting sound was clean and sharp. As he continued to spin the leather string, the slicing wind began to echo around him. The sound changed from whoosh to whoosh. The man in armor watched Rem's tricks. Projectile. Seeing him use a sling, that had to be it. Still, it wasn't something to panic over. The knight trusted his shield and his armor. Before meeting Balrog, his invincible armor had never once been broken. Rem still looked indifferent on the outside, but he was busy on the inside. He had to run, gauge distance to his opponent, and spin the sling, all while transferring spell power into the pellet. The pellet, created using secret Western techniques and refined by Rem's personal training, easily accepted the spell. Then, like casting a curse, he imbued the pellet with magic. Fire Howl. That was the spell's name. It was said that when the god of the West raged, fire would burst from his voice. The transferred spell flowed into the pellet, and the accelerating leather cord shifted its sound from fush-fush to vrain. The sharp, smooth sound now carried an air of dread and unease. The circular motion that began in Rem's hand could end at any moment, and hash novilite hash even if he had perfect control over it. The threat it posed was far beyond that of any idle blade. It was a disc far more threatening than watching a fully drawn bowstring ready to snap. Rem didn't bother with any warning. Using the sense honed from decades of handling it, he poured power into the spinning disc. The pellet within the sling turned into light and shot forth. The armored man never even perceived the beginning or the end. It was a speed beyond a knight's reflexes. He could only rely on instinct, like a turtle hiding inside its shell, bringing his shield forward to brace. As he launched the projectile, Rem reflexively twisted the spell to protect his eardrums. Hua! The sound cut off. Huang! The silenced blast then returned as a thunderous roar. The projectile Rem fired pierced the air and triggered 3 shockwaves mid-flight, then exploded upon impact with the target. The explosion's pressure whipped into a storm. Even the sound of the detonation itself was terrifying. Qua! Following the thunder, the wind whipped violently, stirred by the blast's pressure clawing out in all directions. Several villagers in the distance bowed their heads and trembled. Naturally, no one had dared come close. Rem had lured the enemy here for this very reason. As the pellet exploded, dust surged up and quickly settled. The dirt on the edge of the demon realm felt strangely heavy. Rem, crouched with arms crossed to guard himself, had dropped the burden he'd been carrying onto the ground behind him. Even with magical protection, several shards pierced Rem's forearms. If this was the result despite magical defense, then what would it be like for the one who took the shot head-on? "You bastard!" The words came from a staggering shadow through the settling dust. The man, now missing half his armor, glared at Rem while holding a dented and torn shield. His kite shield had become a broken wreck. Shattered, tattered, barely recognizable. "You..." The opponent, unable to hide his shock, opened his mouth. "What?" Rem lowered the arm that had shielded him and began spinning the sling again, loading the second pellet. Since the opponent wasn't particularly fast, there was no way he could catch Rem while he was carrying Ragnar. Rem had created as much distance as he needed, and long-range combat was one of his strengths. "You bastard!" Even within Balrog's labyrinth, a top-tier fighter had just met his natural predator and was being torn apart. From Rem's perspective, this wasn't anything special. Enkrid had forgotten the flow of time and even the situation. He simply swung his sword, endured, and fought. Good. From time to time, Balrog transmitted his will through will. Enkrid felt the same. No matter what Balrog did, he blocked, deflected, and countered. Some of the irregular attacks, how should he put it? They bypassed the Wavebreaker defenses with ease. If Balrog had broken through by brute force, it would have made sense. But Balrog had circumvented them with technique, not strength. Footwork. Balrog used his feet in ways that didn't suit his bulk. At the same time, his living whip drew the eye. Balrog's attacks were multifaceted. Harmony. That's what it felt like. Perfectly harmonious. Whatever technique emerged from that body, one couldn't help but acknowledge it. Enkrid, with sudden bursts of movement, swung Dawn, tempering to parry Balrog's blade, closed the distance, and headbutted or tripped him. He was using brute improvisation to drag things into a brawl. Each time, Balrog abandoned his sword and engaged in close quarters. He struck with knife hands, punched, grabbed, twisted. At such moments, even the whip didn't interfere. The fire serpent kept its head raised, watching from the side. Of course, Enkrid had no capacity to spare a glance at it. While blocking the oncoming hands, feet, knees, elbows, he desperately searched for any opening, trying to stab in a fist or fingers. Crack. Dull. During that exchange, 3 of Enkrid's left fingers were broken. His hand had been caught for just a moment, but Balrog used that to twist and snap his wrist, breaking 3 fingers. Right before that, he'd been struck in the ribs, and was now having trouble breathing. The injuries piled up. Even so, Enkrid endured and kept fighting. And now, everything could be summed up in one phrase. I'm losing. Balrog had several chances to strike Enkrid's neck, but instead gave him time to retreat, like offering a retreat in chess. It had already happened multiple times. And then, as if musing aloud in his mind, Balrog asked, "Can't you fight a little longer?" Having met a worthy opponent after so long, Balrog toyed with Enkrid. The difference in skill, from sword handling to the manifestation of pressure, even if one polished every technique to its limit, could they become Balrog? Instinct said no one could answer that with certainty. Balrog approached like a massive, immovable wall. But games could not last forever. At last, the blade named Surta, made of black flame, tore into Enkrid's intestines. By then, 3 of his fingers had already broken, 2 ribs cracked, 1 knee joint twisted, and even his hip was grinding. In a completely one-sided fight, the final blow struck his stomach. At that moment, Enkrid's dawn tempering drew a line. Apparently even Balrog hadn't anticipated it. Part of his horn was cleanly sliced. "A pity," Balrog said calmly. His guts were seared first, then fire spread across his whole body. The black flame, drawn from hell, didn't extinguish until its target died. This, too, was one of Balrog's authorities. Enkrid bit down on his tongue to endure the pain. His tongue should have been sliced and bleeding, but the flames had already scorched the inside of his mouth. Instead of blood, only the stench of burning filled the air. That scent seemed to fill even his skull. "You will be reborn in my labyrinth. Let's fight and play forever." At that moment, Balrog transmitted his will again. It would be generous to say Enkrid even heard it. No matter how many deaths he experienced, pain was something he could never get used to. This was something he heard purely through willpower. Balrog looked into Enkrid's burning eyes. Those blue eyes didn't fade, even in death. It was as if they held a blue fire within. Balrog liked that. He truly did. "See you again." As if to declare this wasn't the end, Balrog expressed his joy. Enkrid now faced a moment he had experienced countless times before. As everything darkened, he passed through a pitch-black cave. Death. He died again. And then, what a choke. From the end of the cave, Enkrid heard another being's will. It was the ferryman. It was the answer to what Balrog had said at the moment of death. Of course, those words would never reach Balrog. They were meant only for the dead Enkrid to hear. Chapter 782, The moment of extreme pain is short, but it stretches endlessly. He opens his eyes, the residue of agony still burning through him. His ragged breathing steadies within just 2 cycles. If one focuses on the pain, it only grows unbearable, maddening. No matter what he did, just like always, the pain never simply vanished in an instant. It hurts. The pain that came with death, or just before it, was something one never adapted to. But did that even matter? A chain of thoughts followed one after another as he endured the lingering ache left behind in his body. Enkrid looked ahead, aligning his vision with the tremor that pulsed like waves. He saw the ferryman standing still on the small boat. The lamp in the man's hand remained perfectly still, as if frozen in a still life painting, unmoved by the swaying of the boat. "So this is what you meant by the end?" Enkrid said. "Dying mid-fight, then fighting again only to die again?" The pain'll melt my brain." The ferryman made no reply. He simply waved the hand not holding the lamp. At that motion, Enkrid felt his body lurch backward. He didn't even manage a word. That gesture might have seemed sulky, but surely that was just his imagination. And when he opened his eyes again, he realized he was standing upright. The boat and the river were gone. This wasn't a dream. This was reality. He had repeated this day enough to be sick of it. Enkrid took in his surroundings and checked his body to get a sense of what point in the day this was. Was this the start of today? The definition of a day's beginning had grown tangled ever since Balrog used his authority to twist the labyrinth. Still, if there's an end, there's always a beginning. The ferryman had apparently chosen the moment just before Enkrid stepped into the labyrinth and encountered the first opponent as the starting point. In other words, just before the first clash. "Oh, a guest," the opponent had said. Enkrid glanced at him with indifference, though his mind was elsewhere entirely. If the ferryman had given him just a bit more time, he might have organized his thoughts. But the man had promptly kicked him out. As a result, a sense of dissonance lingered. Hadn't he just moments ago been biting down hard while fighting Balrog? The pain still hadn't faded. The burnt stench from his scorched organs still curled through his nostrils. Still, "It's fine." Enkrid had lived through this kind of thing countless times. He knew exactly what to focus on in situations like this. The sword, the flow, changes in will, the results of training, the motion of his body, the process of battle. He focused. He anchored his thoughts in one direction. It was one of the methods he used to shake off the remnants of pain. He focused on the things that brought him exhilaration. The black flame sword burns with just a graze. The flame whip moved on its own, as if it had a will of its own. And the ferryman's blessing still holds. The ferryman might ask what kind of blessing this even was. He had faced the authority of a demon, but Enkrid himself had not changed. Whether it was back when he died on the first thrust, or no, it made no difference. Back then, the thing he'd clung to while scaling the wall was the beast's heart. Now he clung to something not yet fully defined. "What, you mute or something?" the opponent approached and asked, the kind who had countless weapons hidden beneath the fluttering sleeves of his robe. He reached for the two blades sheathed at both hips, but let his hands fall without drawing them. He figured that approaching unarmed would lower his opponent's guard more effectively than brandishing a blade. Enkrid looked at him, or at least it seemed so, but on closer inspection, his gaze was unfocused. He wasn't looking at the man in front of him, but rather at something far off. And of it she still. Anyone could see he was lost in thought. Anyone with night-level sensitivity wouldn't miss that kind of opening. His opponent noticed it too. Even so, Enkrid continued his internal calculations. Swordsmanship is a tool. So what happens when those tools are combined? When I advanced from pre-night to night, I naturally started using will. At the night level, I began compressing and focusing will with intent. He had even forged blades out of will. Balrog could do it too. Enkrid's thoughts dug deep inside. There were still so many things to learn and realize, both externally and internally. That's what he was doing now. By the time the after effects of the pain from the previous today had faded, the opponent blinked and muttered under his breath. "This is a damn mess. If you've taken the wrong path, just turn back quietly." His tone was deflated, but his actions were anything but. Narrowing his eyes, he shifted his weight back as if to retreat, then suddenly lunged forward. His movement left an afterimage. Enkrid's eyes tracked him instantly. It wasn't even difficult. He was fast, sure, but not fast enough to escape his eyes. The sense of danger was low. He was already the weaker fighter, and Enkrid had just been desperately struggling to land even one strike on Balrog. The echoes of that combat were still present, even though the pain had faded. Enkrid reacted instantly. Only, it wasn't a normal counterattack. He responded using the opponent's specialty, just like the first time. Exactly the same. Deception. He was confident in that area too. Enkrid stared at him with a dazed look, then widened his eyes in mock shock, as if he'd just now realized the attack. The opponent believed his strike had landed. Enkrid played the part flawlessly, keeping the look of surprise in his eyes, while his limbs moved with a speed and angle that had nothing to do with his expression. He extended his left hand and grabbed the attacker's wrist, then twisted and pulled. Even before meeting Odin, he'd never slacked on strength training, so he had always been stronger than most mercenaries. Now that Odin's isolation technique had been added to that, and with the use of will, Enkrid could achieve his goal with just a flick of the wrist. Crack! The wrist gripping the dagger snapped like a dry branch. At the same time, Enkrid yanked hard enough that the opponent stumbled straight into him. Even so, the dagger wielder, master of deception, managed to flick his other wrist and pull out a second dagger, but he never got a chance to use it. Enkrid stepped forward as he pulled the man toward him, closing the distance. He pivoted on one foot, leaned back, then snapped forward. No matter how fast your hands were, there was no way you'd be quicker than a forehead crashing in from point-blank range. And so, he slammed his forehead right into the philtrum, the spot between the nose and upper lip. Crack! It sounded like stone striking stone. Instead of blood, a dark mist poured from the man's face, and several of his front teeth fell out in a messy clatter. Enkrid's forehead was also left with a gash from the man's teeth, but that had been intentional. The blood running down from his brow whipped backward with the momentum. He moved again right after the headbutt, not giving the blood a chance to flow downward. He had already drawn his sword and was swinging it with the hand not gripping the opponent's wrist. Every action fell perfectly into place. It was a level of calculation that even surpassed Akka's web. A fusion of deception and righteous swordplay. The one who had tried to deceive was struck down before he could even gather his wits. There wasn't even time for a gasp of shock. The man's eyes widened and his lips parted. From that open mouth, black mist burst like a spray of blood. But before it could even hit the ground, dawn tempering sliced through his neck. Enkrid observed the expression on the severed head. Compared to the shock he had feigned earlier, this face was far more real. Of course it was. Enkrid had only pretended to be shocked, but the one beheaded by his sword had truly been caught off guard. There's a lot to learn here. He wasn't just referring to the dead man's expression. The thought struck him as he extended his sword. Even with that single casual slash, his sword had naturally flashed out like a burst of light, mixed with an element of chance and executed with the principles of vortex. Above all, I was ahead in the calculation. Even if he couldn't grasp the opponent's exact intention, he could counter with a chance-driven strike and optimize his swordplay through pure mental focus. What else can I try mixing in? The idea was vague, but not as unreachable as it once was. The Enkrid of now was no longer the same man who had died from the first stab. He could learn something from even a single fight now. The same had been true of his battle with Balrog. I like it, Enkrid murmured to himself. It wasn't something he did often, not unless he was really exhilarated. Which meant Balrog wasn't the only one who could make him show signs of joy, thrill, or pleasure. In the realm of his mind, the ferryman simply clicked his tongue and muttered, "You lunatic." In terms of time, Enkrid's day began the moment the battles of Rem and the others ended. That is to say, by the time Enkrid once again advanced toward Balrog, the mad order of knights had a brief moment to catch their breath. Even so, they were already aware of the things creeping up from the other side. It was obvious to anyone. A sizable group was gathering in the distance. Too many to even bother counting. Not all of them were like the one Riem had faced, or the one Odin had blown apart. Most were beings long devoured by the labyrinth, with no rationality left. Their eyes were pitch black, and all they did was swing their weapons. Still, even a blind sword could kill a person, so it wasn't as if they posed no threat. "There's a lot of them. Is that brother of yours still napping?" Odin opened and closed his fist as he asked. Teresa stood nearby, shield in her left hand and sword in her right, glancing back over her shoulder. Her gaze followed the question back to its subject. Rem had just crushed the head of one of the charging monsters, and upon arriving slung the burden from his shoulder down with a thud. The one who caught it was Roman. Startled, he ended up setting the man down behind him. Now that man was peacefully snoring away behind Roman. A few villagers clustered to one side, glancing around nervously. Rofod and Pell exchanged short remarks like, "Still coming, huh? Looks like it," as they kept their eyes forward. "Even in moments like this, that bastard slacks off. That's why he's not the vice captain," Rem muttered, his muscles still aching. "Huh." Odin let out a chuckle, while Lua Garn, standing on one leg, having lost the other, focused intently on assessing the situation. "Balrog, huh?" Her mouth opened, but no one replied. Everyone silently agreed. Was this the moment where tension would skyrocket? Roman thought so. It'd be a lie to say he wasn't scared. The numbers and mix of ghostly knights up ahead made him gulp. But the others didn't seem fazed at all. It was like they'd forgotten what fear even was. At least, that's how it looked to Roman. "I don't see my fiancé." Shinar spoke calmly, casting her gaze far off into the distance. If this kind of battle was going on, then he should have come charging out in his sleep with drool on his face. Which meant, obviously, he was fighting somewhere else. She said her piece, then continued talking like none of this mattered to her. The fairy with inhuman beauty also spoke in a way that defied human comprehension. "Then you all stay here and block this path. I'll be where I'm needed." "Yep, basically. You guys handle this. I've got my own business." Her words caused everyone except Roman to frown. Roman, after all, was already standing guard with Ragnar behind him. He was a one-legged wounded man, and by far the least skilled among them. But this was the best he could do right now. It would have been idiotic to throw himself into a battle he was sure to die in, just because he refused to give up or break. That's why he chose to hold this ground instead. The enemies ahead, whether ghosts or some other cursed abominations, all moved with the power of knights. Of course, they weren't actual knights. He could tell that by watching how the others fought. If he really put his mind to it, he could probably handle one or two of them himself, though there's definitely a wide gap between them. Among them, a few were obviously terrifying in sheer skill. One had already been killed by the bear beastman Odin. Another had been slain by that bastard Rem. Amid Roman's scattered thoughts, an answer came in response to the fairy's declaration. "What the hell are you saying?" Rem picked his ear. "Elder sister, running off alone again." Odin pressed his hands together like he was praying. "Elder?" Shinar, though a fairy, was still getting used to expressing emotion. She echoed the bear beastman's words that had grazed her inner self. "Who's Elder?" Odin just kept smiling, while Shinar's green eyes turned cold. Then Rem interjected casually. "Lazybones is sleeping. You two can flirt here while watching those things. This vice captain's taking the alley cat and heading off first." This time, both Odin and Shinar turned their gazes toward Rem. "Just because you say it with words doesn't make it coherent. I said it before. Your mate should be the one looking after you." While the bickering continued, the Ghost Knight horde, drew closer. Among them were those who had fully transformed into Death Knights. There were even 2 or 3 Dullahans riding horseback, clutching their heads under one arm. Enkrid's slain Minotaur was there too. Roman blinked. So many things were running through his mind. And yet, seeing these people, his fear seemed to vanish. It was as if not a single one of them knew what it meant to feel danger. Chapter 783. Roman was still baffled, but Jackson only half listened to Rem's nonsense and Shinar's declarations, letting it pass through one ear while opening up his senses. The sensations tangled, like stepping into a demon realm. All right then. Let's just say this place turned into a demon realm too. Even with that slight distortion, the blade of his senses didn't dull. Where would the captain be? The answer was already there. Balrog.t. Demon realm. Jackson sharpened his perception and sought the most dangerous place. He knew the man called Enkrid, the type who would, without fail, plant his feet where the road was roughest. Jackson's gaze turned toward a dark passage, wide open like the throat of some massive beast. Though there were no stalactites, the area had morphed into something like a giant cavern. This is the center of the corridor. From this place, multiple tunnels branched outward in every direction. Jackson's senses locked onto the most ominous, most foul one. The will entwined in his perception surged and flared, guiding his decision. Even just sensing and identifying burned through his will. Proof enough that fighting or doing anything in there wouldn't be easy. But was that reason to back off? Of course not. Jackson gave off no particular expression, but someone abruptly stepped up beside him. Yo, found it, didn't you? Just as Jackson knew his captain, Rem knew the feral cat's specialty. If it was this guy, he'd find the way. No matter what, he would. He briefly missed Dunbakel. Even with all the shamanic techniques in the world, if it would beastify Dunbakel, he might have found the trail through scent. Still, if the feral cat could fill that role, then so be it. Jackson thought for just a moment. He wasn't in perfect condition, and this barbarian's stone throw was still decent. What he'd seen earlier had left an impression. Don't like your eyes much, though. Ram, the perceptive barbarian, grumbled. Jackson indifferently shifted his gaze to the side. While they were talking, Rofod glanced back and asked, "Are we all pulling out?" The answer came from Luagarn. "We can't. We still need to hold them off." Frock spoke the most rational truth for the moment. What happens if they let them come through? Everyone remaining in the demon realm would be slaughtered. Securing the rear and holding the line was fundamental to combat. Frock knew that charging in altogether wasn't the optimal move. "Rofod, Pell, Teresa, stay behind. I'm staying too." Her voice was clear and resonant. It wasn't some noble gesture to die together. In short, Auden, Jackson, and Shinar would move. Roman, halfway through the conversation, really wanted to pick his ear, or better yet, ask, "Are you all serious? You saw that, and you're still going to split the team?" Whoosh! Thanks to the torch stands spaced along the strangely transformed corridor, there was no lack of light. The torches attached to the walls lit the surroundings well. And in that torchlight, the black mist-cloaked figures approaching were clearly visible. "Hey, that was just a warm-up." The voice didn't quite resemble a human's. Low, heavy, not loud, but it made the air hum. Among the mindless foes, a few still stood out. You could tell just by looking, they weren't easy opponents. One towered a full 2 heads above Auden, with 4 arms thicker than most grown men's thighs. A giant of the kind called Beast of Red Blood. His hair was matted with oil, as if he hadn't bathed in weeks or months. The teeth visible when he spoke were pitch black. "Go," Teresa said, cool and clear despite the rumbling voice still echoing in the air. The giant, stomping forward with thunderous steps, twisted his face in fury. His eyebrows rose, and his clenched jaw jutted out sharply. They were now at a distance where expressions were visible, close enough for him to charge and strike. Behind him, others stood in formation like a military force, wielding swords, spears, maces, axes. The giant looked every bit like a general leading his army. "Wait, what the?" Roman had just opened his mouth to try to stop it. What a nap. The lazy bastard who'd slept through all the chaos finally opened his eyes, even stretched like a cat as if nothing had happened. And Rem, upon seeing it, couldn't help but mutter with a curse-laced tongue, "That crazy bastard! Should we've let him die?" Even without emphasis, anyone could feel the sincerity. It was a damn curse. "Where's the captain?" That was the first thing he asked after getting up. "Oh, couldn't find the way? I'll lead then." And that's how he summed up the situation. "Just follow quietly, brother." Odin finally stepped in, unable to watch any longer. Rem shut his mouth. He knew better. His axe would move faster than his words. "This way." Jackson moved without a care, and Shinar followed him. "You little shits!" The ignored giant roared. So damn loud. Rofod and Pell rubbed their ears. No trace of fear in their reactions. "How the hell?" Roman muttered. He couldn't process what he was seeing. Up close, it was clear why they were called madmen. It went beyond head-nodding recognition. He felt like he'd been thrown into the eye of chaos. He might die. So how could they act like this? Not that it was for him specifically, but Pell gave an answer. "Keep your eyes sharp and stay close. Bashful Rofod, I'm living through this and climbing higher today." Rofod answered right back. "Who's bashful? You simpleton, Pell, you keep up. I was always in the lead." The half-giant Teresa passed between them. "Save your breath, little brothers." Luagarn puffed out her cheeks and laughed at the sight. "Ha! Even Frock will surpass his limits today. A whip of flame, a loop sword, unorthodox movements, and tactical chaos. Even with all that as her weapons, Luagarn had little she could do against a true knight. But she too wanted to move forward. She lacked nothing in desire, had overflowing experience, and now she had her catalyst. "If I can't pass it, I'll die." As Roman heard her murmur that again, it struck him too. "I could die. You know this is reckless, right?" Those were the words his comrade had said to him before they left the city of Oara. Right. All of this began because he wanted to move forward, to rise higher. The mindset he had just before getting nearly devoured by a parasite. That resolve, briefly forgotten, now surged through his whole body, and his will moved on its own. Even if he survived this moment, Roman knew, instinctively, he wouldn't become a knight overnight. But does that matter? What mattered was not losing the will to move forward. Wyatt had Rem and the others left. Because they all knew Enkrid was in danger. Somewhere far more perilous than this spot, their captain was out there. That's why they moved. Not that they intended to abandon this place without a fight. "Let's loop around a bit, brother." Odin's suggestion. Leaving directly would be too harsh on those staying behind. Jackson nodded without even looking back. Their group veered slightly to the side, moving along the outer edge of the ghost horde. Rah! The lead giant charged, but Teresa's shield edge crushed his skull, sending him crumpling. She spun, wielding her shield like a blunt weapon. Her agility and striking force betrayed her massive frame. Teresa was prepared to show everything she had. And so, the battle began again. Of course, it was a battle destined to repeat endlessly, within Enkrid's endlessly repeating day. Within the repetition of this endless today, Enkrid now stood before the Dullahan, confirming the man's name out loud once again. Dorapa! How do you know my name? No, it's not Dorapa, it's Donafa, a man with no control over his emotions. Even in such a state, he had the skill to make Enkrid falter with a single perilous strike. Of course, Enkrid had spoken deliberately before Donafa could put full force into his attack, baiting him into letting down his guard, then closed the distance and combined flash-speed footwork with thrusts, linking multiple flashes into a lightning strike that shattered the man's body into 4 pieces. At the end of dawn tempering, his severed head hung like an ornament. As Enkrid flicked his sword clean of blood, Donafa, now reduced to a head, shrieked, "My name is Donafa. Do. Na. Fa. Ayay." With those last words he dissolved into black mist and vanished, leaving behind nothing but grains of dust. Too fast, maybe. He'd killed the first opponent before the twin short swords had even been drawn. And this man, Dullahan or not, Dorapa or Donafa, had also been cut down in a single exchange. Perhaps that's why the third opponent with the single-edged sword was taking their time. Even if they didn't come to him, Enkrid could simply go to them. Knowing what would happen inside this place and what awaited in the future, he moved without hesitation. Through the darkened passageway he strode, until he came across an opponent standing like a signpost along the path. "What are you?" That person faltered in confusion. Enkrid saw no need to answer and pushed them into the defensive from the start. By attacking first, he forced opponents who specialized in counters into a reactionary stance. The battle became far easier than on the first day. With a trip of the foot that disrupted balance, Iadanoveigihty, he borrowed the opponent's own specialty and split their skull open. The enemy continued to speak even as their severed head and mouth dangled midair. "You again?" Whatever the man intended to say no longer interested Enkrid. He simply pressed forward. And ahead, by a small campfire, a sword leaned against a rock at an angle. A past connection awaited. The knight whose name had become a city looked up and met Enkrid's gaze. The ferryman had intervened, but this was a place steeped in the authority of the demon. Had she too been dragged into this repeated? Today? The sudden thought was denied by Aura herself. "Ah, you've come." Her eyes were no different than they'd been in the previous iteration of today. Slightly surprised, yet slightly expectant. "Shall we talk?" Today repeated. And in this place, there was only one prisoner. At the end of their brief conversation, the red moon rose, and from Aura's shadow and flesh, Balrog opened his eyes. "You're the one who called me, aren't you?" The words were a little different than last time, but Enkrid could tell from Balrog's reaction. Even the demon didn't know. The ferryman's interference was unknown to all. "Yeah, that's me." Enkrid let go of any question he could not answer, drew dawn tempering, and hurled the scabbard behind him. In fact, he even undid Penna from its binding, and tossed it back as well. As he gripped the sword and focused, his will condensed and formed a solid blade. Flutter. Sensing his intent, the cloak gifted by the fairies caught the wind and rippled. Its width began to shrink until it became a thin scarf, then wrapped around his neck in a single loop before settling into place. Enkrid's eyes quieted. Balrog's pressure began to rise, a chain that bound the entire body. An invisible force that exerted crushing dominance. Enkrid responded with will laced in rejection, striking back with intent, and the 2 horns on Balrog's forehead twitched up and down. A nod. It meant approval. Once again, Balrog waited until the pressure had been overcome. Likely this too was part of his amusement. This, perhaps, was one of his many trials. Only those who could endure his pressure were worthy of crossing blades with him. He didn't take advantage of the openings his aura created. That confidence, what others might use to break a foe's spirit, was, for Balrog, simply a matter of certainty. To observe and not strike in that moment meant he believed nothing could overturn the outcome. It introduced impurity into one's will. It was right after Enkrid shattered that pressure with pure refusal. He still gripped the sword in both hands. And in the next instant, dawn tempering sliced downward through the red moonlight. No warning, no breath, no signal. This was the best he could do in a preemptive strike. As the blade cut through the air with a whoosh, Enkrid felt the time around him slow. It was like stepping into mud, every motion crushed beneath immense pressure. Inside Balrog's eyes, irises lit with flame spun rapidly, then froze. Those burning pupils seemed to ask, "Is that your best?" In this version of today, before Enkrid had even learned his name, Balrog's black flame sword, Surta, rose and slammed into the sky-colored dawn tempering. Clang! The second battle began. Not much had changed from before. There's no time to internalize what he'd learned from the first fight. But was that a problem? He hadn't wasted a single today. That's how he had made it this far. So he would continue to do just that. Enkrid fought with everything he had. He raged. And he lost. Thud! The flaming whip, salamandra, both fire snake and weapon, wrapped around his left arm and pierced his heart. It was the opening Hyde given while blocking Surtur and Balrog's horns. Pain, duh. Agony. To forget it, he turned his head and reviewed the fight again and again. He thought he was still awake, still enduring. But before he knew it, darkness swept over him. And in the process of replaying the fight in his mind, the ferryman's gaze quietly turned toward Enkrid. Chapter 784. 2 eyeballs floated in the pitch-black sky. There was no better way to describe them. It wasn't a ferry boat. They simply hovered in midair. The ferryman hadn't even invited him aboard, and instead stood there, gazing silently at him. Enkrid felt a presence in the darkness that completely overwhelmed him. The ferryman's eye above his head had grown as large as a moon. It stared down and spoke through telepathy. Eternal pain. To writhe in that pain, that is the day you have chosen. Even if you're freed after hundreds of years bound to this place, could you say that the you then is the same as the crowd now? By then, you'll have become like me, even without giving up, without despairing, without falling, so it shall be. As the ferryman spoke, his eye crumbled like old wooden siding or flaking dust, scattering like gray hailstones. Unlike usual, the words carried a wave that shook Enkrid's entire being. They were not just a prophecy, they were a fixed future. So, was it his turn to tremble like a frightened child? Or should he refuse to let it end like this and demand an answer? Pain.1. Terror. Dread. All of it combined into a single spear that pierced Enkrid's heart. The formless blade tore through his pulsing cardiac muscle before being ripped out. Blood clung to its path in a long string, as if the spear and Enkrid were bound by the same blood. The gray hail never reached his head. It scattered and vanished in the air. No, maybe it's more like snow than hail. The hallucination ended. The dream broke. Heavy air, lingering pain, and the now familiar sense of brutal reality. All of it rushed in at once. Enkrid, newly awakened in the real world, slowly raised his hand. At first, it hovered near his heart, as if to touch the place. Then it moved up and swept through his hair. He spoke, the words slipping out with ease. Good. He understood that he had reached his third today, and he completely ignored the ferryman's words. The speech had been thrown like a brand onto his soul, but Enkrid passed over it with ease. Only he could do that. His heart was beyond steely. It had swollen so large it could shove aside his other organs. And rightly so. If his will had been weak enough to break, it would have shattered long ago. Crazy bastard. The ferryman's apparition murmured from beyond the fading illusion. It lacked the weight of his earlier tone, but Enkrid didn't care. He was already busy thinking about what to do next, how to move. A guest has arrived? Then it was time to begin today's task. The moment he heard the words, Enkrid's entire body reacted. He erased the echoes of his former today with his current motion. Feigning a collapse, Enkrid hurled the horn trumpet dagger. His right hand brushed past his chest with unprecedented speed. With a sudden burst, his cloak fluttered violently, and the dagger cried out as it flew. Phew! A throwing weapon Jackson loathed flew straight at the enemy's forehead. The enemy flinched and dodged in a panic, but the dagger's thrower had already leapt forward. He ran low, feet hugging the ground. It was a silent dash mixed with Jackson's style. Enkrid sprinted, drawing his sword mid-charge. Swing! By the time the blade scraped free of its sheath, the tip was already at the enemy's throat. The opponent drew a sword from his left sleeve to block the horn trumpet dagger, and half-pulled a short sword from his waist with his right. Enkrid gave him no time to counter. The short sword tried to rise in an arc to intercept Dawn Tempering's path, but failed. The blade pierced clean through his throat. Ting, 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 thunk. The late-drawn short sword clashed with Dawn Tempering and sparked. Teeth chipped off the blade, which clattered uselessly to the floor. Speak-a. Enkrid yanked the sword from the neck, leaving behind a black hole as dark fog gushed forth. With that, he dispatched the first enemy and pressed forward again. Ching, ting. Sliding Dawn, Tempering back into its sheath, Enkrid cracked his neck to both sides and stared ahead. The darkness in the corridor revealed oddities as one passed through. There were torches, yet their light only illuminated fixed zones. It was as if the darkness had personal boundaries even light couldn't cross. Observation was second nature to him, a habit learned from Jackson and perfected through Luagarn. Enkrid registered everything he saw, heard, and sensed. Whether or not it held meaning was uncertain. This place was inherently hostile to him. That it was foreign and built by the enemy only reinforced it. So would knowing a little more help? Maybe. Like Jackson, Enkrid had already realized this place resembled a demon realm. No matter what it was, the fact remained. He had to fight again and again. And so, Enkrid did what he had to. He passed through the corridor and met his next opponent. Hello, Donifer. This time, he pronounced the name correctly. You know me. For the current Enkrid, facing an unguarded enemy was too easy. Hearing his name, the opponent flinched, and in that gap, Enkrid closed in and swung his blade. Dawn Tempering traced a chilling arc of sky-blue light, a diagonal slash, long and straight. This time, he blended in techniques from both Vortex and Aurara's swordplay. Oh, Kirk! Steam burst from the soles of his specially made boots. He had slammed his feet down mid-charge, dragging them for traction. Tunk! The strike connected from chest to throat to the horse head-shaped helm and the side of the head, all in one slash. The opponent tried to counter with a large axe, but failed. Of course. This was an enemy Enkrid had defeated easily before, even without repeating the day. This was the third time. He could now see his opponent's weakness, and he mercilessly exploited it. No gaps. Make a trajectory too fast to block. Whether it was the first foe or Donafa transformed into a Dullahan, the strategy was the same. Enkrid added speed modulation using will, something he had learned from the Zahn family. Line explosion. In the end, Dawn Tempering never even touched the axe. The opponent didn't even try to parry. Realizing he couldn't stop it, he didn't aim for the sword. He targeted the wielder. Whoosh! Just before death, the massive axe came crashing down vertically where Enkrid had just been. Boom. It was a swing that missed because he had already passed by. The axe, hewn in a downward arc as if slipping halfway off the phantom horse, split the earth beneath it with a loud crack. If I had blocked that head-on, it would have been seriously heavy. Even though it was mid-swing and struck while receiving a blow, the force packed into that axe swing wasn't trivial. And that wasn't even a full power strike. Either way, it was the third time facing this opponent. Enkrid walked beyond the darkness toward the torchlight. The passage was a straight path. At its end stood Balrog. So was this a path that led to death? Yes, the ferryman's apparition agreed. Just an illusion, of course. He could not speak in the physical realm. Eventually, when Enkrid faced the opponent with the single-edged sword, the man tilted his head and cocked it sideways. What now? Without further words, the enemy lunged. The fight ended quickly. Same tactics as before. Give no openings. Use every advantage he had. His skill and strategy were superior. You cheap bastard. Enkrid, praised by someone whose upper and lower halves were now separated, soon encountered Aura again. Ah, right, you're here. Even as Aura spoke, Enkrid's mind was busy sketching dozens of lines, forming circles, all calculations in motion. Can I suppress him through calculation? After 2 previous battles, he felt he had discovered something Balrog lacked. He intended to try it. It's been a while. I thought we could chat a bit, maybe. Aurora said a few things, and he responded. Ah, yes. Enkrid was indifferent, already lost in his thoughts, calculations tumbling about in his head. Hey, just be careful, all right? It wasn't that Enkrid hadn't said anything. He told her everything he knew, including about Roman. He just hadn't laughed along while she reminisced. Yeah, let's kill Balrog first. No matter what he said, his resolve remained high. Once more, Aura's shadow shifted, and Balrog manifested. Flames coiled from his eyes in long tails spinning. He looked at Enkrid with a faint note of curiosity. Have we met before? What now? Was he sensing the dissonance in today's repetition? No. Gosh, it wasn't that. It was a truth Enkrid would only realize after 5 more todays. Balrog had spoken after seeing the look in Enkrid's eyes, a gaze that calmly met his own, a gaze that held a will honed like a blade. So few mortals could look upon his presence and remain that composed. Meeting 2 such mortals in a short span, rarer still. That meant recently, even before Enkrid, he had met someone similar. He had lived so long that counting the days no longer held meaning. In such a sea of meaningless time, encountering a mortal like that stirred a rare interest. That curiosity moved Balrog's heart. Like a rampaging chariot drawn by mad horses, he leapt past 3 challengers in a single charge. As always, after speaking with Aurora, behold, the 18th today. For Enkrid, the moment felt oddly out of place. Whoosh! Balrog spread his wings and pointed to 3 gemstones embedded in his chest. 3 mysterious glossy black stones shone upon his blood-red skin. Enkrid tilted his head slightly. Balrog saw even that reaction as something unusual. This is my origin. Shatter all 3 at once, and you win. Should he ask why he was revealing that? No, was no time for that. Ah. So Enkrid only gave a short hum and nodded. Balrog's lips curled into a grin. Whether he wielded power or not, he existed in this world with arms, legs, torso, and internal organs. So he could laugh. Some demons expressed emotions differently from mortals, but not him. Interesting. With genuine curiosity, he introduced Salamandra and Urtiti. A red, snake-like whip and a blade wreathed in black flames flared up in greeting. Whoosh! At the same time, Balrog spread his wings wide. Was this what a god did when preparing to fly? Perhaps. It wasn't much different from Frock puffing up his cheeks. Enkrid's composure didn't falter even at a demon's wing beat. Should he return the greeting? Before he could decide, his cloak moved on its own. Flarararak. The cloak he'd received from the fairies unfurled by itself, despite the air being perfectly still. It grew as wide as Balrog's wings, fluttering behind him. Zizing. At the same time, his sheath rattled. Dawn, tempering, let out a cry. Though it looked like the cloak and sword acted first, in truth, they moved because Enkrid's will stirred them. He grabbed the grip with his right hand. Sword and arm became one, and with it came confidence. Just holding it made him feel like he could do anything. A sense of omnipotence surged through his body. But he had to be careful. Succumbing to that feeling would only ensure defeat. If he lost control of his emotions, Balrog's black flame blade would scorch his skull to ash. He knew that well. He had experienced it already, more than once. Shattering. Still, gripping the sword, he drew it. The sky-blue light of dawn, tempering, lit up the dark corridor, as though pushing the darkness away. Behind that gleaming blade, two blue eyes flared with fierce will, then quickly dimmed. But the flame wasn't extinguished. Like embers that burn longer than a blaze, Novuite read more on our source. The calm blue fire between his eyes continued to shine with presence. To Balrog's eyes, Enkrid's gaze looked like two blue moons that pushed aside the red moon. Moons that carried fire. Enkrid had started each day a little differently, counting the number of todays he'd repeated. 18 times. That meant he had tried and refined the method he found on the third today more than 10 times. Originally, it might have taken hundreds of days. The old Enkrid might not have been able to pull it off even then. No matter how many times he repeated the day, hundreds, thousands, he wouldn't have reached this point. His body wouldn't have kept up. But he wasn't the same anymore. Let's try it. Tap! He kicked a stone as he pushed off the ground. He'd do whatever it took to win. That premise hadn't changed. He drew hundreds of lines between himself and the demon. Attack paths tangled, overlapping territories. Countless potential near futures tore through Enkrid's mind. His thoughts stretched, insight pushed to its limits. Balrog swung his blade, staying within the bounds of prediction, his motion and trajectory familiar. The black flame sword fell vertically in a clean drop. The attack lacked any continuous flow, like a random, disconnected strike. Enkrid intercepted it with a heavy swing of dawn tempering. Bam! He blocked the sword, and fought again. And once more. Enkrid died. Chapter 785. A vicious fire serpent sliced through his ankle, and a blade cloaked in black flame cleaved from shoulder down, cutting half his body apart. That was fun. Let's meet again. Balrog gave his usual farewell. His "let's meet again" didn't mean in the course of another repeated day. It meant he intended to trap Enkrid in the labyrinth. Though the implied meanings differed, their intentions aligned. Enkrid nodded and died. That nod was his reply to the parting words. And so came the 19th repetition of today. The moon that bore fire lost its light and fell, and the ferryman on the boat welcomed him. Click, click, click. The ferryman let out a chuckling sound. His mouth, black and formless like a hole without even a tongue, didn't look much different from any gaping void. The laugh rang short and deep, then passed. Then, in the moments where pitch darkness appeared and disappeared, The ferryman conveyed his thoughts through will alone. You are trapped in this day. Is it painful? You brought this on yourself. You'll just struggle and fade away in the end. No flame burns forever. Creak, creak. The boat groaned as it swayed in the river. That sound brushed Enkrid's ears. You will never escape this place. The ferryman appeared again and again, and each time he spoke of a fixed future. For once, Enkrid read the meaning hidden within the ferryman's will. Not precisely, only vaguely. Was it because instincts and senses, honed in reality, bled into this realm? Or had he simply seen the ferryman so often that he now sensed more than before? The reason wasn't important. Do you want me to surpass this? Between the ferryman's black eyes, a pair of irises spun in a murky gray. No, colors not easily defined. Gold, red, then blue, turning green, then blending together into black. The eyes of monsters were black. So were the ferryman's. The difference was, a monster's eyes looked tainted black, while the ferryman's looked intertwined, entangled, and compressed into blackness. Can you surpass it? The ferryman asked. Enkrid didn't answer. Without opening his mouth, the ferryman continued to convey his thoughts. There is a way to surpass today. If you wish to know it, ask then. No coercion, no threat, no suppression, no trace of force in his words. A greenish hue flickered in the ferryman's pupils, black tainted with green. A muddy shade of dark green. Compared to Shinar's light spring green eyes, it was far duller. Yet in those eyes, there was a will that hadn't been seen before. Pity, kindness, compassion, a glimpse of sorrow. Enkrid's mind and will were always steady and upright. Even in moments like this, he could center himself. Otherwise, he would have fallen long ago to Shinar's teasing words. Almost fooled me, he murmured, dismissing the ferryman's meaning with ease. The murky green hue in the ferryman's eyes seemed to vanish, only to writhe and settle in place. Onovite read more on our source again. You really are insane. This time the ferryman's tone was slightly different. The first ferryman had been an unfeeling entity, devoid of anything. This one, who now suggested a method, had shown a faint shard of emotion, pity. Maybe Enkrid only noticed because he'd spent so much time watching Shinar's emotional states. The fragment of feeling the ferryman had let slip was so small, so insignificant. But now clear anger was present. Or to be precise, irritation, exasperation. Why did that particular memory resurface now? There had been a time, during a streak of good fortune, when he'd gathered a decent amount of krona, not from selling sword skills, but through luck, that he'd ended up with a pouch of gold coins. He used that money to visit a famous training hall. On this continent, where monsters and magical beasts were everywhere, it was normal to learn to wield a weapon from a young age. That's why cities were full of dojos and schools. With his gold pouch, Enkrid sought out a renowned instructor. At first, the instructor, a woman, spoke kindly, trying to dissuade him from a life of swordplay. Enkrid listened with one ear and let it out the other. He clung to techniques, obsessed. It's better to quit. Even though I'm an instructor now on the scale of the entire continent, I wouldn't even qualify as a city-level stronghold. I only get by thanks to a bit of teaching skill. She'd said it humbly. But she'd once served with the Lenjadis caravan's rear escort. Her skills were real. Enkrid wanted to learn from that realness. So what should I do next? His question hadn't strayed from that point. At some point her gentle tone had started to twitch. Her brows trembled. I said it'd be best if you gave up. Her speech had shortened. Enkrid Nim, you really do only hear what you want. How convenient your ears must be. Then came the criticism. Do you not understand what give up means? Then, irritation. That memory resurfaced. It felt like the current ferryman overlapped with that instructor. That same mixture of pity and rising frustration. The scene struck something in his memory. Enkrid just shrugged, a reply to being called a madman. His gesture seemed to say, just figuring that out now? Or maybe, so what if I am? Either way, it meant he wouldn't be listening to anything the ferryman said. Fine, duo. Then enjoy your prison of today. It's not such a bad playground. With those words, the dark green eyes blurred and receded. Enkrid felt his body begin to float. He hadn't blinked, yet the world warped around him. He passed through the dark and emerged, as if opening his eyes again. Today began once more. His talk with the ferryman dulled the pain's lingering trace. Because of the lengthy conversation, Enkrid had less time to think. Delayed battle analysis, thanks to the ferryman's unexpected behavior. A strategy he believed would succeed, maybe not perfectly, but well enough, had broken down. It wasn't a miscalculation. Enkrid had calculated the optimal attack path. Balrog hadn't. Therefore his insight had been ahead. A guest has arrived. The enemy had just opened his mouth. Enkrid had intended to cut him down instantly, but since he didn't see him as a serious threat, he just stared blankly and replied, "Wait a second, let me think. What?" He didn't care about the enemy's bewilderment. "If more show up, I'll start cutting. Just wait." Pressure, shaped, intangible weight, radiated from him. He had fought the demon of strife in the demon realm 18 times. Even that demon, Balrog, had always tried to crush Enkrid with raw pressure before any blade was drawn. Only after withstanding it could the true fight begin. It was Balrog's personal test. Enkrid had passed it every time. And through those repetitions, the rejection that had once churned within Enkrid began to shift. The initial will techniques he'd learned operated unconsciously, but that wasn't enough to shake off Balrog's pressure. If the path from quasi-night to full night is using will unconsciously, then regaining knighthood meant learning to train will consciously. One of the theories he was slowly building up, will discipline. He kept training himself to consciously repel pressure. Balrog's pressure took the form of flaming chains. From the moment they met, the heat made flesh sizzle and burn. One lapse, and it felt like it could crush him to death. Enkrid had broken those chains and unleashed his own pressure. He did so now. His pressure took the shape of a wall, a thick wall of indeterminate depth. One that ordinary force or a metal spike could never pierce. The opponent paused mid-step. The fact he didn't flinch proved his nerve and skill. But he still didn't come closer. Facing the wall Enkrid created, he saw Balrog's shadow. He recalled the truth. Resisting fear etched into your soul is the very nature of intelligent beings. To avoid submission, to keep your head high, one had to resist. Still, was this the time to resist? He had bowed endlessly to Balrog, but now he chose to stand against Enkrid's pressure. In the time he bought, Enkrid reflected on the fight, not by repeating the battle again and again. Instead, he dug deeper. Rather than running simulations, he examined the before and after of each motion, each psychological state. But there was no need to overanalyze. The truth was simple. He wrangled his scattered thoughts and organized them into clarity. In permutations, I was ahead. He counted, measured, and struck, like someone who had spent their life dealing with numbers. No waste. Every motion followed a defined path. The blade moved with grace. The steps to support it were clear. Swordsmanship blended with logic. It was almost beautiful. In certain moments, The blade shimmered as though it might shatter one of the gemstones right then. "I can't go any further ahead than this." And then Salamandra, the fire whip, struck. As if boasting its own consciousness, it enjoyed the tactical dance. Balrog followed up with wings, fists, feet, and his blade, moving freely within the predicted framework. In that moment, Enkrid introduced chance, a blade of coincidence. He tried to bind the demon again in webs of calculation, but even so, he couldn't stop Balrog within those bounds. It was different. Balrog's swordplay was different. At a certain point, it broke free of all calculation, faster, heavier, more powerful than expected. Behold! Balrog transmitted the thought mid-battle. Enkrid's eyes were drawn to his right hand, the black-flamed sword, Surteri. Its flames surged like breath, over and over. Enkrid already knew. It was a fire that never went out. He avoided every attack. His hair was singed. He had to remove and toss his cloth gauntlet from his left hand, but he endured. To analyze the fight now would take time. It's meaningless. There was no point assigning meaning to the process. The outcome hadn't been decided by calculation. Surtur's fire stopped surging outward and instead sank inward. Then it formed into shape along the blade. A blade. Instead of burning wildly, it took form, refined into a blade. That sword couldn't be blocked. It couldn't be solved through logic. That was what made it different. And in that difference, Enkrid saw something. Difference. He'd seen it before, not only in Balrog. He saw it in Ragnar's blade, in Odin's sacred armor, in Rem's axe, in Jackson's thrust. He had felt that difference in all of them. What was different? What was that difference? He thought of the people who had carried him to the present, those who had shaped parts of his dream. Over and over again, like a madman, he traced their memories. He recalled each moment, each thing they'd shown him. Hwah! His opponent had just broken through Enkrid's pressure. He pulled blades from his sleeves and gripped one in each hand. "Where the hell did you crawl out from?" Shouting, he lunged, then threw 2 daggers while fighting. Clever. Throwing knives while holding swords in both hands, it was a trick worth admiring. Ta-dang! In his right hand, dawn tempering. In his left, Panna. Enkrid met the opponent dual-wielding. The fight wasn't long. Before the enemy could show off his specialty, Enkrid had already ended it. Repeating this more than 10 times had made his weaknesses too clear. Strengths faded, weaknesses sharpened. He pressed forward again. His thoughts never ceased. The analysis continued. Enkrid faced yet another repetition, and died again. The crimson blade forged of fire didn't cut everything. The blade of will that Enkrid showed could block it. But he lacked the strength. He was cut down again. What was the difference? 20 times. 30. 40. Over 50 repetitions passed. In days filled with pain and agony, Enkrid possessed the one thing no one else could: limitless time to reflect. Chapter 786. Amidst the vast current of thoughts, Enkrid pulled forth one of his greatest strengths. An overwhelming quantity of will. Uska taught. A name meaning the will drawn from an inexhaustible well. That, too, was a weapon. One not just anyone could wield. Even Ragnar, a genius who had stepped into a realm that only heaven-given talent could reach, did not possess this. That's why I always had the advantage in battle. It was something he had felt whenever he sparred with Rem and the others. No, he understood it even more clearly now. Back when he fought Count Molson and again after clashing with Rearvart, the half-formed knight, Enkrid, had learned to base his tactics around endurance, through those he faced. And so, he fought by leveraging that inexhaustible will. Why aren't you using what you've got? That was something Luagan had said countless times during tactical training. Everything you can use can become a weapon. On it, even your face should be considered a weapon. Expand the concept. Don't narrow yourself down into a tiny well. She wasn't a knight, but a frock devoted to tactics. Her words carried weight. Enkrid had taken them that way. Everything is a weapon. So he did exactly that. Whether sparring with allies or clashing with enemies, he fought with the inexhaustible will at the forefront. But Balrog can't be beaten in a battle of endurance. Balrog had lived for a very long time. Of course, the will he possessed wouldn't be lacking. I can't win by quantity alone. Then, what about winning through change? He had learned how to accelerate will in Zon. It was a technique that damaged the body. But if the body was strong, so too was the ability to endure it. Endure, a collective name for techniques that centered around enduring pain. If assimilation had its roots in the fairies, then endure was a technique that came from monks. Odin had said that the foundation of endure was physical training. What if he held on with a hardened body and endure, and then unleashed a point explosion? I'll win through transformation of will, not through calculation, but through the moment itself. And if he could exploit Balrog's complacency, I'll put everything into the first strike. So what must be done? That bastard's pressure first. Balrog measured his opponent's strength through the pressure they exuded. So that pressure had to be shaken off in an instant. That was the prerequisite for seizing the moment. What are you supposed to be now? It was the 56th day of today, and the third opponent since passing Donafa. The swordswoman, a one-edged blade user known for her agile movements, tilted her head and asked. As Enkrid met her gaze, she suddenly leapt back as if a grazing beast had spotted a predator. Shing! As she retreated, she drew her blade, and the wariness in her eyes was unmistakable. That damn stare! Her pupils quivered ever so slightly. Enkrid's blue eyes were like a lake. Except, it was as if a volcano had erupted beside that lake, boiling it from the edges. If Rem or anyone else had seen him, they would have said, "There go his eyes again." Once he decided on a method, he carried it out without hesitation. That was one of Enkrid's defining traits. The one-edged blade user was just another passing opponent. "I'm a little busy," he said, then dashed forward. Shot! The swordswoman held her breath and launched a counterattack. If she backed down here, there was no chance of victory. She knew her strengths well. Rather than being driven into a corner, she had to keep up the offensive. Ka-ga-ga-gan! She scraped the tip of her blade along the ground as she rushed forward again. The ground was a mix of stone and dirt. Sparks flew as her blade grazed a rock. It was as though she charged forward, dragging fire behind her. The moment of impact was near, and so was the task she had to execute at that moment. She focused. It looked like the two were going to collide immediately, but they didn't. For an instant, the swordswoman faltered. Stopped? Enkrid had been charging forward at high speed, then abruptly halted. It was such a sudden deceleration that it produced the illusion of his body still surging ahead. As he stopped, a stream of blood trickled from his nose. The droplets scattered forward, but that didn't matter. The swordswoman couldn't stop. Her conscious will, driven by intent to strike, and her subconscious will both pressed forward with full force. If she stopped now, it wouldn't end with just a bloody nose. Clack! The one-edged sword, sparking as it scraped the ground, used that friction to accelerate. Like drawing from a sheath in the earth, her blade tore through the gap in the air, and surged with a trailing roar. Just then the halted Enkrid ducked and stepped forward with undiminished momentum, swinging his sword. It was as if they had both charged at each other and struck simultaneously. How? A clang. The one-edged sword struck Enkrid's blade, only for her to see a sky-blue serpent slither up her arm and bite her throat. That serpent sliced through her collarbone and heart before vanishing. Black scorch marks clouded her vision. She was on the verge of death. The last thing she saw was Enkrid swinging his sword a few more times into empty air. That alone brought forth strength she didn't know she had. Gasping black mist, the swordswoman cried out with all her remaining might. "Huck, did you just use me? As practice?" From the wound carved by the sky-blue serpent, black mist gushed up and clumped onto the ground. Enkrid didn't even bother nodding. He'd heard that line too many times. He ignored it. Out of more than 50 battles today, he'd heard it in over 30. The one-edged sword wielder was sensitive to being ignored. It was a personality flaw. Enkrid had seen her over 50 times. As time passed, his opponent's weaknesses became more and more apparent. He ignored her words and replayed the brief skirmish just now. Control of will. Enkrid hadn't focused on point or line explosions. He focused on control. He had halted mid-charge, then immediately switched to a point explosion. The speed of will had shifted in an instant. Like a galloping horse accelerating mid-run, Enkrid had, from a dead stop, slashed with high-speed force. His arm was trembling slightly. No matter how trained a body might be, doing something like that would obviously cause strain. No one could cut down 1,000 people without so much as a breath, without feeling any tightness in the arms. Becoming a knight through will, enhancement, and physical training didn't mean one transcended the human condition. That was no different, even for giants or fairies. In any case, learn something new, Odd-Eye. He recalled the time back at the border guard when Odd-Eye had fluidly switched between halting and accelerating movements. That's why he had tried it himself now. Back then, he had been so impressed that he stopped calling her Odd-Eye and started calling her Unyielding, although in the end, the name Odd-Eye stuck out of habit. Odd-Eye had only snorted at the name Unyielding. Her expression said, "Why bring that up? In any case, I can draw out their carelessness and begin the fight with a move they won't anticipate." That was the conclusion. And the sword strike that followed had been an imitation, blended with the fiery serpent salamandra and styled with a variety of motions he had cobbled together. A real sword couldn't become a whip. But his sword's trajectory had changed so rapidly that it created the illusion of it, tricking the opponent's eye. So just now, Enkrid had accelerated twice. Once when he moved his body, and once again when he swung his sword. A double-point explosion. More precisely, it was a point explosion within a line explosion. No wonder his arm ached. Only thanks to the constant training he'd undergone with Auden was he able to withstand it. Without it, his arm muscles would have torn. Just as his thoughts never ceased, neither did his steps. Enkrid continued forward. The darkness might have seemed to devour him, but even the black of a cave had become just another path to him. No fear. No hesitation. Only the urge to train, to test what he had resolved to do. "Oh, you're back. But what's with your eyes? Why do you look excited?" Oara noticed it and asked. Enkrid walked over and sat beside her near the campfire. "Do I? Yeah. It's pretty obvious. I'm doing well, Roman is." He reflexively began the line. Oara had to hear that phrase before she would summon Balrog. Otherwise, the conversation would stretch on unnecessarily. Enkrid was speaking a bit faster than he normally did on any given today. "Did you always talk like this? You sound so forced and formal." Oara, even in death, had a knight's keen instincts. "Ah, do I?" Enkrid nodded. "Well, yeah. Just be careful." Wings spread wide from her shadow. Enkrid caught himself smiling at the sight without even realizing it. That subtle smile might have provoked Balrog. "So you're someone who wants to die by the hand of a demon?" That question was no different from asking, "I came because I was summoned, and this lunatic is what's waiting for me?" The one who summoned him didn't flinch under his presence. Instead, he was smiling. Balrog had seen many strange and remarkable beings. From those who laughed just before dying, to the humans who defeated him despite having mortal bodies. And one Yebano v. Elightho of them was actually quite recent. But even among all of those sentient creatures, the one in front of him had the most striking first impression. He sees me and starts laughing. Then he said, "Go ahead." Enkrid provoked him out of habit and readjusted his grip on the sword. It begins with shaking off his pressure. Enkrid had settled on his plan to fight Balrog after just 3 iterations of today. His thinking had evolved to expand naturally, and now he had lived through over 50 of these days. He had enough experience. Balrog didn't respond with words. Instead, he unleashed his pressure. Perhaps to say, "If you can't even withstand this, I won't even consider you." Which, honestly, kind of fun. And thinking about how he'd block that pressure, even more fun. Even before Balrog unleashed it, Enkrid had already begun shaping the will of refusal. Can effort ever surpass genius? He had spent time searching for the answer to that question, and all of that accumulated time had become a solid wall inside him. A tall, unshakable wall. Enkrid had vowed to protect what lay behind it. That was the oath he'd taken as a knight. An illusion appeared before his eyes. A wall of sky-blue bricks repelling chains of flame. Thunk. The blazing chain bounced off and landed on the ground. A wall of rejection, perhaps. Or maybe armor forged from the time he had built up. Or maybe it simply hadn't crumbled because he had never broken. You keep smiling. Balrog, despite his pressure being blocked, didn't seem the least bit flustered. Enkrid realized from his words that he was indeed smiling. At this point, he was honestly insane. Rationally speaking, there was nothing enjoyable about this situation. But am I a rational person? Chris might say he had a good head on his shoulders. But I don't care. There was no time to ponder such things. No reason to either. The moment he faced Balrog, he began to fuse the fragmented calculations of his wavebreaker. He was betting everything on a single strike. Just focus on one point. A singular focus. He only needed one line of thought. To others, it might seem like a reckless gamble. Something only possible because he could repeat the day endlessly. But it wasn't that. Enkrid never let a single day slip by carelessly. He lived every today as if it were the last. Even if I die, he would die after accomplishing what he set his mind to. He would die walking the path he had chosen. So he didn't care if today never came back again. What the ferryman called a curse, he had come to regard as a blessing. He had no intention of relying on today. His resolve was always high, and even now it was fully embedded in his blade. Chiriring. Chariwiring. The edge of dawn tempering scraped against the inside of its sheath as it was drawn. The amusing part was that Balrog's lips curled up too. If he simply crushed his enemies with his innate pressure, victory would be easy. He had such an option available, but he didn't use it. Instead of relying on his overwhelming aura, he moved his hands and feet. It wasn't a rational choice, but an emotional act. In that sense, Balrog was no different from Enkrid. Both maintained twisted grins as they closed the distance. Enkrid scraped the earth with his boots as he moved. Balrog strode forward in long steps, wings fully spread. That, too, was a stroke of luck for Enkrid. Wings hindered sudden movement. The thin membranes would catch the wind, and in that moment, invisible shackles would grip Balrog's ankles. Ah, no wonder I can't quit fighting. Balrog, overcome with joy, released a pulse of psychic energy. Enkrid couldn't help but agree. Chapter 787. Enkrid silently agreed with Balrog's remark and sank inward, drawing forth his will. Whether he agreed or not, it went without saying that he wouldn't stop what he needed to do. He gripped the drawn will tightly so it wouldn't run rampant. Control. It began with control, with stillness. What followed was the explosion. He blended the line explosion technique with the point explosion demonstrated by the head of the Zon family. He internalized the two styles of will manipulation and unleashed them in his own way. He infused the strike with a resolve that said he'd be fine dying after one swing. A knight's will grew stronger through oaths and constraints after all. Enkrid cast aside all mental preparation and charged. The time for readiness had long since passed. The moment his halted body moved, the world entered silence. The surrounding air became like mud, pressing in on him. A moment when time thickened and slowed. Balrog, as expected, entered that same temporal layer with ease. Except he hadn't yet folded his wings. That gave Enkrid a slight edge. Foot position. Grip. Every motion unified into a single slash. A simple diagonal cut. But it came before Balrog's sword, Surtur, could reach, before the fire serpent Salamander could lunge. The timing was perfect. A slash mixed with a vortex and lightning skimmed one of Balrog's crystals. Boom! Kagak! Ton! Yang! Only then did the sound explode outward. Enkrid's body flung back. As he moved at high speed, Balrog released another wave of psychic force. Endure. Enkrid, hurled back, rolled once across the ground and stopped by stabilizing with his sword, Dawn tempering, which gouged a deep scar in the earth with a gritty screech. Urk! He vomited blood the moment Navei to original source. He stopped. That kick from Balrog, aimed squarely at his abdomen during the exchange, had ruptured something inside. Even though his slash had landed properly, Balrog hadn't just stood there. Instead of focusing strength into his sword against the drag of air and wing resistance, he'd used his leg. That right leg struck Enkrid's abdomen just as fast as the slash had flown. His whole body is a weapon. A fact Enkrid already knew, but this time, it was different. The power and speed of the kick were something else. Bright red blood dripped down his chin and splattered to the ground. Enkrid, kneeling on one leg, leaned on Dawn tempering, stabbed into the earth and stared forward. Then, reacting to Balrog's last word, he spoke. What? Oh. With his voice, more droplets of blood flicked onto the blackened dirt. He had said endure. A technique every knight learned, forming the foundation for learning Iron Skin later. At its core, it was a technique for enduring pain. Impressive. Balrog wasn't listening to what Enkrid said. He simply said what he wanted. Enkrid stared at Balrog's chest. His sword had definitely struck one of those crystals. But not a scratch remained. Dawn tempering hadn't cut the crystal itself. It had sliced the membrane surrounding it. This cunning bastard. In a previous today, Balrog had revealed his weakness, the 3 crystals embedded in his chest. But he had not mentioned that each crystal was wrapped in a thick defensive membrane. No, I expected that much. He just hadn't thought it would be this tough. Endure. The will that began with the ability to withstand pain served as another form of armor for Balrog, one that wrapped his crystals completely. So this won't be easy either. Enkrid met Balrog's black and yellow eyes. His insides boiled like they were being twisted. At the last second, the fairy cloak had reflexively stretched to shield his abdomen. Without it, he likely wouldn't have held on at all. To see another human like this in such a brief moment. How impressive, Balrog said. What he meant by another was unclear, but there was no time to ask. The fire serpent lunged. The blade of black flame scorched and slashed Enkrid. Balrog had lost interest, like a child breaking a toy. Engulfed in black fire, Enkrid burned. It wasn't the first time, yet the pain felt as fresh as ever. Still, something was gained. The membrane wrapping the crystals was tougher than expected. If I had added more weight to the strike, I could have cut it. He could tell by instinct, but doing so would have meant dying just to break one crystal. Excellent perception. Truly excellent. Balrog praised him, again and again. And then, Enkrid's vision shifted. Whoosh, a black river, a ferry, and the ferryman, holding a violet lamp, came into view. "You look pitiful," the ferryman mocked him, urging despair, pushing surrender. The moment Enkrid thought he'd stood up on the boat, the ferryman shoved him back off, back to reality. Today began again. And when Enkrid woke, wait, hang on. Before the opponent could start with the usual SOO, a guest. Enkrid raised his palm, and naturally imbued it with pressure, then simply nodded slowly. "Fine, Yun. If this method doesn't work, move on to the next one. Do I look like a dog to you?" The opponent burst into anger, shaking off the pressure. The one-edged sword user gets angry when ignored. This guy, on the other hand, always opens his mouth before lifting a hand, trying to shake the opponent's mental state. And when it fails, he's the one who gets flustered. It was a tired trick, asking, "Do I look like a dog?" to bait carelessness. He might not be rolling his eyes, but right now he was racking his brain, desperately trying to come up with a line that would throw Enkrid off balance. "Aren't you?" Enkrid responded casually, already planning his next move. Balrog enjoys the fight. Can I bait his carelessness? No. He couldn't. Enkrid, who had leaned on deception, lost again. A battle of endurance using inexhaustible will? That had already failed long ago. He'd learned something from it, but the ferryman just sneered. "What, you think dying together is somehow happier?" If the battle dragged on, the mad order of knights would arrive from behind. Enkrid hadn't met them directly. He only felt their voices and presences from afar. "Hey, just me!" The fairy who always shouted louder than she should. "You're having all the fun without me again. If you're lost, shout. I'll come to you." Rem and Ragnar. "Lord, is this the prisoner you seek within? Stand by, they'll be there soon." Odin and Jackson. That had been just before his death, right when he could no longer dodge Balrog's final sword slash, after holding out with everything he had. And in that dying moment, Enkrid saw Balrog's eyes gleaming. The flames swirling within his pupils writhed. Murderous intent and excitement swirled together in equal measure. That's where the conclusion came from. When Balrog fought seriously, just holding out was nearly impossible. Even when defending with everything he had, it wasn't enough. Once more, Enkrid spent the day in the Black Cave. If I fight without hesitation, then the next time, Enkrid would throw his body into the fight. He would not hesitate to wield destructive force that would break his own body. And Balrog responded in kind. Good. Even cheered. Surta severed Enkrid's left arm, but Dawn Tempering stabbed into one of the crystals. A reckless, body-throwing strike. And in that moment, Enkrid sensed something had changed in his will. It's different again. Each time he crossed some line, he felt a subtle shift in Balrog's temperament. It resembled the look Ragnar gave when swinging his sword at full power. It had flickered in Rem and the others too, but when he asked, they only tilted their heads, unsure of what he meant. Because they can't contemplate what belongs to others, they can't understand the difference between what's theirs and what isn't. Enkrid, through death after death, had gained the ability to contemplate both his own will and that of others. That didn't mean the Knights of the Order simply ignored what he said. They added their own perspectives, filtered through their own experiences. So you're saying the captain's will is kind of bland, but ours isn't, right? Rem's words came to mind. I've always liked hiding sharpness inside monotony. It's a matter of taste. That was Jackson. Because I'm going to kill with it, that's why I add to it. This one was Ragnar. It was meant as an explanation, but only he could understand it. He'd nod to himself after speaking, wearing a face like he'd just had a revelation, which only made it more absurd. Odin had laughed and said that divinity had a slightly different direction altogether. Want me to inject you with fairy essence? Come, find me tonight, and I'll do it. That particular joke from a fairy surfaced in his mind and made him chuckle. Back to reality. You're laughing? The man drawing his sword from his sleeve furrowed his brow. He was pretending to be angry about being ignored. That was his specialty. It was the 76th today. Enkrid had only broken one crystal once. This time, he used the opponent's lapse in focus and thrust his sword. The light lanced out like a flash. If you saw it head-on, it would look like a single point of light. A thrust with sudden acceleration, achieved through a point explosion of will. The foundation of it was the thrust he learned on his very first today. But by now it had grown far beyond that level. The enemy was nearly dead. As he fell back, he crossed both blades in his hands and reclined backward. According to Enkrid's calculations, the opponent should have twisted sideways and counterattacked, but instead he fell backward and kicked. The motion was acrobatic, clearly honed through years of training. Balancing on one foot and lashing out with the other, a thin blade shot from the tip of the boot, aiming for Enkrid's throat. Enkrid pulled his sword back just in time. Clang! The blade deflected off Dawn, tempering, and spun into the air above their heads. Enkrid could have ended the fight before that blade even fell. In fact, even a moment earlier, he hadn't really needed to block. It would have just grazed my neck and ended. And yet, he didn't finish it. Why? Was it just caprice? Or did he subconsciously want more time to think? He hadn't used pressure to suppress the opponent this time. No. The unexpected nature of the opponent's kick had reminded him vaguely of Balrog's. That was probably it. The man who had been balancing on his left foot kicked off the ground and stood again, drawing two short swords and crossing them before his face. He peered at Enkrid between the diagonally crossed blades. This time Enkrid was observing his opponent, the guest who had just arrived. That last move had been one of his trump cards, yet it had been blocked. And that had frozen his hands and feet. What is this? He stared. The blue-eyed man was gazing off into space with a dazed expression, trying to bait me into dropping my guard, a trick he himself often used. Deceptive swordsmanship made one suspicious, and so was he. Where the hell did this guy come from? Just as he was watching in silent amazement, the vacant eyes focused again. He really was just lost in thought? What kind of lunatic is this guy? We never even introduced ourselves, huh? But, well, no need for names, I guess. Looks like you learned the basics from the Valen-style mercenary sword. Go ahead. Let's continue. Enkrid's opponent, Reno, discreetly covered his mouth and neck with his crossed swords and swallowed hard. This guy really seemed insane. Reno, I told you names don't matter, Enkrid said, and lunged with his sword. Reno reflexively pressed against the crossed blades. It was a move that used the friction between the two swords as leverage for a counterattack, and at the same time, the specially alloyed metal in his sword sparked. Not a sustained flame, but a sudden burst, more like a flash. A tactic to momentarily disrupt the opponent's vision. Of course, for a knight whose senses were sharpened, this wasn't deadly. But when in the middle of a desperate exchange, even a split second of blindness could cause hesitation. The sparking blades were designed to create that opening. And truthfully, Enkrid was momentarily startled. That sword. So that's what it could do. He had been cutting through opponents so quickly before that he never got the chance to notice. It reminded me of Balrog's kick. That thought rose again. When Reno reclined and kicked, something about it had felt similar. The power, the outcome, the movement, all different, but the process was the same. Balrog uses deception too. If it's to win, he'll do anything. Enkrid felt the same, and he realized something else here. Even from a farmer who's tilled the soil his whole life, there's something to learn. That was what his old instructor had said long ago, when laying down his foundation. You probably learned something watching Atri handle metal, even if he's not a fighter. Lua Garn's words layered over that memory. You're a good teacher, Lua. An excellent frock. She did everything for her own desire, and among those everything was teaching Enkrid. That teaching had seeped all the way into his bones. I've been complacent. It was time to reflect. On this opponent now, on Donifer, on the one-edged sword wielder. They were knights trapped in Balrog's labyrinth. Each of them had something worth learning, and Enkrid had ignored them all. I got carried away. Had he gotten too excited after finally meeting someone who could overwhelm him again? Was that why, subconsciously, he'd allowed the idea of repeating today to cloud his mind? Even though he kept telling himself not to waste any today. Reflection after reflection. Good. With all his heart, he watched his opponent's techniques and learned. Enkrid sincerely regarded his opponent as a teacher. That was a good one. Got any more? He asked. And the teacher named Reno, who heard that, could only respond with disbelief. You insane bastard. Chapter 788, you think this is fun, huh? You're enjoying this? Right now? You live like you'll die today. Enkrid had met quite a few swordsmanship instructors, and most of them tended to say similar things. But what could he do? He was enjoying himself right now. It was fun. Why are you laughing? Asked the one he'd recently taken on as his sword instructor. He had lost the twin blades that summoned fire, and now wielded two identical swords, except this time the blades exuded a chill that froze flesh on contact. As he spun them round and round in his hands, the cold wafted out in waves. Perfect for summer, Enkrid thought. They were that kind of weapon. The spinning blades pushed away the heat, chilling the surrounding air. Is it not emitting cold, but rather absorbing the ambient heat? If you wanted to use a relic or a spell object, you had to understand how the weapon functioned. If you didn't know its structure or operating principle, the only way to learn was to use it over and over. That's what his opponent had done. A spec object used improperly is a double-edged sword that cuts the wielder. That was something Jackson often said. Instructor Reno handled that double-edged sword with ease. He had the exceptional skill of cutting only his opponent without harming himself. What can I learn from this teacher? A dull student fails to absorb anything their teacher offers, while an average one might barely grasp one lesson from one teaching. But a clever student? From a single lesson, they comprehend 5-10 things. And when it came to learning, there was no one on the continent like Enkrid. Across all races, he was the most gifted. He even stole lessons his teachers didn't want to give. Is deception his specialty? That's what it looked like on the surface, but when it came to psychological tactics, the war of words, there wasn't much to learn from Rhino. That part was clumsy. Instead, it was a few specific movements that stood out. What makes them special? Reno spread his arms wide like a great bird. The twin blades in his hands stirred up cold air as they moved. It was like watching Balrog lash out with his wings. Balrog had once even weaponized his wings. And these blades, just brushing against them would freeze flesh. It's like Balrog combining Surtur and his wings. A natural line of thought. Surtur, which summoned black fire, was a weapon one couldn't even graze. What Reno was doing now fully embodied the nature of his weapons. They looked like wings because his motions were broad. That movement, which seemed needlessly exaggerated, actually lowered the surrounding temperature. No, lowering wasn't the end of it. It froze the air. Enkrid felt a thin frost forming on his forearms before he'd even realized it. It was still just a faint chill, but if that sloppy-looking dance in front of him kept up, it would soon become enough of a hindrance to restrict his movements. He didn't even need deep thought. He realized it on instinct. No need to retrace the process. There was more to learn here. As expected, Instructor Rhino's specialty wasn't psychological warfare. Go on, keep laughing. Reno spoke, and Enkrid kept smiling. How could he not? They said a clever student could grasp 10 from 1. But Enkrid, the madman, enjoyed learning. He found this just as delightful as fighting and moving forward. What's more, he'd gained a new kind of insight. Perfect utilization of a weapon. Not just knowing how to slash or freeze, but changing the surrounding air itself to work in his favor. The twin blades that blind were the same. His original pair of swords emitted heat and fire when swung quickly. By clashing them together with the right amount of force, he could trigger a flash. Blinding the enemy that way. That was a technique unique to Instructor Rhino. Remarkable. Again and again. That's how he felt, inwardly. But that didn't mean he was going to just sit back and take it. Enkrid moved before the cold could sink into his bones. He kicked off the ground and swung his sword, carving a sky-colored crescent through the air. It was a simple, clean strike, but the instructor dodged it. He kicked sideways and propelled himself along the ground, leaving afterimages in his wake. Enkrid had seen it many times before. It was a superb step. A lateral high-speed movement where he briefly crossed both legs to boost speed. Enkrid had already seen it plenty, and even practiced it himself on the ferryman's boat. The madman trainee now moved after his teacher's shadow. The blade, tracing a crescent, suddenly shifted in mid-swing and moved sideways. The instructor's eyes widened in shock as he raised both of his frost-laced swords to block. That was a mistake. Dawn Tempering was a sword that, when needed, could hit heavier than most great swords. The sky-colored blades snapped both of the frosted swords and left a long slash across the instructor's chest. From that slash, black mist began to seep out in tendrils. Unable to withstand the force behind the strike, the instructor rolled backward before stopping. He dropped to the floor on both hands and knees, raising only his head to speak. Reno knew the wound was fatal. But that was only back when his body had living blood. Now things were slightly different. He could still talk. He could still move. But that didn't mean he could leap back into battle. He wasn't about to charge forward again. Still, his gut twisted. That footwork from earlier, it was his own creation. And this guy just copied it? After seeing it once? No, he hadn't even fully watched it. He copied it from just a glimpse. You stole my technique. It was obvious to anyone watching. Reno's pupils trembled violently. He saw it once? No. He didn't even get a full look, and he copied it right in front of me? It wasn't just simple footwork. It was a method of channeling will. Could someone really replicate that from one look? He didn't even watch the whole thing and still copied it. Even with expanded cognition, it didn't make sense. There was no such genius in this world. A series of impossibilities, at least from Rhino's point of view. But Enkrid, he'd watched countless times in a time unknown to Reno. He'd repeated the movement over and over, getting scolded by the ferryman, and practicing atop the boat. Trying to fall into the river again? Training here? Never seen a bastard like you before. He'd heard things like that and still practiced it hundreds of times. In any case, it's unfair. Even as the light in his eyes dimmed, the instructor muttered. Enkrid nodded. He agreed. Despicable bastard. Reno summed up Enkrid in a grand old phrase and killed himself. At some point, a short dagger had appeared in his hand. Kneeling, he held it up and stabbed it into his own throat. The instructor turned to black mist and vanished, which meant today's first lesson had ended. His specialty isn't deception. It's utilization. Words from the past echoed again in his head. Your skill depends on how you handle your weapon. To a mercenary, a weapon is another life. That's what his old mercenary commander once said. How to truly handle a weapon. Zadai. While he thought, Dawn Tempering let out a low vibration. Flap. Got up. The fairy cloak flapped of its own accord, catching the wind. The air inside the cave was dead still, yet the cloak fluttered. Have I ever really used my weapons properly? He also had several hornblade daggers, penna, gauntlets wrapped in cloth, and the inner armor woven from fairy leaves. That armor had even received Esta's breath. Organizing his thoughts, Enkrid moved toward the second lesson. My name is Donifa, a teacher who gets excited easily and enjoys settling things in one blow. This next fight wouldn't drag on for long. Donifa carried no weapons other than a thick axe, the armor on his body, and a phantom steed. An extreme disposition. He considers nothing beyond a single axe strike. That's why Donifa swings an axe stronger than his actual ability. It resembled the sword strike Roman once showed during his time as a quasi-knight. Back then, Roman had just once swung his sword like a true knight despite still being a quasi-knight. The reason Roman came to mind was because the opponent before him moved in a similar trajectory. If Instructor Reno taught him how to utilize weapons, then the lesson from the second teacher, Donifa, was far more explicit. Simple thinking. He used simplicity as a weapon in place of complexity. That simplicity was more violent than one-point concentration. Like a horse fitted with blinkers, charging forward with only the path ahead in view. Blinkers are tools used to block a horse's peripheral vision, so it only sees what's ahead, eliminating all distractions and allowing it to reach its destination faster and more efficient. Donifa's other senses were probably dulled as well. The complete opposite of the perfect Jackson. Which is why, when Donifa swung his axe, he often tossed aside his own head in the process. Complex and multi-angled thinking might be helpful in calculations, but during the process of concentration, it becomes an impurity. Donifa rejected all such impurities. He might not fully understand the mechanics of this labyrinth, but by now it was clear that these beings were once knights. Donifa, this Dullahan, must have maintained that attitude even when he lived with blood in his veins. It was as if his entire life had been attuned to axe swings. But there was no need to absorb all of that. That would be regression. Enkrid stole and learned from his instructors. Yes, but he also digested their teachings in his own way. Because he was always in a position to crave learning, his posture, attitude, and cognitive ability had all drastically improved. It would be an exaggeration to call it evolution. simplifying the mind only in the necessary moment. It reminded him of the way Ragnar always seemed so loose and limp. He was a terrible verbal explainer, but he had been a good teacher nonetheless. Just observing his usual demeanor offered plenty to learn from. That slack posture is a way of emptying the mind. The transformation that comes when gripping the sword, that's the shift in thought that summons will. It's enough to adopt that simplicity through a shift in mindset. Concentration only when needed. One point of focus is all it takes. Wow. To be precise, it was a deeper immersion into that one point. How? By cutting off all branches of thought and discarding the impurities. That was what he learned from Donopha's single-minded axe strike. The blue that comes from indigo is said to be bluer than indigo itself. Like how a spark born from a small campfire can spread into a great blaze. Donopha's strike cleaved through empty air. That was right after Enkrid had focused on blocking and dodging that simple thought pattern. Enkrid's sword sliced through Donopha's waist. Outwardly, it looked like a Dullahan riding a phantom steed, flung his head back and charged. And Enkrid, standing opposite him, moved his feet and also charged, crossing paths with him in a single instant. In that motion, Donopha's axe cut air, while Enkrid's dawn tempering cleaved through the waist of the ghostly knight. Slice. Dawn tempering could be as sharp as penna when necessary. This was a horizontal slash that took advantage of that edge. I lost, huh? Donopha's upper body slid and thudded to the floor. His voice came from somewhere far from the rest of his fallen body. As always, he spoke from the head. He faced defeat head-on and accepted it without hesitation. As simple as his thoughts, his shift in stance was just as quick. Enkrid advanced toward his third instructor. All of this, of course, was the result of long training. And also the fruit of the effort he'd put into swinging his sword on the ferryman's boat. "Are you trying to fight me now?" the ferryman had once asked, watching his swordplay. Of course, he hadn't meant it seriously, just sarcasm. The one-edged sword wielder narrowed her eyes the moment she saw Enkrid. She was clearly no ordinary opponent. The pressure gently radiating from her body formed a visible shape. It looked like a massive fortress wall. So you got past Donopha. Her specialty was the explosive power that came from maintaining offensive momentum. That explosiveness revealed her true talent. Her rhythm was exceedingly long. That long rhythm was her greatest strength. However, it only shone when she was on the offensive. Once she switched to defense, her flow broke, her breathing faltered, and her movements, hands and feet, lost their sharpness. Offense and defense created a noticeable disparity. A fatal weakness. She could fight joyfully when attacking, but when defending, her heart wouldn't follow. Even as she spoke, her nose exhibited a distinct breathing pattern. She inhaled long and thin breaths of air. And even that, watching, learning, and internalizing it, was endlessly entertaining. Even in spare moments like aboard the ferryman's boat, he had often practiced that breathing as if it were mental training. It wasn't out of urgency. It was simply that learning and mastering from these beings was too much fun. "Why are you practicing breathing here?" "Of course," the ferryman had grumbled repeatedly. If you let the one-edged sword wielder take the initiative, she would launch a flurry of attacks. Watching that, he learned how to breathe like her. Then, when the moment came where her breathing broke, he would shift from defense to offense and strike. Not just strike, he did so by practicing her style. How did you? Apart from Donopha, these two were quick on the uptake. They realized what Enkrid had done and were always shocked. "Just well." He gave a vague answer, and the one-edged sword wielder's eyes dimmed. Ordinary people might often meet those more talented than themselves, But so-called geniuses rarely encounter someone who surpasses their own talent. That's why moments like this shake them even more. What's more, the one-edged sword wielder's mind couldn't be whole. Living a life trapped in the labyrinth held by Balrog, how could she possibly be whole? Enkrid struck her down and moved forward. He met Oara, exchanged words, and then faced Balrog. It was the 154th today. In all that time he had never once shattered the crystals on Balrog's chest. He could destroy one, but never all three. Charging in was pointless. To break even one crystal, he would have to disregard his own life. Such a fight was no different from suicide, never the path Enkrid would choose. Still, he had struggled and fought, and yet Balrog remained like an impenetrable wall. Then, before the arrival of the 155th today, the ferryman, unable to bear it any longer, finally revealed a way to escape this repetition. Listen to me, as if saying, "Fine, I admit defeat." Chapter 789. Kneel and beg. Balrog won't kill you, so beg and beg again. Plead for your life. That's how you escape today and run. Show your back. Fighting head-on isn't the only answer. Grow stronger and face him again later. Isn't that a tactic too? The ferryman's face seemed to shift at least 5 times as he spoke. A dark green glint flashed across his black pupils, and within the hood, a faded gold shimmer appeared briefly. Still, his expression remained unchanged. In other words, he merely laid out his words in a flat, expressionless tone. It felt like reading a book written in rigid academic prose, not driven by intrigue, but by plain facts. Just like such a book, Enkrid found the ferryman's words reasonable. Are you going to be devoured by today like this? Mauled by a dog that killed all its own siblings and ran away, hardly a dignified end. There were some parts he didn't quite catch. Killed its siblings? Fled? Judging by context, it sounded like an accusation aimed at Balrog. But then to suggest begging that same opponent. What sense did that make? The logic didn't line up, but considering the ferryman's intent, it wasn't all that strange either. Escape today. More precisely, don't remain in today. That's what the ferryman wanted. Enkrid's curiosity was unpredictable. Like inspiration striking a brilliant artist without warning, his interest flared suddenly. Most of the time, he let words wash over him, but now and then, something someone said would catch his attention and spark a question. A dog that killed all its siblings and ran? What's that supposed to mean? The shape of that curiosity was always tied to fighting, training, learning, or his own goals. But the ferryman couldn't know his thought process. Even the ferryman couldn't dissect the full depths of Enkrid's mind. Truthfully, even Enkrid couldn't fully understand himself. That's just how people are. In any case, Enkrid asked. The ferryman answered. His tone remained stiff. It's not important. The ferryman's lantern swayed faintly from side to side. With that small motion, a violet glow spread slightly, and the shadow in front of him stretched and shrank. The boat had doubled in size compared to normal. This wasn't the first time he'd seen that. When he had recently fallen into training even within dreams, replaying what he'd learned from the 3 instructors who hadn't even accepted Krona, the ferryman had enlarged the boat. And still one conclusion remained in Enkrid's mind. The ferryman didn't want him stuck in today facing Balrog. His actions conveyed that more clearly than words could. The meaning was unmistakable. Come to think of it, Enkrid had been with this ferryman for several years now. He was even the sole confidant of Enkrid's greatest secret, one no one else believed. Enkrid's thoughts began to turn. No need to draw them out. This was, after all, a mental realm, an inner world. Inside here, thoughts moved like flashes of light. Instantaneous. Enkrid simply let the tree of thought soak up water and grow. If left alone, it would reach its own conclusion. That was something he'd learned from experience. The ferryman is helping me train. He was pushing him forward, urging him to climb over the wall. Why? As soon as the question formed, the answer came naturally. No. He already knew. It was a truth he'd repeated thrice now. The ferryman despised the today with Balrog. Why? Because it was anything but a pleasant day. It wasn't the kind of today the ferryman wanted. What he sought was a peaceful, gentle day. Even if it involved fighting, it should be free of such desperation. You'll never overcome this. If you end up trapped here for 100 or 200 years, this becomes the end. This becomes your final today. The ferryman spoke again, interrupting his thoughts as if to interfere. Enkrid listened quietly. From an outside perspective, it might seem like one side Novelg, only on Novelg, was pleading while the other remained aloof. Mad beastman, if you want to dwell in immortality, now is not the time. Isn't it always the desperate one who talks the most? Having heard all that, Enkrid scratched the back of his neck with his left hand, and casually answered. No thanks. A response with not even a hint of hesitation. His attitude and timing were just as relaxed. So you'll stay in this today? The ferryman pressed. Ah, no. That's not it. Enkrid shook his head. You think you can overcome this alone? The ferryman's will crashed into him, layered dozens of times over, resonating through his entire body. The river stirred violently at those words, and the boat rocked. This might be a mental world, but to Enkrid it functioned like reality. He could move his body here. Standing balanced atop the swaying boat, the corners of Enkrid's mouth lifted softly. A smile full of certainty spread across his face. No. That was his final answer. The churning river swallowed the ferryman atop the boat. The ferryman's body dissolved into dark blue particles and scattered like beads. Enkrid, meanwhile, rose weightlessly into the air and was drawn upward into the flickering light above his head. You'll have to prove your words. The ferryman's voice lingered like an echo shouted from afar. Just moments ago, Enkrid had said, no. That answer carried a double meaning. One, a vow not to remain in today. And the other, why do you assume I'm alone? He wasn't alone. That was his point. Well, something like that. Beyond that, impure thoughts, or perhaps naturally surfacing fragments, began to extend outward on their own, eventually coiling together like snakes biting each other's tails. Enkrid skillfully gathered all those thoughts into one and drove them toward conclusion. To kneel and beg before Balrog ultimately meant to break his own will, even discard the way of life he'd upheld just to survive. So in the end, the ferryman hadn't changed. His offer now was no different from the one he made on an earlier today. No matter what today it was, the ferryman only ever proposed a meaningless path to survival. And what's fun about that? To live such a today held no meaning at all for Enkrid. It wasn't fun. And more than that, it was an insult to the dream he'd nurtured since childhood. To become a knight, and to some degree, a dream he had already achieved. Life and death are always two sides of the same blade. And since it's he who walks it, it must also be he who determines the attitude with which he lives. And to beg, that was far too passive. It meant leaving the choice to Balrog. Even if he survived like that, someday his heart would shatter. After prostrating himself, pleading for his life, there would be nothing left inside him. If the tower of will he'd built so far were to collapse, then what? To an outsider, Enkrid might have looked like someone who lived for just this one day. But that wasn't it. He was always someone who moved toward tomorrow. Whatever the ferryman's proposal, Enkrid had his own way. If you stay like this, you'll be trapped in this today. That's what the ferryman had said. He understood what that meant. If it were only about escaping today, then he had long since found a way. That he couldn't do it alone? That too, he accepted. Having tried to leap over the wall countless times, Enkrid's thinking had grown freer, and his understanding broader. He had let go of the idea that he had to do it all alone. A freer mindset allowed him to factor in many situations, to calculate and figure out what had to be done. How had he learned to sense the flow of battle through instinct? It was thanks to Abnaya, the genius strategist who, though now hostage in the care of the border guard, had once trapped him. After repeating today so many times, it had simply become part of him. That experience had built up into a lighthouse of intuition, and that light still shone clearly, illuminating the world around him. Repetition and experience. That thought circled back again. Then, how many todays had Enkrid repeated? It was hard to even count. The fact that his mind hadn't eroded was reason enough for the ferryman to acknowledge him. In truth, part of the ferryman's consciousness respected him for that reason. Of course, Enkrid could never know the ferryman's inner thoughts. And so, after repeating today so many times, what can he say? His sense for things had sharpened. If he found himself trapped in today, he could already see what lay ahead. It was dark, pitch black, with no end in sight. But he also came to trust that if he endured long enough, the lighthouse's light would faintly guide him forward. That was a secondary ability even the ferryman hadn't anticipated. The light absorbed him once more, bringing him back to today. Before the familiar repetition of today and reality, Enkrid simply revisited what he had learned. How to utilize weapons. He applied what he had learned from his first instructor. That included not only how to wield physical weapons and tools, but also how to use the evolved power he now possessed. If the power you hold changes, then the tactics to use it must also change. Obviously. Luagarn's words crossed his mind. Then the techniques of the second instructor, Donafa, came in handy too. With a single simple thought, he erased all impurities. By swinging his axe that way, he surpassed his limits. And from the third, the one-edged sword wielder, he learned how will and breathing changed with emotional state. Enkrid repeated more than 30 todays after that. And finally, at the end, Balrog had said something strange. Well, strange from Balrog's point of view. From Enkrid's perspective, it was only natural. Is your tactic to die slowly? Enkrid had only smiled in response. Because he had finally understood the difference between the will of Ragnar and the others, the will Balrog showed, and the will he himself possessed, and had finally adapted. And even to the end, he'd tried to win with that alone, but lost. The fight had been fierce, violent, and brutal, but it was just another today that had passed. A today no one needed to know vanished just like that. But Enkrid knew. Those todays had piled up to illuminate tomorrow with a lighthouse's glow. That's why at the start of the 226th today, he looked at Reno and asked a question. This your instructor's domain? This your instructor's domain? In the labyrinth there were places lit with fire and places shrouded in darkness, and these beings lived here. In terms of sheer number of todays, Enkrid had spent more than half a year in this place. During that time, he had instinctively observed his surroundings, and that was the conclusion he'd drawn. These beings had their own territories. The fact that they maintained some degree of ego, was that due to Balrog's generosity? No, it's his amusement. The demon of struggle, who had made endless battle his goal, confined them in the labyrinth, and had them challenge him. Because that was his joy. Fragments of Balrog, torn off in shard-like form, claimed territory throughout the maze. They provoked the intelligent races, drew out their skill, and ultimately hunted them down. And to the ones who gathered there, he gifted personal space. A private room within the labyrinth, so to speak. It wasn't anything special like what one might find in a grand city inn. Just a bare space inside a cave, but it was unmistakably their domain. You seem to know a thing or two. But instructor? That's an odd title. Having learned a bit more, Enkrid chose to call him that. I do know a bit, he replied. Ah, I see. Reno tilted his head side to side and let his arms hang, the signal he gave before attacking. Enkrid silently revealed his fortress of will, a provocation, to see if Reno could break through it. Reno's brow twitched, his forehead creased, and a crooked smile tugged at his lips. Where'd you learn that little trick? He drew one of his flame blades and settled into a stance. The kind of stance that looked like he'd lunge the moment his pressure was broken. It wasn't a clumsy stance, but Enkrid knew it was a feint. If Reno had been one of the mad order of knights, Enkrid might have told him, it's better to ditch the deception and just focus on technique. His eye had improved. He'd trained Pell and Rofad. He'd even helped Roman find a new path. He had taught and learned in turns, over and over, and had selected only the most essential pieces to rebuild anew. To Enkrid's eyes, the path Reno ought to walk was already visible. Of course, that didn't mean he'd say it. The opponent before him was an enemy, not someone to guide or protect, let alone, not even someone alive. Chapter 790 bloodshot lines filled Rhino's eyes. He raised both of his swords. There was no need to cross them. What mattered now was momentum. He created momentum through posture. He turned his pressure into form. One sharp blade stabbed at an invisible wall. The awl-like pressure dug into the solid surface and pierced through. What the hell is this? Then Reno was faced with a second pressure. The wall wasn't just one layer. Two separate manifestations of pressure. It was understandable to be shocked. This was a trick Reno had never seen before. Enkrid believed his opponent wouldn't easily break through, crushed under the formless pressure that resembled Balrog's. Of course, pressure alone couldn't kill, but that wasn't the point. There were other purposes, but this was also a simple experiment in form. I didn't make it to fight you, teacher. Enkrid spoke kindly. The words were sincere, even considerate. Bullshit, Reno roared. The sensation of being overwhelmed by another's aura only stoked his rage further. Take it easy. Enkrid once again showed him courtesy. Reno's eyes looked as though the blood vessels were about to burst. Son of a bitch, Reno focused again. The veins on the back of his hands, holding the twin blades, bulged like writhing red serpents. Enkrid acted like a spectator. He didn't move, only applied pressure. In a way, it was exactly what Balrog used to do. Even when he saw an opening, he only stared. The difference was negligible. On one side stood serenity. On the other, pulsating veins around eyes and knuckles revealed Rhino's boiling state of mind. Still, pressure was just pressure. A knight could overcome it with time. That was natural. Reno did exactly that. He broke through 3 walls. Whoa! He let out a war cry. Of course, it was part of the feint. In truth, from the halfway point, Teacher Reno had been biding time, waiting for the right moment to leap the wall. It was also a tactic to maintain his optimal condition, and if Enkrid rushed him while he waited, he planned to counter. But Enkrid just observed the entire process, and after hearing the shout, calmly drew dawn, tempering. Even that motion wasn't fast. It was smooth, natural, like a host inviting in a guest, and that made it all the more terrifying. Reno knew this instinctively. Ki-ri-ri-ring. As the blade gleamed sky blue, it suddenly thrust toward Rhino's solar plexus, between the twin swords he had just drawn. The draw and thrust merged into one. If broken into parts, it would be draw, pull, and stab. 3 steps. But the graceful flow made them appear as one. Ta-dang! The swords that flashed like lightning were just about to cross. But they never met. They were blocked by dawn tempering. A wall of sky-colored steel separated the twin blades, like 2 desperate lovers kept apart. "You read that fast," Reno shouted again. The excited tone was, again, a part of the deception. Of course, it didn't work. Enkrid had long since grown used to teacher Reno's tactics. He had observed every motion in detail, blocking even the unexpected with calculated precision. He severed every starting point. Every one of teacher Rhino's subsequent attacks was intercepted. When Reno began a move by stepping forward with his left foot, Enkrid kicked that foot. When Reno tried to cross his swords again, Enkrid shoved dawn tempering between them. Then Reno drew a dagger that looked like its blade was warped or bent. The blade was strange, 5 jagged, saw-tooth-like protrusions resembling the fangs of a beast. He used it to catch dawn tempering. Then he tried to snap Enkrid's blade. Kagagagan. Sparks flew violently from the dagger as it clashed with dawn tempering. The metal screamed. Enkrid didn't even check the condition of his blade. He didn't have to. The only thing that broke was the teeth on the dagger. My engraved weapon doesn't break. When linked to his will, its toughness could withstand even Balrog's swordplay. He'd already tested it. He simply used the full potential of his weapon. The hardness of dawn tempering was itself a weapon. Failing to snap the blade, Rhino tried to retreat while Enkrid was kindly explaining. But Enkrid chased after the retreating Reno, drew penna, and slashed. The blade sliced clean through Rhino's body. This bastard's swordsmanship. He used the moment of not revealing his weapon's durability as a chance to strike. That was mastery in using your weapon. Reno's words were laced with admiration. Enkrid answered calmly. Learned it from you, teacher. Shit. Don't give me that teacher crap. Still, that was fun. Those were the last words that slipped out of his split lips. Well, I suppose that's enough then, teacher. Enkrid answered the air. The torchlight flickered. Shadows swayed. He walked, recognizing that this had been his longest fight since meeting Reno. It had been intentional. He passed through a corridor where the torchlight didn't reach, and when it did again, someone was waiting. My name is Donafa. Enkrid raised his sword without answering. This one was the type to converse through weapons, not words. Even when facing Donafa's axe swings, the structure of the fight didn't change much. Block, block again. Just as he accepted Reno's attacks, he did the same here. Using the Wavebreaker sword style as a foundation, his defense simplified his thinking, clearing away impurities. He blocked and deflected the falling axe. Balrog's swordplay. The resemblance was uncanny. For an instant, Donafa's will condensed around the axe. It wasn't even a point explosion, but the axe swing over came the force meant to deflect it, and came crashing down above his head. Sharper than a guillotine, the pressure constricted his entire body, like iron chains coiling tightly around him. Choosing simplicity over complexity, Donafa's axe swings, based on the greatsword style, were tangled with manifest pressure. If Balrog's was a chain and Enkrid's a wall, then Donafa's was a net, ensnaring the entire body. If someone were to rework Balrog's pressure into an axe technique, it would resemble Donafa's. He had unraveled even the principle and source of the technique. Where Reno had focused on Balrog's wings and special weaponry, Donafa had built his skill upon Balrog's pressure. But it posed no threat to Enkrid. The will of rejection tore through and shook off the net on its own. Moving his body afterward was easy. The terrifyingly fast axe splits the air with a boom. But still, slower than Rem's axe. That's how it felt. Enkrid dodged and deflected Donafa's axe, even after watching it with his own eyes. A textbook defense. The sword that blocks waves now blocked axes. Whop! Even after his first strike failed, and no counterattack followed, Donafa immediately gathered his strength and swung his axe again. By now, Enkrid had already figured out Donafa's tactics. After facing him over 200 times, it was impossible not to know. Internally, he even considered Donafa a teacher and had learned from his techniques. When his opponent who dodged the first swing has even the slightest break in posture, he buys time for the next axe swing. That's Donafa's strategy, a fascinating way to fight. Each attack exists to buy time for the next. It's a method of enduring today. At least, that's how it registered in Enkrid's mind. Another long battle unfolded. Donafa swung his axe 80 times. If he hadn't taken the form of a Dullahan, his arm muscles might have torn apart. His forearms had turned dark as if charred, and thick black veins bulged grotesquely over them. That kind of condition doesn't happen without severe muscular overload. He was swinging his axe with full power every single time. Donafa wasn't built to cut down 1,000 men, but against 100 warriors capable of defeating 1,000, he'd do far better. Everyone fights differently depending on how they've trained. Donafa had carved out his own path. In that sense, Reno was the same. That's why there was something to be learned from both of them. Training isn't something an amateur fool can do just by spending time. These were the real thing among the worthless braggarts who chased empty fame while claiming skill without substance. In the end, Donafa's arm muscles weren't going to tear. He's trained that much. He was a knight too. And no matter how often his attacks were blocked, his spirit didn't break. He simply swung his axe again. On the 82nd swing, Enkrid deflected it and cut diagonally across Donafa's waist. His body spun on his left foot as the condensed force of a vortex exploded outward. Will flowed from ankle, knee, waist, arm, and hand, rolling downhill like a boulder and culminating in the soul. The sky-blue light of dawn tempering deepened, forming a sharp edge. It was the best strike Enkrid could deliver. Because Donafa's axe had clearly weakened from the first swings, there was no need to drag it out any longer. If all he did was block, Donafa would only die with a strangled cry and a curse. He'd done this before, and because he'd learned from it, Enkrid gave him the courtesy this time. Of course, courtesy meant slicing his opponent in two. A cloud of black mist scattered backward. I lost. The severed head rolling to the side spoke. As usual, Donafa accepted defeat, and today his tone was notably satisfied. His head dissolved into grains and vanished. He had nothing more to say. He'd realized his loss earlier. He knew the fight had been prolonged intentionally, but that final heavy strike was exactly what Donafa had wanted. Was he truly satisfied? It was hard to know for sure beyond instinct. Well, there was no way to ask him now. Enkrid pushed forward through the darkness once again. Oh, seems you can use a sword, huh? The one-edged sword wielder, third among the teachers Enkrid met recently, came at him with those words. Enkrid had deliberately set the stage to let her come to him, giving her room to unleash everything she had. Another deliberate delay. He committed fully to defense, minimizing his movements and conserving energy to the bare minimum required. Her will, growing more spirited, and her long breaths, excellent techniques, but wasteful. He learned the basics from her, then built his own on top. It wasn't something he planned. It just flowed naturally. Because Enkrid surpassed her in skill, understanding, and resolve. This outcome followed. Minimize waste, and manage his emotions just before they tipped into omnipotence. He had learned all the tricks. Ta-dang, dang, dang. Blades occasionally clashed, but neither body bore a scratch. Enkrid blocked her attacks in various ways. Sometimes he even used the fairy cloak to deflect her blade. Each time, the one-edged sword wielder's eyebrows twitched higher. Finally, as her excitement faded and frustration overtook her, she, like Donifa, went all in on one decisive strike. It was likely one of her hidden trump cards, but Enkrid had seen that technique 35 times already. He stepped back, exiting the range of her strike, then leapt in, completely disrupting her timing. Even knights fight simply. A knight might run fast enough to leave afterimages, or swing a blade faster than sound. They could smash boulders and slice through fortress walls. But the basics never changed. Steal the timing, read the breath, dodge, strike, deceive, strike again, predict, and cut. It was a fight faithful to that process. If the ferryman had seen this, he'd probably ask, "So, this is how you endure today?" Shh. The one-edged sword wielder cursed as she died. It's understandable to be pissed when all your attacks are blocked and you die from a single strike. Still, her face showed something close to satisfaction. She had fought by dragging out her limits for the first time in a while. Not for amusement, but because her opponent had drawn out everything she had. Thanks. Maybe that's why. She left behind unexpected words. Before Enkrid could respond, she vanished into wisps. He pressed forward again, and when firelight appeared, he'd reached today's destination. "You're here." It was Aurora. "Yes." Enkrid calmly sat beside her where the firelight glowed. So far it was like any other today. Or rather, this one was clearly different in how much time he'd drawn out. Of course, all that time had been dedicated to the three teachers. Eventually, after various bits of conversation, Aurora began to wrap up her words. I wasn't sure if I wanted to see you again here or not. Honestly, if Roman had shown up, I was going to send him away." As she spoke, she placed a hand on her knee. She grunted slightly as she moved to stand, but Enkrid casually spoke up. "How about a spar, since it's been a while?" The way he blinked after speaking was unmistakably like Ragnar, completely oblivious. In fact, he had copied him on purpose. For a moment, Aurora looked taken aback. She seemed to be thinking, "Can I really?" As she hesitated, then she blinked and nodded. "Sounds good." She drew her sword, soaring. But the engraved weapon known as laughter was gone. Instead, a simple longsword rested in her hand. Chapter 791. Your skill. The faint smile on Aurora's face dimmed slightly. She wasn't someone who smiled all the time. She wasn't exactly startled, but the repeated blinking made it obvious to anyone. She was surprised. It was only natural. It didn't take many exchanges to realize how different he was now. His inexhaustible will, his swordsmanship, mindset, and how he wielded his will. The Enkrid she met back in the city that had been renamed from Thousand Brick to Aurora, and the man standing before her now, were completely different. Just moments ago, Aurora had swung her sword down, and Enkrid had deflected it with a thrust. Aurora, in turn, had stopped her pushed-back blade by sheer strength and footwork, dissipating the rest of the force. The skill of the knight who renamed a city hadn't faded. Enkrid confirmed that. And Aurora recognized the man before her had clearly changed. A faint smile appeared on her face again. "Isn't this more fun than I thought?" Seeing Enkrid changed like this, and crossing swords with him this way, It was perhaps the first time since her encounter with Balrog that a genuine smile had surfaced. "Didn't I once advise you to throw something away?" she asked out of nostalgia. There was no particular motive behind it. Enkrid responded as if it wasn't worth thinking about. "I didn't really listen." Oara chuckled as she answered his blunt reply. "This bastard's got a real talent for provocation." And in that moment, Oara realized something else she hadn't understood back in the city. This guy's tongue was sharp as hell. With that stoic face and calm demeanor, when he jabs at your nerves, it's twice as effective. Oara, a veteran of the battlefield, knew that dynamic all too well. Thud, dot. This time, Oara thrust, and Enkrid shortened his movement to cut downward. Their swords touched and parted with barely a spark. They swung, dodged, blocked, and deflected like it was a choreographed training session. But this wasn't Orara's rhythm. She was moving to Enkrid's tune. So he's improved enough to make it this far, but was it really to this extent? Oara was surprised again and again. Originally, she hadn't even intended to swing her sword today. She didn't want to tire him out. Instead of sparring, she'd planned to talk. She only indulged him because he asked. Even so, she knew this still wouldn't be enough to surpass Balrog. Not that I have any right to say so. Probably not. Oara moved, her eyes locked on his. Eyes as clear as a cloudless sky looked back at her. Eyes that shone with a light rare in this place. Eyes that hinted at a determination that would not yield to anything. That's why she couldn't stop him. What right did she have to stop someone who chose to stand here and wield their sword with such will? Even if the ending was already decided, even if the story was destined for tragedy, Oara had to read it through to the end. It's not enough. She knew because she had fought Balrog several times. He wasn't just a monster with good technique. As always, time was limited. Whether it was out there or inside the labyrinth, everything with a beginning has an end. Oara now decided it was time to begin, tragedy or not. Bang! Oara pushed off with her sword, as if saying the moment had come. Enkrid was pushed back lightly and slid his sword into its scabbard. The movement had formality to it. One could almost imagine a military salute to follow. Oara thought to herself. Yeah, he knows it's time too. Just as she was about to speak, "Do you know any hand-to-hand combat?" Enkrid cut her off. Then, without warning, he threw a punch. Oara jerked back to dodge the fist aimed at her brow. This wasn't a playful dodge like before. She twisted her hips, shifted her center of gravity, and snapped her neck to the side violently. At the same time, she extended a palm strike. These kinds of attacks can't be avoided with dodging alone, hence the counter. A knight's instinct and trained reflexes burst forth. Whack! Enkrid aimed a left hook at her face, then followed with his right elbow, smashing into her extended palm. The impact was loud. It was a solid hit. Oara's blocked palm snapped back, and like a startled rabbit, she leapt 2 steps back. Her sword style revolved around nimble footwork, so even her retreat was refined. From a knight's perspective, her weight shift and reflexes were remarkable. "What the hell?" Oara asked, stepping back. "Warm up," Enkrid answered plainly. "So I'm your warm-up?" Oara realized once again how skilled this bastard was at getting under people's skin. His tongue alone could piss you off more than battlefield trauma. The thought of Balrog momentarily vanished from her head. "What now?" No smile, Oara, is third-rate. Pathetic. A hack. That sort of thing. And while the smiling Oara was a mentally tough knight, she was not the type to let provocations slide. Whatever was said, she was someone who crushed opponents with skill. "That's not exactly wrong." That calm, blue-eyed bastard said it with the most nonchalant expression. That serenity was the part that really scraped your nerves. Aurora responded, and Enkrid smiled. That smile, too, she took as provocation. All right, let's see you die. There was a time she had roamed the battlefield with just one sword. That was before she became a knight. Come at me, all of you. Her name became famous after she cut down 10 renowned mercenaries by herself. Back then, those 10 had set an ambush targeting her alone. In a war where elite small unit tactics were becoming the norm, they thought killing her, even if they lost the battle, would win the war. I'll make you crawl under my crotch. The one who spouted that was the first to have his crotch sliced open. Aurora didn't tolerate provocations. Why did she remember that now? Shaking off the fragmented thoughts, Aurora grabbed her sword. Laughter, her engraved weapon, was gone. But the me who once wielded that sword still remained. Whether that was a piece of her soul, a leftover memory, or just a shard of will, she didn't know. He had asked about hand-to-hand combat, but she ignored that completely and reached for her blade. Sarang.ye. The drawn sword flowed naturally. Her sword was an unbroken line, a wave that never stopped. Aurora's blade drew a diagonal path, and Enkrid's sword met it on a mirrored diagonal. A reversed strike, like watching a reflection. The two blades met mid-air. Thang! Sparks scattered. That meant both of them had swung with full force. Aurora wore loose sleeves, but the clash just now had shoved her sleeve up to her elbow. Muscle strands beneath rippled like waves. Smooth. In that brief moment of blades meeting, Enkrid recognized the nature of Aurora's sword. It wasn't due to any disparity in skill. It was because he had known her for a long time and had trained using parts of her technique as a standard. He pressed forward, pushing her sword to the side with sheer strength. A heavy, deliberate shove. Kagagan! Just before their swords locked in a bind, Aurora realized she was losing the diagonal clash, and withdrew instantly. But just as quickly she sprang forward and slashed again diagonally. Ta-tak! The sound of her feet pounding the ground was followed by a dull-colored blade sweeping down the same slanted arc. If the earlier strike had been soft, this one was forceful. Enkrid lifted his sword and gently redirected it. Kikiging, their blades crossed and traded places. A moment ago, it had been Aurora with the fire at her back, but now it was Enkrid, the bonfire at his rear. The torchlight was distant, and the campfire near. Between them, their overlapping shadows flickered. As their blades and bodies intersected, so too did their gazes. His expressionless blue eyes remained unwavering, clear and pure. And in that moment, Aurora understood why those 10 mercenaries had come to mind earlier. She had known about the ambush all along. Their tactics weren't exactly sophisticated, but she had played along anyway, just like now. This was a sparring match by mutual agreement. Aurora knew that if she fought seriously, she could leave at least one wound, even if this was just a shard of will. But she didn't. You've really improved, thanks to ignoring your advice back then. Did you always talk like that? Oh, must have gone over your head. Dame, or... I've always been like this. If there were a continent-wide championship for infuriating speech, this bastard would be the undefeated champ. Aurora had wanted to help Enkrid through this bout, pass on some of the experience she'd gained fighting Balrog. Why do you already know everything? How to use wings? How to slip free from pressure? The surprise kicks that fly in from outside the range of calculation. You know it all. It was only natural. Enkrid had fought Balrog over 100 times recently, but from Aurora's perspective, it still felt odd. Not something she could question, though. From that point on, Aurora understood what Enkrid truly wanted. Even without words, just crossing blades let their intentions connect. She stopped defending and simply swung. Enkrid blocked, deflected, and flowed around every strike she threw. A battered iron sword with chipped teeth remained gripped in Aurara's hand. Their duel went on and on. So long, in fact, that even a band of madmen would have time to track down their equally mad leader. "All right, that's enough." Aurara finally pulled back after a long bout. Enkrid naturally lowered his sword and regained his stance. There was no time to exchange words. Aurara's yen, Overligh a body, flew sideways, snatched away like a puppet on a string. Then, from the shadow where she had stood, a crimson foot burst out. At some point, their positions had reversed, and now Aurara had the fire to her back. Their shadows had overlapped, so the kick had come from right in front. Enkrid's mind stretched time. The air pressed down heavily on his shoulders. His vision exceeded human limits as he recognized what had emerged from the shadow. Even without seeing it, he would have known. The insight born of experience told him what had happened. Balrog's foot had erupted from the darkness. Even in stretched time, that foot left a hazy afterimage. No matter how far his thoughts stretched, the trajectory and speed were unavoidable. And it wasn't just the foot. There was pressure embedded in it. Shapeless pressure, manifesting as burning chains, gripped his limbs. Boom! Enkrid was kicked. His body shot backward, looking like it would crash straight into the wall. But it didn't. Thud dart. A massive hand, bear-like in size, caught his back midair, redirecting the force to the side. The giant figure that caught him spun as it did, dissipating the strength that could have smashed through a wall. A buzzing echoed in Enkrid's ears. He'd protected his body with will, but the sudden impact caused a ringing. It faded quickly, thanks to the resilience of his body. And the one who had trained that body to this point was now the one supporting his back. Chapter 792. You're here. Enkrid spoke first. "You blocked it, brother." Their voices overlapped. The moment Balrog's kick came flying, Enkrid had crossed his arms to intercept it. He hadn't taken the blow passively. He'd outright rejected Balrog's pressure in real time. And of course it was Odin who caught the flying Enkrid. The hand that supported his back radiated warmth, thanks to the divine energy Odin had released. "I'm not hurt," Enkrid said again. "Looks like it. So what fun were you having ditching us, huh?" Rem's voice chimed in from behind Odin. And from Rem's words, Enkrid caught something odd. Ooh. Was that a word he ever used? Probably said it without realizing. It felt strange if you recalled the old days with a mad squad, but now, not so much. They'd spent enough time together that use didn't sound so out of place anymore. Beside Rem stood Ragnar with his usual expression, and Jackson, arms limp at his sides, had his eyes narrowed. He was gauging the opponent. Not making a move right away meant this wasn't someone to be taken lightly. That was how those two prepared for battle. Everyone else, including Rem, and especially Odin, kept their gaze locked ahead, even as divine light softly glowed in Odin's hands. Even through their own standards, not just Jackson's, the presence ahead would felt brutal. The campfire's flames slithered as if alive, stretching long to brush against what had once been Aurara's shadow. The fire traced the edge of the shadow in a full circle, and from within rose hands, horns, a head, a chest studded with black crystal. It looked like a crouched bear rising to its feet. It hadn't appeared in Balrog's memory earlier, but Enkrid had noticed something distinct. Using Odin's hand as a brace, he righted himself and asked, "You press with pressure and strike right away?" Normally, Balrog used his oppressive aura only to test his opponent. This time, he'd attacked outright. That was unexpected. "You ask questions first, do you, mortal?" Balrog was perceptive. He picked up on the direction of that offhand comment immediately. Of course Enkrid had known he'd understand. They'd seen each other's faces enough times to grow fond. Well, in a manner of speaking, he could practically read Balrog's mood from his face. Not that it was hard. Balrog's expressions were about as straightforward as they come. When I'm curious, I ask. Their exchange was odd. One side, a human, spoke as if familiar with his opponent, while the other, the so-called demon of war, maintained an unfamiliar front. Neither of them seemed to care. "You two look close." Jackson's sentences got shorter when he was annoyed, like now. "Do we?" Enkrid replied casually. Auden just chuckled in his usual good-natured way. Jackson had spoken up, but none of the others seemed particularly concerned with the exchange. The moment the figure rose from the shadow, everyone had shifted into battle stance. Let your guard down, and you die. The skin prickled with tension. If you couldn't read the air in here, you had no business calling yourself a knight. Any ordinary person stepping into this pressure would have their heart stop, or their lungs collapse. That's how dense the atmosphere was. It might have turned into a labyrinth, but even out in the open, the air wouldn't feel any less heavy. The sheer presence exuding from those gathered here was a weapon in itself. And in the face of all that pressure, Balrog spoke like he was completely untouched by it. "I came because I was summoned. I had no expectations. But and you know to receive it, but why? His voice didn't come from vocal cords. It rippled through the air like a vibration. Enkrid was used to it, but the others might be thinking, what the hell kind of magic is this? Not that it was that hard to figure out if you just looked. And even if they didn't understand, they wouldn't care. Balrog's mouth curled upward, and the flames in his eyes swirled. Enkrid had seen that look countless times. Joy, exhilaration, satisfaction. He knew what Balrog was about to say. And when you already knew what someone was going to do, why not strike first? Enkrid's mouth moved before Balrog's. "Sounds fun, right?" Somehow, Enkrid was smiling the same way. It wasn't intentional. It was just a natural mix of anticipation and delight. He had stolen Balrog's line. Or rather, reclaimed it. It was something Enkrid used to say all the time. "Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say." Balrog conveyed his thoughts again. Of course, something like that wouldn't faze him. Balrog wasn't that kind of guy. Still, he had to settle for the fact that Enkrid had landed the verbal hit first. Click. Down. And then, somehow, a fairy was standing one step ahead of Enkrid, grinding her molars as she stepped forward. Enkrid had been at the front, but now he could see the fairy's back. Small in frame, but the presence she radiated wasn't. If you knew what she was capable of, it made sense. The resolve coming off Shinar was clear. It wasn't the usual fairy aura. Fairies tended to hide their emotions, observing everything with cool detachment. This kind of bold advance was rare. It was said fairy pressure didn't come in form, but in scent. They used life force, not will, after all. The scent of forest air poured forth. Wrapped in that scent, the fairy spoke. "Who hit you? Was it that thing? Say the word. I'll swear blood vendetta. But stake me away. Down all to do, that imagine protect. Vengeance. Not the kind of words fairies were known for. Even Jackson seemed surprised. A blood vendetta. From a fairy. I've always wanted to say that, honestly. The fairy let go of the tension with a soft comment. A rare moment of fairy-style humor, without engagement, marriage, or Enkrid at the punchline. If someone were to ask why she was joking in a moment like this, Enkrid could have answered immediately. Fire and demons, those two things triggered Shinar's trauma. This must have been her way of loosening that grip. But I meant what I said about revenge. Shinar repeated herself. Loosening tension aside, the Shinar standing here now had no trace of old wounds in her eyes. She was locked onto the thing that had hit Enkrid. You dare hit him. Her eyes said it all. The stage had been set. Enkrid had dragged out time deliberately, waiting for them to arrive. If he were in danger, these were the kind of people who would come running, shouting from afar and risking injury without hesitation. Preserving his strength and theirs, meeting like this had always been the starting point of what? Read the full story. His plan. So yes, it was fair to say, this was a good start. Remen, Jackson, Ragnar, Auden, Shinar, and himself. 6 in total, now standing face to face with Balrog. Off to one side, Aurora rolled and just barely lifted her head. Enkrid had lived through enough iterations of today to know, if the battle began like this, Aurora would remain sidelined, spectating, instead of turning into Balrog. She looked this way, and Enkrid met her gaze with his usual detached air. The way he spoke now was no different from when he teased her. Today is the last. Resolve, will, belief, oath. Each of these made one's will stronger. Enkrid had forgotten that even if he died, the day would restart. He had forgotten the ferryman. Forgotten it all. He held on to only one thought. All his complex reasoning had been reduced to one. Kill Balrog. This battlefield was shaped by the concepts he'd expanded through endless repetition. Must he endure all this alone? How far does alone even reach? Haven't their efforts also become part of what he's built? If you peeked into Enkrid's head, you wouldn't find complicated questions like that. Just a straightforward burning certainty. If I can do it, I do it. With the strength of others, his squadmates, he could bring down Balrog without needing to beg. This wasn't a calculation. It was a stage built on trust. The corners of Enkrid's mouth lifted even higher. Thump, thump. His heart pounded. His will surged, unrestrained. To say he wasn't excited for what came next would be a lie. In that sense, the word madman suited him all too well. No matter how many times he died, he never cowered. He simply existed because there was a fight. So then, who was the true berserker here? The unspoken question hung in the air. As always on this continent, the one who stood victorious was the one who was right. Winner and loser. Survivor and corpse. It would come down to that. Standing now at the boundary of life and death, in a perfectly symmetrical scene, the one man smiling looked as though he'd broken out of the frame. That was Enkrid. Whoosh. The flaming line surrounding Balrog stretched sideways like a serpent, then straightened as if raising its head, uncertain whether it was a whip or a flaming snake. Next, a sword appeared in his right hand, black fire blazing. The flames kindled from his skin, ran down his arm, and took shape as a weapon. It was always a fascinating trick. Balrog had the ability to store weapons inside his body. Enkrid didn't envy much, but that was one skill he could admit was worth wanting. Balrog entered battle mode, and seeing that, Enkrid set tactics into motion. There was no time for drawn-out thinking. Definitely no time to collect everyone's opinions and debate. So he spoke short and sharp. And the reason it came out as a command was precisely because of that. I block, Rem throws, Ragnar cuts. Of course, that wouldn't line up perfectly. Balrog wouldn't just stand there and watch. Are you planning to memorize every pattern? One day in a past today, the ferryman asked that out of nowhere. Watching Enkrid drag things out with 3 teachers on hand, it had looked like he was studying Balrog's every move. But would memorizing all the patterns really lead to victory? That was the heart of the ferryman's question. Even after splitting his thoughts, accelerating cognition, and outperforming in combat calculations, Balrog had simply shattered those premises with ease. A single kick was all it took. It was like an external force interfering from outside the battlefield. Why had it gone that way? Simple. I don't know. Balrog has more fighting experience than I do. On battlefields, in duels. He didn't need to calculate combat. His experience filled in the blanks. He'd fought that much. And what did that mean? It meant Enkrid couldn't block the trajectories of Balrog's sword, whip, fists, and kicks with just clean equations. When the ferryman talked about patterns, it was like stating a law of nature. Whatever you do, you'll break eventually. No matter how long you endure, the ending's the same. And when that time comes, you won't get to choose. Was that meant to help him or hinder? From the ferryman's view, Enkrid's future looked pitch black, in every sense of the word. On one hand, it meant his path would be brutally difficult. On the other, even the ferryman couldn't see what kind of today awaited anymore. That's why it was black. Why couldn't he see ahead? Because the record had already been broken, and once that happened, it could no longer be the subject of wages. That alone had shaken many of the weaker-willed. If you surpass this without asking for help, then what? What happens if something worse comes next? You'll break eventually. And even if you regret it later, nothing will change. Enkrid, who had been quiet, thinking about how to fight, looked into the ferryman's hollow pupils. He didn't know what answer the ferryman wanted, but his own answer had been decided long ago. Since the day he first gripped a sword, it had never changed. I'll think about it when I get there. Simple, clear. The ferryman had no retort. Words failed him. Should one stop waking up in the morning just because the future is uncertain? The future is always uncertain. No one knows how it will unfold. Not even the ferryman. That's why he said such things. If you're scared, then just stand back and watch. Enkrid said that half in jest. And the ferryman, unwilling to show fear, once again fell briefly silent. Arrogant brat. That was all he could say in the end. Enkrid had never changed. He simply gave his all to what was in front of him, what his hands could reach, what he could do, what had to be done now. If he didn't give his all now, then the me of tomorrow would be no different. And if that was acceptable, he would have already stayed in just another ordinary today. More than anyone, he lived for the moment, for today. Even within the vast bounds of the ferryman's experience, this was a first. Chapter 793. Role Distribution. It was the formation Enkrid had envisioned. Tactics sketched out through countless repetitions of today. He couldn't explain every detail in the moment, but if he showed it, they'd understand. They've done it before. When breaking through Count Mulson's spectral army, they'd moved in sync. This battle would be far more complex, of course. That much was obvious. The opponent was different, and they themselves had grown stronger. The changes would cause some margin of error. Kebuesh. The flame whip came flying without warning. The arcing fire serpent in the air twisted into a snare, aiming to coil around Odin's forearm. The movements were so fast, it looked as if the flames had stretched out a curtain of fire across the sky, an illusion created by afterimages. Enkrid stepped into that gap. Odin reflexively raised a fist, then backed off. Enkrid gently slid his sword into the snare and deflected it. If you tried to cut it, it would tangle and bind. Experience had taught him how to deal with it. "Brother," Odin called out, "I'm the one who blocks." Enkrid repeated himself. Then Balrog twisted his left wrist downward, pressed the sole of his foot to the floor, and smoothly shifted forward. His right index finger flicked upward before gripping Surtur tightly once again. All of this threw glitches into Enkrid's predictive calculations. But what made Balrog truly troublesome wasn't the fire whip moving on its own, the black flame belching sword, or even the horns. Grappling. Balrog was a master of grappling. Even if one fought by condensing will, slicing through rock and steel with superhuman speed, once in combat, it came down to dodging, parrying, striking, and slashing. Balrog had mastered that logic. If necessary, he would discard his sword, add a feint with his body, then land a kick to the gut. Enkrid had fallen for it multiple times. Could he predict and avoid all that? That was why he created a sword technique, Wavebreaker's sword. A sword that could block even waves themselves. Its method, defense. Its training, mental discipline. He fused everything he had learned until now, serendipity, blade, vortex, all of it, to form this. Balrog's body wavered left and right, leaving hazy afterimages. Then, like a sudden burst, he launched rightward, slashing his sword toward Shinar as she stepped back. Enkrid's body followed. He inserted himself between Balrog and Shinar, swinging his sword. As his thoughts accelerated, he read the arc of Balrog's swing. Then Balrog extended a leg, a pattern he'd been caught by more than once, so this time he was ready. He parried the sword, pulled it back, and struck the sole of Balrog's foot with his pommel. Boom! A thunderous shockwave burst between them. Enkrid retreated 3 steps, dissipating the excess force, while Balrog pulled back his leg and launched off the ground again without pause. He'd said role distribution, but their coordination was far from smooth. If the mad order of knights were one body, then their limbs were tangled. Rem couldn't get a proper spin on his sling. Ragnar hadn't even drawn his sword, just watched, indifferent. Jackson had stepped back entirely. Shinar had drawn her leaf blade, but, aware of her physical state, poured all her energy into evasive maneuvers. "Brother!" Balrog swung his left hand like a knife and slashed at Enkrid's wrist. Odin shouted in alarm, but not a drop of blood spilled. "I'm fine," Enkrid answered calmly. His left hand was wrapped twice over with cloth gauntlets. At some point he'd even removed the one from his right hand and added it to the left. He had will imbued in it, of course. The cloth tore deeply, parts of it dangling loose. How to use your tools. An application of what he'd learned from Master Reno.E. Reno had demonstrated how to fuse will into weapons, and Enkrid had learned it thoroughly. Whether Reno had meant to teach or not, Enkrid didn't care. If their opponent had been anything less, they would have synchronized and fought properly by now. But Balrog disrupted them constantly, almost as if he knew. To him, this was a game. He couldn't even imagine losing. And that made his will all the heavier, all the more Novot, read the full story, solid. But the same was true for Enkrid. "Shh, so what now?" Rem grumbled behind him. It sounded like a group of discordant musicians fumbling through a piece, but once they saw what needed to be done, they'd follow through. That belief had not wavered. In fact, Enkrid truly believed in it. If not, then they'd all die. That was inevitable. Balrog was a monster none of them could take on alone. Was it a slip in his defense, or an intentional opening to bait them? Balrog attempted to crush them all at once with a solidified form of pressure. Burning chains wrapped around their bodies. His manifested oppression wasn't easily shaken off, but Enkrid had shaken it off countless times. Reject. The rampart within him deflected the chain and flung it off. Pressure, formed from terror and killing intent, was the weapon of monsters. That Balrog could wield it so well was no surprise. But this time, it was repelled. And not just by Enkrid. Incantation had always been good at rejecting forces like this. Not happening. Ram jumped backward several steps, shaking off the pressure. He hadn't escaped the domain, but the act itself carried a spell-like resonance, diverting the attack. In the Lord Father, I know no fear. Odin confronted it head-on, adorned in divine radiance armor. Cling. Ragnar drew Sunrise just 2 finger joints worth and sliced through the pressure with sheer force of presence. Before Balrog could intensify it, Jackson had already moved behind Odin, and Shinar flanked Enkrid at the same timing. Each of them had nullified Balrog's pressure in their own way. Excellent. Balrog let out a burst of joy as he watched. His surtur erupted in black flame, and the giant greatsword doubled in size. The flame whip twisted wildly through the air, bloating with burning mass. At the same time, 2 wings on Balrog's back spread wide. The shadows and fire erupting from him swallowed everything in the vicinity. A thick, acrid scent of burning filled the air. It was Balrog's stench. And then... fly up. Enkrid's cloak spread wide behind him, swelling like a banner in windless air. If Balrog used his wings to dominate the surroundings, Enkrid wrapped himself in his cloak to anchor his space. Zazunga. As Surtur breathed flame, Dawn Tempering answered with a cry. The sword's howl reverberated through Enkrid's grip, traveling across his entire body. It was an engraved weapon, forged with its master's will, and now that will resonate it, communicating with the blade. The edge of Dawn Tempering shimmered with a sky-colored light, radiating outward and merging with the divine brilliance emitted by Odin. From above it looked as if Balrog's shadow claimed half the space, while the other half was blocked by radiant light and azure shine. Shattering through the gap, the god who devours night and darkness revealed his face. "I'll be the one to cut him," spoke the wielder of Sunrise. "You can't do it alone, bastard," came a voice from the vivid shadow behind the holy light and dawn glow. Standing there, now bore an unfamiliar symbol in his eyes, and the shadow at his back had transformed into a small form with elongated limbs. A manifestation of divine possession, Rem had activated a shamanic rite, layering the divine energy of the Western gods atop it. "You think I only watch?" Shinar cloaked the air with scents of wood and flowers. "Don't mind me." Jackson stepped into the darkness, belonging to no part of the cave. But of course, moonlight always illuminated the night. He held the moon within him, and so he never lost his way, even in pitch-black shadow. At full strength, carelessness meant death, and death, like a close friend, always loomed nearby. For Enkrid, who had repeated today countless times, that sensation was only stronger. But right now, thoughts like that didn't exist in his mind. Thump! His heart pounded so fiercely it echoed in his temples. The pulse surged with wild rhythm. Balrog no longer smiled. Not because he'd lost interest, but because he'd decided to move seriously. It was the same expression Enkrid often wore when staking his life to shatter a crystal. Oop-oop. A sound like that seemed to echo. When Balrog moved with intent, it felt like stepping into a crack in time. To survive that, Enkrid had to willfully elevate his bodily reflexes and dynamic vision to an elite level. Otherwise he'd fall behind. Balrog surpassed him in raw physical ability, power, speed, everything. Accelerate. With mental acceleration, he raised his reaction speed. Enkrid's thoughts narrowed to a single path. Trace Balrog's movement. I see it. You could call it the evolved form of Wavebreaker sword. At times he would split his thinking for tactical evaluation. At others, he'd focus it all into one thread to capture the instant of an enemy's move. High and low tempo flipped without pause. Rage and calm interwove without pattern. It was relentless tempo control. One had to sprint at full speed. then stop in place and fall into stillness. A feat that could only be achieved by someone who'd done it endlessly. And Enkrid had done it endlessly. The technique of reaching a point explosion from a motionless state. This, too, was one branch of will usage. I can block it. Enkrid surrendered himself to exhilaration. Like a madman, he read the rhythm of Balrog's attack, shoved in Dawn tempering, parried a punch with his elbow, and diverted the flow. Boom! Whoosh! Bang! Ching! Black sparks flew as the sky-hued blade met shadowed fire, punching holes into the cavern walls. What separates Enkrid's will from that of Balrog, or the rest of the Night Order? Enkrid had tested and refined it. He'd even hired 3 new teachers and flung himself into battle under their guidance. On the ferryman's raft, his contemplation had continued. Hundreds of thoughts crossed his mind as he swung his sword. He trained by dragging time forward. Bought more moments to practice. You little bastard, cut the crap! His teachers often lost their temper. But all that time he dedicated was no waste. It had been Enkrid's own form of apology. He split his hours finely. Never wasted a single today. He always acted like it was the last. I want to crack your skull open and see what's inside. He could almost hear the ferryman's voice, laced with genuine admiration. A will that never dries up was called Usky. But when the very nature of that will changes, that's indulous. Indulous. It meant transformation of will's properties. The technique used in Zahn had been about managing will. What he realized now was different. Until now, Enkrid had shaped and molded his will like an alchemist or a sculptor. He had carved it, shattered it, compressed it, kneaded it, refined it, and let it flow. And through all that, what his Night Order had once demonstrated entered the realm of comprehension. Jackson, for example, would condense his will into a thin blade when needed. Combined with his relic that became indulous, his will fundamentally transformed. Auden forged radiant stone pillars from light. Rem compressed swirling wind into a tight grip and swung it like a blade. Ragnar, with nothing but the will to cut, turned his will into a sword. Could this really all be coincidence? No. Why? They'd pushed each other long enough that even Rem unconsciously said, Us. That's how they became this. Enkrid shaped his will into bricks and stacked them. A single brick might crumble with one kick. But together they formed a wall. The indulous wall of will. Boom! Balrog's surtur pierced a gap in Enkrid's calculations and came crashing down vertically. Enkrid powered his foot, glutes and abs simultaneously, raising his blade parallel to the ground to block and endure. There had been a time not long ago when this same blow had driven him to his knees, or flung him back countless times. But now, he could block it. Balrog's flaming sword had compressed into a solid blade of fire. Dawn tempering won't break. He believed in his engraved weapon. He added nothing but simple thought. Block it. Nothing else. A lesson from Donafa. Heightened clarity, fused with the long breathing of the one-edged sword, and the sense of omnipotence that came with mastery, Enkrid drew it all together and focused his will. He blocked. Behind the horizontal blade, the corners of his mouth rose. He didn't even realize he was smiling. Balrog smiled back. You blocked that. His eyes seemed to say. The flame that replaced his pupils spun wildly with joy. Even if joy led to death, he'd still fight. That was his reason for existing. Such was Balrog's life. The forceful swing, charged with tremendous power, was blocked. That moment created an opening in Balrog's movements, and in turn, the previously clumsy members of the group began to align. Click! Hush! It was the sound of mismatched gears finally clicking into place, not literally heard but felt. While still in his downward swing, Balrog raised only his left hand to shield his forehead. Boom! A projectile exploded above his arm, scattering black crystal dust that shimmered as it diffused light. Of course, it was Rem's doing. This deputy commander's gonna cram it in, so you lot move on your own, yeah? His nonsense echoed loud. It was a mental assault. Whether directed at the enemy or their own team, it was hard to say. Chapter 794, just before Enkrid blocked Balrog's blade, right before the mismatched saw teeth clicked into place. Shinar swung her leaf blade at the sparks flying toward her and deflected them. Thunk! Shh! The black spark looked as innovative, though it might burn part of the leaf blade, but the remaining spiritual energy extinguished the flame. If it stacks up, even the needle might get burned. She was short on spiritual energy. Nothing could be done about that. Shinar's gaze shifted forward. One wasn't supposed to be struck by even these stray sparks. And yet, there was a man up ahead, facing them head-on in battle. A fairy always reaches a time when they must burn through their life. And yet, that man up ahead looked as though he had become the very spark itself. Good, good. The fairy's murmur sank low. She avoided the sparks and slashed her leaf blade at the whip. While pulling her left foot back, she swung the blade up at an angle. The whip twisted its body like a snake and slipped past the blade. Retracting her sword mid-swing, Shinar kicked off the ground and withdrew her body. A swift fairy's footwork. Bang! The whip tore through the air and grazed the spot she had just been. The green light on the blade of Shinar's leaf blade flickered. The blinking flame looked precarious, as if it might go out any second. This isn't good. Her body wasn't in peak condition. Even fighting inside the forest, she couldn't guarantee victory. And now, even the spiritual energy gathered in her sword was used up. But if she sat down here, she'd never be worthy of standing beside the man who lives like a spark. Shinar glanced repeatedly at the flame whip and at Balrog's movements, which intermittently sent chills through her entire body, searching for what she could do. What's the best I can do right now? Clear your head. This isn't the time for a pounding heart. What's needed now is a cold mind. Am I helping right now? No. She didn't even have the nerve to interfere in her fiancé's battle. She couldn't step forward to block the sword in his place. With the spiritual energy she had left, she could hardly buy time. If I'm not helping, then at the very least she mustn't become a hindrance. Tap, tap. Shinar's steps were light. Despite her lack of spiritual energy, her physical technique was astonishingly refined. She kicked a stone from the ground and hurled it toward the flame whip while flipping through the air. After a few consecutive spins, the whip found an opening and shot toward her like an arrow. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds rang out in succession. Fire circles kept appearing along the whip's trajectory, like a knight's determined thrust. Or maybe more like a spear hurled with full strength. Crash! Once again, the tip of that whip struck against a shield imbued with layers of white light. It landed squarely in the center of the divine shield, created precisely by reading the trajectory. This was only possible because the one doing it excelled in both divine manipulation and bodily control. It's called the Radiant Shield, sister. The one who blocked it was Auden. He smiled as he expanded his field of vision. He, too, had been watching Enkrid's battle, and the energy radiating from it was far from ordinary. A solid stone wall, as though such a thing had been built inside his body. And now it was linked with all the muscles he had honed until now. The change in will, Aska and Indulus, the two ancient terms described stages in will's tempering. Aska meant will that never dries up, like setting one's resolve so firmly that the will feels inexhaustible. Indulus speaks of will's transformation. It's different from will, but divine power has a similar concept. It's called domain proclamation. He couldn't use it now. Individual ability was important, but the conditions were quite strict. In any case, Odin had fully recognized the transformation in Enkrid. He also caught the opportunity Enkrid had created. As the flame whip, which had struck the shield and recoiled, came flying in again, he brushed it aside with the back of his hand. The divine power layered over his hand didn't melt or burn under the whip's heat. Instead, part of his sleeve caught fire. It wasn't possible to protect his clothes as well. His garments, already tattered from breaking through the fortress wall, were now in shreds. Odin swatted away the whip with the back of his hand and tore off his top. Rip! The sound of threads snapping, and his bare upper body was revealed. The many scars told the story of a life not easily walked. Odin intended to buy Shannara sometime. Even if she got entangled or hurt, it wouldn't easily break anyone's focus or cause collapse. Still, it would have psychological impact. A preemptive block. Odin had found his role while Enkrid held off Balrog. His job was to serve as the weight that balanced the battlefield from its center. Sometimes as defense, sometimes as offense. He had to become the core of the field. Lord Father, grant unto me the wisdom of your neighboring deity. Now was the time for the god of scales. Alongside that peculiar prayer, the divine radiance flowing over his whole body grew even denser. The light gathered and replaced his clothes. A radiant armor. It was a declaration that he didn't need armor or garments. Thus, Odin stood at the center of the formation. Once again, Enkrid was holding off Balrog to the front right, while the flame whip probed for openings at the center. Enkrid was blocking Balrog's sword, fists, and feet, while also accounting for the whip's attacks. He was literally aiming to block everything passing near him. One could tell just from the way he occasionally pulled back a foot or twisted his hips at an angle. While Odin was steadying the center, someone even more perceptive, Rem, had already leapt far back. He widened the distance and gauged the spacing. That alone was enough to determine positioning. He hadn't given a damn about Shannara's safety from the start. If she died from this, she wouldn't be qualified to be the captain's fiancée anyway. As expected, she had found her role. Instead of charging in stupidly to offer a helping hand, she had smartly retreated. Retreating is also a tactic. It's not always wise to fight until death. If necessary, you survive even by throwing sand hidden in your palm. Well, maybe not when you're fighting for honor, but in a battlefield fight, it's said the cheers of victory ring only for the survivors, and the goddess of fortune smiles only upon the living. There's even a mercenary joke that seeing the goddess smile after you're dead is meaningless. The god of war welcomes the dead, but the goddess of fortune always watches the living. So don't get upset if I'm striking from afar. It wasn't necessary to think this, but Rem brought in even the gods of the continent to justify himself. With that thought, Rem triggered his spiritual power. Once this fight ended, he'd be bedridden for a good while, but now wasn't the time to worry about that. Through divine descent, he allowed divine power to flow through his entire body. Spiritual power was the foundation, the vessel. If emptied, it would fill with the god's power. Strictly speaking, it wasn't so much emptying, as it was pouring everything into strengthening the vessel itself. But no matter how much you explain that trick, those who couldn't do it just couldn't. Among the clans in the West who handled shamanism, only a rare few, true geniuses, could perform divine descent. It was said to be just as difficult to master as Endulus. Descend here. Divine possession was received with the body, while divine descent was received through space and tools. If the ritual tools were carefully crafted through an offering-filled ceremony, they were sufficient as vessels for descent. At some point, strange markings surfaced in Rem's eyes, and his shadow morphed into a form with long arms and a small body. In the West, there were 8 divine beings, including Grime. That was the pinnacle of Western shamanism. The one now invoked through divine possession was one of them, the ancestor of slingstones, the one who felled sky-flying divine beings, a small giant called Sky Hurler. He pulled out a ritual tool carved from black gold, loaded it into a sling, and spun it. Every movement flowed naturally. Words, wides. 2 discs floated in Rem's hands, but he couldn't throw them right away. Now, let me show you something fun. He waited. If he threw it now, he might hit the back of an ale's head. No, he'd likely smash one of their skulls. Even from far away, just watching, he could tell. This Balrog bastard was good at fighting. He would surely twist a pincer attack from allies into a battlefield advantageous to himself. Rem gathered all his senses, including sight, to search for an opening, but he saw none. You can't proceed through pitch-black darkness without even moonlight. It's like sinking into a deep lake where you can't tell up from down. Only if someone grabs your hand and pulls can you rise to the surface. Once Audin anchored himself at the center, Ragnar positioned himself behind him. Shinar retreated further, and Jackson vanished without leaving a trace. The flame-covered whip lashed about like a living creature, flicking its tongue once at Audin and once at Enkrid. That tongue was blisteringly hot, just brushing its scorched skin and heated the air. Before they knew it, the surrounding air had grown parched. The acrid smell thickened. Shinar's fragrance was being overwhelmed. The radiant light no longer spread outward, but clung close to Audin's body. Because of that, Balrog's shadow seemed to stretch and dominate the battlefield. Of course, it was all just perception. But once someone reached the level of a knight, even perceived sensations couldn't be ignored. At that moment his movements changed. More precisely, Rem's instincts screamed that Balrog's sword strike was no longer the same as before. Rem's thoughts accelerated. His pupils dilated. This was the process of parsing the visual information pouring in. Balrog's motions in the fight ahead seemed to pause mid-flow. In an instant, a different tempo began. The distance between Balrog's feet shifted. He slid his left foot diagonally back and slammed down with his right as he brought his sword down in a cleave. A crown cleave. Power, speed, and the precision of technique. Even his long arms and legs were put to use to stretch the blade's reach to its limit. A true crown cleave would have involved stepping forward diagonally with the right foot for a downward cut, but this time he'd done it while retreating. Just the way he balanced his center of gravity said enough. It was a veteran's move. Even if I block it, I'll be pushed back. Something as unique as Rem's divine possession was taking shape now in Balrog's sword. His will had coalesced into a blade. The demon's 2 eyes trembled along long lines. As Balrog's sword came down toward Enkrid's head, Rem had to choose. Act or believe? Enkrid had said he would block it himself. He'd told Rem to throw from afar. The discs were already prepared. If Rem just moved, he could prevent Enkrid from falling in a single blow. The discs remained. In that fleeting moment, seeing it all through accelerated thought, Rem held back. At the same time, Enkrid became a wall of solid stone, or rather the formless force within him, his will transformed into one. Enkrid raised his sword diagonally and blocked Balrog's blade. Shkree. Ah! There was no burst of sparks, no thunderous noise. Instead of a shattering boom, the only sound between the 2 swords was the quiet twang, like harp strings snapping. 2 formless forces had collided and come to a stop. A gap opened between them. The moment Enkrid blocked the sword, Audin seized the end of the flame whip. Shh. Shh. A bizarre sight unfolded. The flame was burning the divine light. White smoke billowed from Audin's hand gripping the whip. An opening. He saw it the instant it appeared. And once seen, his hand moved on its own. Fire command. The bullet imbued with Sky Hurler's essence flew toward Balrog's forehead, but the demon raised a hand and blocked. Will, or in his case, since he was a demonic being, one could call it magic energy, formed into a shield to intercept it. Not bad, you bastard, I muttered nonsense after that. But no one listened. Ragnar drew Sunrise with both hands. Its blade lay quiet, as if asleep. It neither radiated heat nor blazed with flame. That was because its master had yet to ask anything of it. Amid the dry air, Ragnar steadied his breathing, then waited behind Odin's back. At the moment Enkrid blocked Balrog's strike and Rem's bullet burst. That's when Ragnar moved. 1 point focus. Enkrid said he would block it, so he would. Ragnar hadn't doubted it for a second from the start. Because of that trust, he hadn't allowed anything else to enter his thoughts. He was focused solely on the chance to land one blow. The night he'd met in the labyrinth, and later his teacher, Donifer, had spent decades refining his specialty, but Ragnar had been born with the ability to do it naturally. He blocked out sound, narrowed his sight. There was only one target in his eyes. Ragnar swung his sword toward Balrog's side. It was the moment Enkrid had amplified his will and used it to bind the black flame sword in place. From right to left, a slash that brushed past Enkrid, who stood on the right. At some point, the blade of Sunrise had begun to glow red. It had transformed through Ragnar's will into a blade of extreme heat. Crack! The strike, sharp enough to cleave through anything, was blocked. Balrog, having his sword caught, thrust out his left arm. A thick bracelet popped out along his skin. He'd hidden the artifact beneath his flesh. As the bracelet shattered, a screeching wail echoed, the howl of a vengeful spirit. Just when it seemed the attack had failed, Ragnar's sword moved again. The slash from right to left reversed, pivoting around Balrog's forearm into a horizontal strike. A double blow. Balrog wasn't the only one with precise technique. The blade, radiating extreme heat from Sunrise, traced to the opposite edge, scraping Balrog's forearm. KKT. But it only scratched the skin. It didn't cut or burn. Instead, the blazing sword line moved directly for Balrog's chest. Boom! In that moment, Balrog wrapped his body in his wings, balancing on one leg while kicking out with the other. Ragnar ignored it and kept swinging. Enkrid had said he'd block. So he would. That belief remained intact. Enkrid didn't betray that trust. He shrugged off the force and went straight for Balrog's ankle. Thump! The explosion came from their feet clashing. And still Ragnar's Sunrise didn't quite achieve its goal. He Sid Zert. His blade shattered one of Balrog's crystals, but didn't cut them all. A long line sliced through Balrog's chest, and black blood poured down. Originally, he had planned to sever all 3 crystals at once, but he had failed. Seems I've been bleeding often lately, Balrog muttered nonchalantly, adjusting his stance. Blood trickled from Enkrid's nose in a steady stream. Not that he had the attention to care about that now. In that brief exchange, Enkrid had felt Balrog's power all over again. Is it only the sword and whip that are his weapons? In response to that question, Balrog had once said, his entire body was a weapon. The demon of struggle, even a fingernail was deadly in his hands. Chapter 795. Balrog was elated. The emotion of rapture spread throughout his entire body, causing his will to surge even more fiercely. A fight that tempers steel and blood and will into a blossoming flame. One where he wagers everything he has against an opponent who matches him in skill. This was the life he longed for. This was the reason for his existence. Let's fight. His will shaped his intent, and the air trembled. The pressure wasn't intended, yet it pressed down on his opponent. But that was fine. They wouldn't falter from something like this. It was rare to find someone with a spirit this intense. In this rare moment of battle, Balrog became intoxicated by joy. At the same time, memories of moments that rivaled this one flickered through his mind. The first was from the time he roamed the demon realm with the devil known as the last door of life, or the one who ends life, also called the father of the dead. He had 11 siblings, all consumed by battle, but he surpassed them all, even when they joined forces under their so-called father. Black mist spilled from the corner of Balrog's mouth, clumped together, and fell to the ground with a splat. To humans it would be like drool collecting and dripping out. Balrog's gaze turned toward the one with blue eyes and black hair. Among them, this was the one who had reshaped his will and used it to block Balrog. He stood out. The way he wielded his will reminded Balrog of when he broke through the thorned fortress wall while facing off against the so-called Lord of Thorns. The thorned fortress had collapsed twice, and the first time it was Balrog's doing. Then came the third memory, his own defeat. No, rather it wasn't so much that he remembered it, but that he couldn't forget it. He revisited it countless times. "Go. You don't want to die here, do you?" Those were the words of the one who had surpassed him in pure skill. He, too, had been human. In the end, that man cast Balrog aside and vanished into the deeper parts of the demon realm, as though sinking into the deep sea. He had said he'd been cold. Through the reasoned mind he'd gained by killing his siblings with force, Balrog had become a demon. He had learned how to take what he desired, and yet, a mere human had overcome him with strength alone. Even when he was ruled by madness, defeats were rare. But it had happened. His thoughts raced with high-speed cognition, so the memory passed through him in a flash. Balrog returned to the pleasure of the present reality. Or rather, he remained intoxicated the entire time. For him, their Novilite hash was nothing more exhilarating and joyous than struggle. Memories are things you pass through. What's past is the past, yesterday. Balrog didn't linger in yesterday. He lived today. Make it even more fun. He spoke. There were 3 crystals. If he killed them all before the remaining 2 were shattered, it would be his victory. And if, at the peak of this joy and ecstasy, he could also savor the fulfillment of survival and triumph, it would be perfect. It was a battle like a perfectly meshed set of gears. The fire command that Rem had thrown punched a hole in Balrog's perception. The moment Balrog factored in blocking the projectile, an opening was bound to appear. But if he hadn't blocked it, that projectile would have shattered one of the crystals too. That's why Balrog had blocked it. Then Odin seized the flame whip and for a moment neutralized the weapon known as Salamandra. At the same time, Enkrid nullified every one of Balrog's attacks. In that opening, Ragnar transformed his will into heat. He did it unconsciously, but Ragnar's will adjusted to match the heat of sunrise. It was a realm of innate talent. He struck the crystal lodged in Balrog's chest, but failed. Could they ever fight like that again? Was it all just coincidence? Did they merely take advantage of Balrog letting his guard down? Would they ever get a second chance like that? Such thoughts were natural to have. Odin's left palm was blistered by the heat, and the heat Ragnar had imbued into his blade was now gone. Rem, having widened his distance, adjusted the spinning speed of his sling. The disc that had been whirring with a high-pitched wheeing now made a slower hum. If he kept it spinning too fast, the sling's cord would snap. Shinar still couldn't find an opening to squeeze into. As for Jackson, no one even knew where he was. That bastard didn't just run away, did he? Rem even thought that. Not seriously, of course. If he were the kind of bastard to run, he'd have bailed from this group long ago. He never really had a reason to stay in the mad order of knights to begin with. Then again, the same could be said of Rem himself. Was Odin any different? Or Ragnar? Or Shinar? Esther, Teresa, Pell, Rofod too. Crace and Dunbakel as well. Every one of them had gathered for one reason. Because of the person standing at the center of them all. They saw him, realized something, learned something, and the way they looked at life changed. That's why they were here. The one who sparked all those changes. The lunatic who achieved an impossible dream and still refused to stop moving forward, opened his mouth. It's fine. I feel it again. I can block it. Let's go again. We just have to do it again. The flames still burned in the eyes of that legendary lunatic who had forgotten what defeat, despair, and hopelessness even were. A man of modest talent who had climbed to the height of knighthood, he still didn't know how to give up. His face seemed expressionless, but if you looked into his eyes, you'd see clearly what he longed for. Of course, Rem, standing a good distance away, couldn't see that lunatic's eyes right now. All he could see was the back of his head. But he knew, anyway. Bet he's making those crazy eyes again. Eyes filled with anticipation, like this was the most fun he had ever had. And there were things you could know even without seeing someone's eyes. His tone was bright and clear. Not a trace of darkness in his voice. Could anyone else in the world say something like that in a moment like this? No, there wasn't. Ah, fine. Do it then, Rem muttered with a grin. If this went bad and he ended up dead, he'd just have to wait for Owl and the kid as a corpse. For dying first, he'd probably get his ass beat by Owl. Still, he couldn't help but be swept up in the force of will that man radiated. Yeah, let's fight. Let's fight again. The blow that cut Balrog was no coincidence. It belonged to the realm of inevitability. If Enkrid believed that, then Rem would believe it too. Following Rem, his eyes know no fear, and so they are steel. His steps never hesitate, and so they are thunder. As the Lord Father watches from above, there shall be no withholding in the hand that reaches for his will. Odin, too, was exalted and inflamed. The grandeur, pressure, or murderous aura radiating from Balrog as he declared how delightful battle was, none of it compared to the weight of a single word from their captain. That man's uprightness was like a light that pierced through even the oppressive force of a demon. As the apostle of the god of war, he could offer this demon as a pet beast to the lonely lord, and it would be a worthy tribute. I send this demon, who grovels at the side of the lonely lord, as a gift. Odin's prayer continued. It's real, Enkrid spoke again, because it was genuine. And isn't it said that when you speak from the heart, you say it at least twice? The cloth gauntlet wrapped around his left hand had become ragged, so he discarded it. Now his hand was bare. And it wasn't just the gauntlet that had broken. He was injured in several places. The most severe wound was on his torso. Even though it was armor, Esther had breathed life into. His side had been deeply gouged, and bloodstains were stark about. Had that hit landed just a little cleaner, there would be a gaping hole in his stomach. Ragnar still hadn't once taken his eyes off Balrog, who stood ahead. He opened his mouth. Again? It was a confirming question. Enkrid answered right away. Again. It wasn't a question. It was a statement filled with conviction. To synchronize in combat, you needed to know each other's skill and even minute habits. These men could do that because they saw each other as rivals and had always observed one another with the intent of beating the other. There was the condition that you had to win without killing. That meant watching even more closely. They had what it took to turn chance into inevitability once more. If one were to assess the current situation calmly, there would be no reason to believe they could win, just by bashing their heads together again. Audin's left palm sizzled as it burned. Enkrid had lost his gauntlet and was injured. Was Riem, who spun the sling from afar, unharmed? Of course not. He hadn't even started this battle in good condition. Thanks to fighting while guarding Ragna, his entire body was screaming. And Ragna wasn't in good shape either. Just sleeping didn't make a body that had been overworked return to full function overnight. Enkrid, for his part, had already died over 100 times at Balrog's hands. Every attempt had ended in failure. And every time a new today arrived, he attacked again, aware of his growth and change. He had found several methods. Some even looked like a way out, but all had failed. Every single one had led to death. The pain might as well have been etched into his bones. Being overwhelmed by the opponent's presence was only natural. In other words, it would make sense to feel fear or hesitation. But there wasn't even a crumb of such negative emotion in his voice. Let's go again. All that filled him was anticipation. The ferryman, watching the situation unfold from within Enkrid's inner world, couldn't help but marvel. This bastard really acted like he had never died even once. And it wasn't as if he found comfort in being able to repeat today. He simply never thought of death at all. He was wholly focused on the fight itself. He fought like someone who had never died. Like it was his first time. Again. The word again crisscrossed and spread. Even Balrog uttered it. From within Enkrid's mind, built on everything he'd learned and experienced so far, a question arose. How do you beat an opponent like that? If the opponent moved once, he had to move twice. Block once, strike once. When others swung a sword once, he would swing twice. It wasn't simply about being fast. If you played inside the enemy's combat computations, speed alone would just lead to wasted strikes. From all his past battles with Balrog, from his accumulated experience, Enkrid now began to grasp the answer. Not just speed and power, but superiority in understanding and depth of will as well. Like drawing a circle, raising everything to a high level equally. Then overlay your specialty on top of that. It was the same theory knights used when they categorized skill into intermediate, advanced, and master levels. It was repetition. Like drawing a circle to elevate all your techniques, then developing a specialty within that, then drawing another circle with that specialty at the center. Through countless repetitions, what once began as a special move or top-tier technique eventually became internalized as a basic skill. Repeat, and repeat again. It was the path from knight to monster. Even becoming a knight in the first place had come from endlessly repeating things like that. And standing before him now was the monster who had obsessively repeated the process of building and breaking that circle. That was Balrog. And the bastard had taken it even further. He makes his entire body into a weapon. Something only a being that evolved from beast to demon could do. With skin denser and harder than any human's, he could use his flesh itself as a weapon. It was likely similar in level to the kind of bodily reinforcement used by exceptionally gifted giants. Where fairies might use spiritual essence, and Western warriors wield inherited weapons, giants refined their will into specific body parts for battle. They didn't even call it will, they called it fury. Audin could probably do it too. His radiant armor was a weapon in itself. That was the point. Fists, feet, elbows, fingers, everything could be a weapon. Enkrid's gaze never left Balrog's eyes, which spun with swirling flame. But he also noticed the demon's tail had drooped. His awareness was wide enough now that he could take in peripheral details and factor them into his calculations. If one fights while maintaining optimal distance, using the entire body as a weapon with minimal movement and energy, Balrog's movements were always the most efficient. The more you fought him, the clearer that became. Enkrid had even stolen pieces of that motion into his own style. As a result, while others swung once, Balrog could swing, whether it was sword or fist, 3 or 4 times. That broke all combat calculations. Balrog fought like that. Which meant calculations alone wouldn't be enough to block his attacks. Still, Enkrid felt it. Thoughts brushed through his mind like sparks. High-speed cognition sliced them into fragments, processing each one. Even so, it was just a drift of thought, like oil floating on water. Enkrid had been pouring all his senses into the monster standing before him. But now, the fleeting thoughts shattered, because the opponent had moved. Chapter 796. A whip of flame rose stiffly from one side, then surged forward. It pierced through the air with loud thumps, drawing burning arcs like javelins hurled by a giant. It was a sight one might expect from the Mythic Age. Still, the fundamentals were the same: block, strike, evade, strike again. Even if the power and speed contained within were of a different order, the basics didn't change. And among those basics, blocking was his role. I can see it. The whip wasn't human, but its line of attack was visible. That meant it could be blocked. Enkrid moved based on the Wavebreaker sword style. He accelerated his cognition and swung dawn tempering. His eyes traced long lines through the air, and 2 blue streaks followed. After images formed by rapid acceleration, with vision, strength, and reflexes that surpassed human limits, his sword advanced into a realm no ordinary person could imagine. That's what Enkrid did, and just like that, the whip caught on the tip of his sword. At some point, Balrog had taken the whip's handle in hand. Without a sound, the whip twisted and split into 3. This was the Salamandra's specialty, dividing its body into multiple segments, a technique easy to fall victim to, if unknown. Enkrid's sword altered its trajectory mid-swing. What had been a powerful slash suddenly shifted into a light, slicing flick. With it, he deflected the whip's tips entirely. And as Balrog's kick came in close, Enkrid used the rebound from the parry to bring his blade down in counter. The moment he blocked the kick, Balrog's tail wrapped around Enkrid's ankle. Crack! The tail gripped with enough force to snap bone in an instant. No matter how trained the body, it would have broken. While Balrog's attack focused on Enkrid, Audin moved. His massive frame slammed directly into Balrog's whip-wielding forearm. The instant contact was made, all of Audin's force accelerated into it, twisting the elbow in reverse and breaking it. The whip of flame shot upward from below, trying to wrap around Audin's neck with its red tongue. There was no choice but to evade, and Audin stepped back to dodge, thereby releasing Balrog's elbow. Of course, he didn't just let go nicely. While he failed to tear it off completely, he did manage to twist and break it partially. The crack came from Balrog's elbow. Judging by the timing, the tail and Audin had moved simultaneously. Enkrid's ankle was intact. He had only lost 1 boot. The tail had gripped the boot instead of the leg, shredding it apart. Thwack! Balrog, having failed to reach his goal, struck the ground with his tail. Secret art, molting, Enkrid muttered casually as he stood still. If he survived this battle, it'd no doubt become a joke for the future. Just before Enkrid opened his mouth, just as Balrog began swinging whip and foot toward them, Ragnar's blade once again fell upon Balrog, this time imbued with flames. A diagonal slash. A single strike, but if it wasn't blocked, Balrog's body would have been cleaved in 2. He blocked with his sword, Surtur. Squelch Dotty. The blades, both forged of will, clashed, manifested and hardened, and collided, shattering and grinding against one another. Since those blades drew their sharpness from their wielder's will, they returned to form after the clash. But even that was a loss for Ragnar. He was already pushing his will to the limit. Even so, he had to swing his sword. Earlier, it had been Rem who carved a path. This time Ragnar offered himself as bait. In other words, Ragnar trusted that someone would hurl a projectile the moment his clash with Balrog created an opening. From afar, a projectile flew at Balrog's chest before the sound could even reach them. The roar followed. His left elbow bent backward, and Surtur, held in his right, was pressed back by Ragnar's earlier strike. Ragnar hadn't blocked with strength alone. He had used flowing blade style to deflect. An opening. Ragnar had a gift for finding the precise moment an opponent's rhythm collapsed. It wasn't something only he could see. Deflecting the opponent's weapon with flowing blade style was one way of widening that gap. All of this, ultimately, had been for this moment. A tactic to make the barbarian's projectile a clean hit. Balrog blocked the projectile in a strange but effective way. He lowered his head, taking Rem's fiery howl directly with the horn on his forehead. In other words, he used his head as a shield. Boom. If he were an ordinary man, his eardrums would have already burst. The explosion echoed through the entire space shaped by Balrog's authority. Staggering, he took a step back. It seemed like an opening, but it wasn't. The thunder still echoed as Balrog's constructed space rang from the shockwave. He reeled, but it wasn't a true weakness. Enkrid didn't move, and because everyone else synced their rhythm to his, none of them moved either. Balrog still had room to spare. His attempts to bait the enemy with grapples made that clear. Again. "I've got it." Enkrid spoke again. Now wearing a boot only on his right foot, he still carried the same unwavering resolve in his voice. Upright, direct, solid, like duck. The shape of his will, too, had transformed to match. The technique called induels had become second nature to him now. He compressed and layered his will densely. By filling his entire body with this transformed will, he could withstand even Balrog's monstrous sword strikes. He knew this firsthand. Crackle. Taking advantage of the brief lull, Balrog shook his left arm, and the twisted limb returned to its original form. It was regeneration on par with Frock. Even before the recovery finished, Balrog moved again. Surtur in his right hand, the whip moving of its own accord. Simultaneously, he extended both limbs. The black flame coating his blade would not extinguish even on contact. And if one got entangled in the burning whip known as salamandra, flesh would char and bones would break. Perceiving every one of those attack paths made Enkrid's head burn. If he just endured it like this, it'd simply be a repeat of the calculation he had used against Balrog the first time. If combat computation won't work, the sword of coincidence. He was responding, moment to moment, to Balrog's onslaught. It was a fight built entirely on response. As long as he blocked, that was enough. Some theory brushed through his mind, nearly forming, only to scatter again. Now wasn't the time to indulge in thought. Even the energy used to ponder had to be funneled into a singular focus. Enkrid did exactly that. He concentrated. Don't calculate probability. Make even probability turn in your favor. He staked everything on a single, simple train of thought. Balrog's blade flew in from above, in a horizontal cut, and where Enkrid's right foot should have been grounded, Balrog's foot instead reached out toward his shin. Balrog supported his entire frame on his left leg, while maintaining the full force of his sword swing. His balance and leg strength were terrifying. So long as the core crystal wasn't shattered, Balrog could regenerate. But Enkrid couldn't. If something broke, if he was fractured, it would be fatal. which meant even that seemingly light kick could shatter the equilibrium of a delicately stacked stone tower in an instant. Should he flinch and retreat in fear? If he were the type to do that, he wouldn't have stepped forward at all. No, he wouldn't even have thought of it. Enkrid opened all his senses and reacted. He saw with his eyes, heard with his ears, felt with his skin. His hypersensitive perceptions became part of his intuition, guiding his motion. Following that guidance, his right hand slashed upward with dawn, tempering to block Surtur's approach, while his left hand drew penna and thrust it vertically like a shield. Thunk! Slam! The clash of swords produced only a dull sound, dampened by the dense will gathered around them. But where penna met Balrog's foot, a boom exploded. Between those two attacks, Balrog's left hand snuck in. Enkrid shifted his weight to his right leg and tilted his body sideways to dodge. Boom! Balrog's hand smashed down where Enkrid had just been. The missed strike rippled the air with a shrill vibration. With his weight still balanced on one leg, Enkrid kicked off and bounced sideways. Just then, a projectile flew in. No telling how many more they had left, but it was unmistakably Rem's work. Boom! Balrog batted it away with NOV. LIGHT the back of his left hand. The projectile struck the upper cave wall and shattered it. Debris and dust rained down. This space may have been constructed through authority, but it had substance. The falling gray dust blurred the surroundings like soot on a lantern flame. The fogged visibility might have interfered, but none of them were affected. Meanwhile, Odin, who had been fending off the red whip, struck it aside with a knife hand and threw a punch aimed at Balrog's chest. Balrog, still holding Surtur, met the punch with one of his own. Clang! A fragment of holy white light shattered and scattered in all directions. That single exchange gave Balrog the space to twist his sword and slash diagonally toward Odin's head. Thunk! Funky wines several later ways. But Enkrid stepped in and blocked it. A faint gap, barely perceptible, formed, and in that gap, the genius named Ragnar slipped his sword through in a straight thrust. It soared in like a flying needle. Balrog caught sunrise between his front teeth. Crunch! Whether blocked or not, Ragnar pushed with full strength, shattering Balrog's front teeth and tearing his cheek open. Balrog flowed backward like water. No footsteps, no warning, just a seamless retreat. His mouth was torn open at the sides, giving the impression of someone smiling too widely, like he was having fun. Then, without pause, he surged forward again. Black mist flowed down the sides of his mouth like liquid. He charged without even taking a breath. There was no time to rest, no moment to assess, reflect, or gather thoughts. Enkrid's cognition accelerated, but still, he could find no sense of leisure in it. Don't block the line, see the dot. Even with high-speed thought, only fragmented decision-making was possible. Enkrid shifted the wave-breaker sword style away from predicting the trajectory of attacks, and instead grounded it in pure sensory response. You could call it a flash of instinct, and even if it relied on luck, it worked. Because it was the right answer. That's how he managed to keep deflecting Balrog's reckless slashes, fists, kicks, wings, and even the occasional flying tail. Clanged. Wham! The fight raged on, without pause. Ragnar handled the offense. When an opening appeared, he thrust or slashed with everything he had. But the openings lasted mere instants, so small and narrow that it felt like he was aiming his sword through the eye of a needle. If he missed, they had to once again rely on blocking Balrog's blade, whip, hands, and feet until the next opening emerged. To Shana, who watched from afar, this scene was clearer than it was to the ones inside the fray. If Ragnar was the attack, then Odin is balance. A body as large as a bare beastman's, sometimes a shield filled with sanctity, sometimes a hammer swinging with raw force. And interference. Is that Rembrandt? Even Shinar called him that Rembrandt. The projectiles he threw from afar were at times more threatening than Ragnar's blade. They served both as suppression and forced openings, and when paired with Ragnar's strikes, they became devastating hammer blows against any exposed part of Balrog's body. And all of this was only possible because one man kept standing, blocking Balrog's monstrous attacks. Shinar watched everything and reminded herself of a fairy's characteristic calm. She fought the urge to run forward and throw herself between Balrog's swings, to block at least one of his slashes with her own body. That wouldn't help. Then, how could she help? A change was needed. She wouldn't have to wait long. Chapter 797. Ragnar knew his limits were approaching. At this rate, he would burn out and die. It was like fighting atop a precariously balanced stack of stones. A slightly stronger breeze could topple it, or even a curious child tapping it with a finger might bring it all down. If even one person lost balance or collapsed, Balrog would go berserk with glee, and that would be the end. Even so, Enkrid remained unchanged. No shift in expression, no flicker in his eyes. They were still rolled back, wild. Schlurk! Just a moment ago, Ragnar's sword had pierced a hole through Balrog's abdomen. Clean thrust. The resistance transmitted through Sunrise's blade made it clear. He had struck something real. Why? Though Ragnar had attacked with the full intent to pierce, at the final moment, he felt Balrog's will mix with his own. As if Balrog let himself be stabbed. All that uncertainty condensed into a single word. Why? Not that there was time to voice it. Ultimately, it seemed Balrog wasn't satisfied with simply holding out. He played a move no one expected. They say to give up flesh to take bone. But Balrog was willing to give both and still come out ahead. And so he did. Even with a gaping wound in his stomach from Sunrise, he tried to shatter Enkrid's shin. The attack followed the same pattern as before, but what made it unpredictable was Balrog's bold and decisive judgment. Though his abs were torn and his entrails spilled out, his thigh muscles moved precisely. His toes once more lashed toward Enkrid's shin. If one cog in this delicate machine forgot its role, the whole system would collapse. Odin couldn't go beyond his designated range of balance, and Rem, who had been suppressing from afar, couldn't suddenly rush in either. There was no one who could take that kick in Enkrid's place. Shinar, watching from afar, reflexively moved to leap in, but the current her had no way of physically closing that distance. Meaning, Enkrid was about to lose a leg, and with that, this fight would end. Enkrid's two swords had already been thrust outward to block the split strands of Surta and the burning whip, Salamandra. So, instead of trying to draw them back, he lifted his leg, receiving Balrog's kick with the sole of his foot. He balanced on one leg and let the impact flow through him. Even with refined technique, it was a defensive step behind. Even if he did block it, his shin bone seemed certain to twist or shatter. And yet, Enkrid endured. He even muttered something under his breath. Endure. He threw back the very word Balrog had once used on him in a previous today. From endure to steel armor, and now in duels, the transformation of will had manifested outwardly. If one could channel will into a sword, then surely one could do the same with the body. Enkrid mimicked Odin's sacred light armor, which he'd observed countless times. Maintaining it too long made will heavy and obstructive in battle, but for a single moment of defense, it was more than enough. He blocked the blow. Had he taken it head-on, even with this, his shin would have crumbled, but he let the impact flow through, minimizing it as much as possible. The result, a dull ache in the muscle. He had absorbed Balrog's kick with little more than that. Genius. Ragnar admired him quietly. More than raw talent, it was a product of time, effort, and experience. And so, Enkrid continued to block Balrog's attacks, somehow, by any means necessary. It hadn't been a long battle, but the toll of enduring it alone was beginning to show as wounds bloomed across his body. Clang! Surtur swept horizontally with intent to bisect the ground itself. Enkrid blocked it, but Penna shattered and was sent flying. If the fairy blacksmith who forged it saw this, she would have screamed. Ayu novelot, to. Read the full story. Portion of Enkrid's cloak tore away as well. Blood sprayed. Not black mist, but red blood evaporating into red smoke. It was a byproduct of the high-speed exchange. It, too, blurred beneath the torchlight. In light of everything that had transpired, what happened next could no longer be called coincidence. It was inevitability, a reward for enduring. Rem launched 3 projectiles, combining possession and descent in a single technique. The first 2 shattered Balrog's newly regenerated horns. The third struck his forehead. No longer suppression, this was full-on offense. Until now, Rem had thrown them one by one. But now, 3 in a row. A secret technique fully unleashed. That full-force assault had consequences. Balrog's limbs twisted, and an opening widened. Enkrid barely hung on, so focused on blocking that he didn't even register what Rem had done. All he could do was watch Balrog's reaction. Miss it, and it's over. That left no room for distraction. Odin suddenly ignored the whip and circled to Balrog's right side. Until now he'd fought from the left, occasionally throwing punches and kicks from there. This was an unexpected positional change. Down. Then with his right hand he gathered divine energy, more than ever before, and ignited it. The sacred light flared into divine fire. A hidden secret technique. Bite. The sacred flame granted by the god of war, sanctified fire. With his palm cloaked in holy fire, Odin slashed at Balrog's thigh. Ashish! The fire didn't spread. It just burned right through, severing Balrog's thigh from his body. Yet, despite losing a leg, Balrog didn't scream. Instead, he slammed his elbow into Odin's head. Boom! Odin, having poured all his strength into the strike, was sent flying. It wasn't a coordinated plan, but balance had broken. Still, this was something someone had to do, sooner or later. Everyone who'd been holding out knew that, if they only endured, they would lose. Balrog could regenerate completely and never tire. In terms of stamina, they'd be outlasted. Before Odin was struck, Enkrid shoved Dawn, tempering between them. Because of that, Odin's head didn't burst. He was simply launched, skipping off the ground like a stone before tumbling to a stop. In that moment, Ragnar's sunrise came slicing through Balrog's chest. It was a blow that couldn't be blocked. That sense filled everyone's minds. Balrog's flame eyes surged. His burning whip flew in and wrapped around Ragnar's sword, grabbing it. That moment of resistance slowed the sword's approach. Balrog used that time to spin his body, tighten his newly regenerated abs, and thrust a foot out, spinning back kick. He'll die. Time splintered. Intuition flashed a glimpse into the near future. Ragnar would die. The angle, speed, and timing were inescapable. But not everyone thought so. One man, focused only on blocking, shattered his limits and moved. Enkrid had just blocked Balrog's downward swing with both hands gripping his sword. Meaning, he blocked the elbow aimed at Odin and then parried Surtur. No one should have been able to block the follow-up spinning kick. But Enkrid moved through that space. Block it. His resolve shone, fueling a transformation of will. Point explosion triggered, accelerating the will shaped by induals. In that instant, Enkrid's sword stood on the same timeline as Balrog, and blocked the kick, aimed at Ragnar. Crack! Blade and viscera shook. A portion of the shock grazed Ragnar's lower torso, but blocked was blocked. Ragnar's sword struck the second crystal embedded in Balrog's chest, and cracked it. Crack! Dotting. The crystal split, but stopped short of shattering. Sunrise had failed to complete its mission. One more breath, and the battle would end in Balrog's favor. And yet, Enkrid's eyes didn't waver. Ragnar collapsed, unable to summon any more will. Rem had dropped to his knees in the distance. He was paying the price for overusing forbidden techniques. Odin raised his head from where he lay, sprawled. And of course, after a single breath, every one of them would rise again, even if they had to wring their hearts dry. Even if the final outcome was death or the end. These people didn't know how to give up. That's how they were taught. That's what their commander taught them, through his back. They had taught Enkrid their techniques, training, and forms, but they had also learned countless things from him. And in that breath between breaths, a moment even Balrog couldn't manipulate, someone moved. An assassin, hidden all this time, struck. Just as Balrog once rose from Orar's shadow, Jackson rose from Balrog's own shadow. He stabbed one of the intact crystals on Balrog's chest. From behind, in an embrace, the reverse-grip dagger shattered a crystal. Jackson immediately tried to slash sideways. At that exact moment, Balrog's wings folded inward, curling, and transformed into a crude javelin. It flew straight at Jackson's neck from below. A counterattack that defied prediction against an attack that defied prediction. Block, blow. Enkrid was still buried in a single thought. He perceived the attack lines, anticipated them, deployed his insight, and blocked. Block, dot. The will to block at any cost urged a transformation of his will into induals. And yet, it wasn't enough. So what was he supposed to do now? There was no time to think. If he didn't respond now, someone would die. Maybe it was admiration. Or maybe just the ferryman's whim, or an auditory illusion. But it sounded like the voice of the golden-haired ferryman he'd once seen. That was the feeling. Fight. As if it were your first time. His words became a verse that rang in Enkrid's chest. He had felt this many times, repeating today, fighting and fighting again, blocking and blocking, but realizing something and acting on it were different matters. And now, Enkrid dragged that vague intuition into reality. The sum of all techniques. The sword is wielded by the person. To block everything meant to protect what lay behind him. His resolve gleamed, igniting the will's transformation. Block Taldin. The moment he recommitted, a path appeared. Right before Jackson appeared, Enkrid had already closed the distance, pressing in close to Balrog's chest. Jackson could only be struck by the wings. Balrog still had plenty of weapons. His hands, his feet. While those couldn't easily strike backward, they were more than enough to crush an approaching gnat. Balrog swung his elbow toward Enkrid. At its tip, formless power condensed into a blade, about to scythe through the air. Just before that, Enkrid reversed his grip on Dawn, tempering and drove the pommel down, smashing the middle of Balrog's arm. At the same time, Jackson hurled the horn-hilted dagger he hated so much, piercing through the middle of Balrog's wing. The wing, which had been rising with momentum, faltered. That was enough time for Jackson to retreat safely. If predicting and blocking the attack line isn't enough, then strike the starting point. And for that, close quarters combat was essential. Enkrid's eyes lit up with ecstasy. He was savoring the moment of surpassing his limits. Killing the embers. A variation, an evolution, of the Wavebreaker's sword style. Before the attack even begins, use insight to intercept its origin. It was like snuffing out the flame before it caught fire. Balrog thrust his foot. Enkrid stepped on his thigh and climbed up, reaching out a palm toward his jaw. The attack, the combination of a kick and a headbutt with Balrog's horn, was cut off. One sought to kill. The other sought to block. Together they formed a deadly waltz. Enkrid threw everything he had into striking the point of origin. Balrog's motion was halted, yet he feinted again. Pretending to target Enkrid, he suddenly slashed toward Ragnar, whose stance had collapsed after swinging Sunrise. The blade, Surta, extended in a perfect, graceful straight thrust. A textbook one-handed thrust, executed while an opponent was literally stomping on his thigh. It was acrobatic madness. There was no real intent behind stabbing Ragnar. Balrog had read Enkrid's resolve to protect everything around him, and exploited that to his advantage. Once again, Enkrid had to surpass his limits. Even if it meant breaking time itself, even if it meant sacrificing part of his body, if it had to be done, he would do it. In duels, the will he'd packed into his body no longer weighed like a stone. It floated like a goose feather. His now lightened frame resonated with dawn tempering, and the blade flew. Fang! Surta was deflected. It bounced off dawn tempering. But then, Balrog feinted again. Letting go of his sword on purpose, that was the trick. And with both hands free, he clapped them together, aiming to crush Enkrid's skull between his palms. In that tiny sliver of time, Enkrid's thoughts accelerated even faster than usual. Why couldn't I block the origin point? It had been a stab with a sword. He should have blocked it. He should have severed the move before it began. But he couldn't. His mind sped further. Because he threw it. Letting go of the weapon freed up his hands. And Balrog's entire body was a weapon. This thought, born from instinct, struck like lightning. To block Surtur, Enkrid had let go of dawn tempering as well. Then he raised both arms to shield his head. But he didn't have time to let his will reharden into stone. Crunch! He let the force flow through him as best he could, and endured. Then he lifted his leg. After all the blocking, all the endurance, this was Enkrid's first counterattack. A kick launched from beyond prediction, beyond insight. His foot crashed into Balrog's jaw. It was a kick he had learned the hard way, from Balrog himself. This is it. He had no strength left to continue. Balrog's crystal was cracked, but one still remained. Unless all three were shattered, Balrog would not die. His broken and twisted neck would just regenerate. Should he give up here? No. His heart refused. That unyielding will made Enkrid move his foot again. And as it kicked, it also launched Balrog's left wrist, where claws had grown long and sharp, skyward. Even though blocking it wouldn't change anything in the end, he still did it. Even knowing it was a final desperate thrash, he still did it. And then Enkrid heard a fairy's voice, as if in his ear. Well done, fiancé. Finally, the green-hued blur that had only watched appeared. As stealthy as Jackson, the one who had stood back until now approached, pressing her palm to the ground beside Enkrid and extending a leg. The tip of her foot was sharp. It looked like a spear made from a leaf. Wham! Just as Enkrid had broken past his limits, Balrog too had scraped the very bottom of his barrel. The fairy's upside-down kick turned into a spear and shattered the final crystal. Clang, black shards scattered into the air. And through them, her voice pierced his ears. This is your punishment, and my revenge, for kicking my fiancée. Chapter 798. Balrog's shattered body, cracked like crystal, crumbled into ash, scattering as thick, black sludge oozed out from within. And yet, he still managed to swing his arm one last time. One final movement remained in him. He could have ordered the remnants of his lingering will to attack, commanded every last thought he had left to destroy the ones who had driven him to annihilation. But Balrog didn't. He didn't want to. Instead, he just grinned, mouth stretched to a grotesque degree. He was born to fight, and so he would die fighting. There was no reason not to be satisfied. He had never lived for slaughter. He had lived for battle itself. Born a monster, he would die a warrior. He never cowered from oblivion. That alone was enough. Only one thing stung, the fact that he wouldn't get to do it anymore. No, if he were to be truly honest with himself, he would have liked to play around with that guy, human or not, for longer, for a very long time. That black-haired, blue-eyed maniac. What a shame. But that didn't mean he left behind any clumsy regrets. Balrog, who had considered conveying his final intent through telepathic resonance, stirred his vocal cords for the first time in ages. Hey! There was no need to ask who he was talking to. His eyes were still locked onto the glowing gaze of the human, as if Enkrid were the only person left in the entire world. Even the labyrinthal structure above his head, once formed by his mass, crumbled into ash like his skin. In the midst of it all, Balrog spoke one final time. That was fucking fun. And with those last words, Balrog's face collapsed and vanished. As if he had never existed to begin with, like winter snow melting under spring's arrival, Balrog disappeared, followed by the labyrinth and everything within it. No, not everything vanished. His outer shell, the hide that once covered his monstrous form, dropped to the floor in heavy chunks. The black mist that had once served in place of bone, flesh, muscle, and blood dissipated, leaving behind a husk. Save for its limbs, wings, and horns, it resembled tanned leather. With even Salamandra and Urt gone, this was the only trace left behind. Auden, who had been silently watching, finally spoke. May you find the moment you long for in the heavens. And then, everything that had been blocking the sky above was gone. The ultramarine sky came into view. It was evening. Far off in the distance, fading sunlight gave way to two moons peeking out. The sky was cloudless and serene, radiating its usual solemn beauty. Enkrid looked past the fading aftermath and into Aurora, beyond the ultramarine sky. Thank you, Enki. She spoke. You're welcome, Enkrid replied lightly. Every soul that had been bound by remnants of thought, or by Balrog himself, ascended. One misty light rose upward from the ground. High. It was the first. Then came dozens more soaring into the sky. It was a breathtaking sight. Among them, Enkrid recognized three familiar faces. The woman with the one-edged sword tilted her head between beams of light. Donifa, no longer a Dullahan but a burly old knight, stood firm, and Rhino, the artifact specialist. Reno gave a small nod. Donifa raised his axe. The one-edged sword woman pressed the hilt of her sword with her left hand and jerked her chin downward. Military types to the very end, right down to the salute. Some others simply ascended in haste. A few glanced down at Enkrid's group, as if to express their thanks. Their gestures said enough. They're all grateful, Aurora said. Her body, too, was dissolving into a shimmering cluster of light. Should he have brought Roman here? No. If they were going that route, he should have brought that soldier who had a crush on Aurora. Enkrid couldn't quite remember the name. It hovered just out of reach. Milieu. Something like that. Even as she turned to light, Aurora smiled. The same smile she'd worn when they first met. Her smiling face didn't change. If I say, see you again, it could probably sound like a curse, huh? And with that, O'Ara vanished into light. Enkrid didn't so much as flinch from the pain in his arms. His gaze swept over those who had survived the fight. A large dent was visible on Audin's chest. Even though Enkrid had intercepted the blow and Audin wore holy armor imbued with divinity, it had still left a mark. A constant faint glow trickled across Audin's entire body. "I'm fine," Audin said, but it was only words. To survive, he had to circulate divinity through his entire body, even if it strained him. Thankfully, he had a sturdy enough frame to pull it off. Ragnar was leaning on his sword, Sunrise bracing against collapse. His eyes were half glazed, and his muttering made it clear he was halfway to unconsciousness. Should Vif switch to the blade there? It wasn't an immediately clear statement. Most likely, it only made sense from his perspective. Still, hearing something like that from a man so packed with talent was rare. It sounded strange coming from him. He wouldn't do it for long, but Ragnar was clearly replaying the fight in his head. He must have caught sight of his own shortcomings in the previous battle. Even if he hadn't been overwhelmed, he hadn't fulfilled his role perfectly. That must have stung his pride. Not that Enkrid knew the full depth of it. Truthfully, he was just as exhausted. His skin tingled. His whole body throbbed like he'd been clubbed by dozens of giants. Jackson groaned and reappeared. He wasn't exactly unscathed either. The hornblade Enkrid had thrown had bought them time, not a shield. The tip of Balrog's wing had slashed across Jackson's chest. Even with artifact-grade armor, the gash ran deep, and blood flowed freely from the torn wound. Of course, he didn't just leave it alone. He had immediately slathered on the ointment Anne had mixed using fairy secrets, then covered it with fairy leaves. It worked as a bandage substitute, boosting natural regeneration and staunching bleeding. Then he spread a refined poison inside the leaf to coagulate the blood, forming a membrane over the wound. That was the extent of treatment he'd performed the moment Bard, leaving only his husk behind. Honestly, if he hadn't done that, he might have bled out. Jackson would definitely have a massive scar on his chest. "Easy win," he muttered dryly. It was an off-handed remark. Enkrid chuckled. A trace of omnipotence still buzzed painfully in his head, and Jackson's comment cut through the high-strung senses left over from the fight, dulling them slightly. Jackson had recognized Enkrid's state and offered a kind of half-joke. "Everyone's so damn weak." And then came Rem, his cheeks sunken, legs dragging as he walked, barely managing to move at all. Yet he acted like he was totally fine, and said that. Compared to Jackson's easy win, Rem's madness was the real deal. "Man, if things had gotten worse, your vice captain here was ready to just, chop it up with my axe. Snip, snip. Snark." While Rem spoke, a nosebleed began to trickle down. There were already clear traces of blood wiped from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the rest of the blood from under his nose. If his internal organs weren't already throbbing like hell, he wouldn't have been Rem. And when Rem said something like that, there was usually a certain fairy nearby to joke about it being the job of a life partner or some such. But she stood there silently, unmoving. Her boots, woven from overlapping leaves, had crumbled, revealing her bare feet. "Ars Pugnae," she said, "the ancient martial art of the fairies." The name of a martial art passed down through the fairy race. Fairies are born with inherent vital energy. This technique doesn't use external energy. It manipulates one's innate life force. That's why it couldn't be used lightly. If misused, it could kill you on the spot. What Shinar had done was exactly that kind of thing. She had exhausted the energy stored in Nadal. and the place she'd been standing was right on the edge of the demon realm. Balrog's arrival had all but turned it into a dungeon. Her options had been few. Watch from afar, using faith as an excuse, and see everyone die. Or step in, even knowing it was beyond her means. Faced with only those two choices, Shinar chose not the long lifespan of the fairy race, but the spark. I won't die, Enki. She didn't call him fiancé. She used the shortened nickname, what close novellete official version friends used. Shinar? Enkrid looked at the fairy. The light in her eyes was gradually dimming. When I wake again, I hope I can see you. Send me to the fairy city. Then Shinar collapsed. Her body folded like a felled log. Enkrid's arms were shattered. He couldn't catch her, so he slipped his own body beneath hers to stop her from hitting the ground, to keep her from falling. Auden stepped forward to examine Shinar's condition. A priest who wields divinity is also a skilled physician. That's because applying divine power starts with understanding the body. The idea that you just pour in holy light and a person heals is a misconception. Precision was needed in every step of the process. She's not dead. Auden spoke. A thin, drawn-out breath trickled from the corner of Shinar's lips. She'll be fine, Jackson added. He, too, had a sharp sense for assessing a person's condition. Her breathing was shallow, but stable. It resembled the state one entered after taking a paralyzing agent, something used in the assassin world to fake death. To someone untrained, it would truly seem like she was dead. But she's not. That much he could tell from observing her through his senses. The flame of her life wasn't large, but it wasn't something that would go out easily. And indeed, that light did not go out. Which is why the fairy now found her own way to crack a joke. Oh, and if our wedding's all prepared when I wake up, that'd be nice. Shinar barely lifted her head and spoke her piece. Wasn't she unconscious? Everyone was stunned. But thinking about it, fairy breathing was naturally light and shallow. And of course it was even more labored now. She'd exhausted her life force after all. No one here was breathing normally. Even Jackson felt something was off in the way he read Shinar's condition. And Rem, of all people, was panting just from walking this far. Ragnar was barely staying upright using sunrise as a staff. And honestly, it looked like Rem was the one who needed that staff more. Surprised you, didn't I? Shinar gave a faint smile. Enkrid just smiled in return, because yeah, he had been surprised. The battle was over. With the ultramarine sky above, they gathered Balrog's remains and returned to the village. They had been in a large open field outside the village. Enkrid led the way, and the others followed slowly behind. And when they arrived, the survivors were there. No casualties. That was Rofod's report upon seeing Enkrid. No one had died, but signs of a brutal battle were still everywhere. Rofod himself had a deep gash on his left forearm. Even with divine healing and Anne's treatment, he wouldn't be able to hold a sword for at least 2 weeks. Frankly, it was lucky he hadn't lost the arm entirely. He was in the middle of wrapping his arm with bandages when he saw Enkrid and spoke up. That includes the villagers. Peld added to the report. Saying no one had died meant everyone here had been protected. More precisely, they were able to protect everyone because none of the attackers had gone completely berserk. The Lord watched over us. That was Teresa's comment. So, did you have fun? That greeting came from Lua Garn, missing both legs and her left arm, her right arm the only one left. Immensely, Enkrid answered. He looked around. Some people were watching him nervously. The ones who had stayed behind. The ones who'd been protected. Those who murmured about the demon realm and its residents being demonic, bowing their heads. That night, Enkrid had 2 dreams. In the first dream, Oara appeared. Didn't you already ascend? Oh, this is just lingering attachment. The real thing. You could call it my final farewell. Honestly, you fight better than me now. Is that so, Sir Enkrid? When he silently looked at her, Aurora gave him that same sly smile. It was a dream, a lingering regret. Just like Balrog had felt a desire to climb higher after fighting Enkrid, Aurora had lingering regrets too. She had once dreamed of a life after defending her city. After saving it with a smile, she wanted to travel with a sword and look for something fun. This was that lingering feeling. I'll go all out this time, Aurora spoke. Since it was a dream, there were no injuries. Even if there were, the offer was tempting enough to ignore them. Aurora was gone, truly gone. So this would be the last. He crossed swords with her, savored her techniques. Not just her chained blade techniques, but her very life imbued into the sword. Will is resolve. Resolve is life. And her sword extended from that life. He studied her form. No, he recalled it. The dream ended. Truly, thank you. Aurora's lingering will departed. The second dream began on a wide grassland, with a blond man on horseback. I've never lost a duel, the man said. Hearing his voice reminded Enkrid of that damn ferryman with the nasty hobbies. Chapter 799. He spoke with thick forearms and a smile that revealed his front teeth. I've never lost, not once. Warg! Even mounted, one had to tilt their head back to look up at the giant lined up opposite the blond man. The roar from the one who stepped forward sent a tremor through the air, making the hairs on your skin stand on end. A giant? No, similar, but not quite. These creatures had yellow or red skin and wielded weapons like spiked clubs. The one who let out that roar was clad entirely in metal. It resembled the heavy armor of a knight, but the craftsmanship was crude, a poor imitation. Even so, the aura emitted from the mass inside that armor was very real. Just looking at it was enough to make you dizzy. And yet, the man remained calm. He even snorted in derision and opened his mouth again. I told you I don't lose. They were outnumbered, outmatched in individual might. That was the situation. But the man was always confident. He had to be. As the leader of a group, he had to possess unwavering resolve. If your spirit broke first, then you couldn't do anything. Watch! He stepped forward and fought the mutated giant. Enkrid didn't know it at the time, but it was one of the giant-type monsters known as the Jotun. Similar in appearance to giants, but fundamentally different from the intelligent race of giants. Some scholars debate whether giants can be called an intelligent species, but even so, they should never be compared to giant-type monsters. The beast of red blood was just a nickname for the giants. These, on the other hand, were truly monsters. The man fought fiercely, and won. His blond hair was soaked in blood, his arm broken, yet he brought his sword down upon the giant's neck. I said I don't lose. Confidence, or perhaps the anxiety hidden beneath it, peeked through. He plunged his sword into the giant's heart and let out a howl toward the sky. Ah! Ah! The cry of victory echoed across the battlefield. You're the fastest learner I've ever seen, because I'm a genius. The man possessed outstanding talent. To others, his life must have looked like a shining star. At least that's how it appeared to everyone. No matter how steep the cliff, he could climb it again and again, reliving today. While others gave up, he alone swung his sword and turned the tide of battle. He fought massive wolf beasts. He fought lumped-together monstrosities formed from hordes of Droga. He kept fighting and clawed tomorrow from their grasp. He endured and endured. And then, one by one, those who stayed by his side departed. Outwardly, the man seemed fine. There was a today he kept repeating in order to protect someone. Some days he achieved that goal. Some days he didn't. Enkrid witnessed it all. Fight. Like it's the first time. The man repeated those words to himself. Every day, he brainwashed himself. And then, his lover died. They made love during the day, and she died in the afternoon. While he was out fighting, the rear lines were ambushed. The man broke there. So he decided to stay in that day. He kept repeating today, always holding the woman as if it were the first time. Always whispering words of love. Don't you have to go to the battlefield? No. What matters to me is this moment. If you only had one day to live, what would you do? Even if chained to this single day for a lifetime, if he could be with her, he'd give up anything. That was why he tried to move forward despite carrying the curse of today. He didn't dream of saving the world. He dreamed of living with this woman. Elena. The man was trapped inside today with his lover. That was the end. Go forward. Like you've never fallen once. That was the life the man dreamed of. His stance on life. What he ultimately wished to become. He had no regrets about repeating that day with her. But the self he longed for on the battlefield wanted something else. That lingering regret, that yearning, that remorse, that sorrow. All of it bundled into a single message. Enkrid realized that what he'd heard during the fight wasn't just an auditory illusion. Fight, like it's the first time. The man who had flailed in his dream was now staring straight at Enkrid. Everything in the city turned gray, and a violet hue spread across the man's two blue eyes. That's exactly the image I wished and longed for, he said. Then a black robe drooped over his shoulders, wrapping around his body. He was part of the ferryman. We'll probably never meet again, but go on. Enkrid. A part of the ferryman encouraged Enkrid. Even in a dream, his heart was painfully real. Though today had ended and the fire moth was trapped on the ferryboat, it still longed to find the flames and burn itself again. So too did he wish to vanish from this world, just like Elena. Without her, he wished only to die. But even now, all of him remained trapped on that ferryboat. Still, let's meet again. With those parting words, waves surged from all directions, turning everything into black river water. And before he knew it, a ferry had formed beneath his feet, lifting him up. Standing atop that ferry was the ferryman, holding a lamp in silence. His black holes for eyes replaced pupils, and the back of his hand, exposed beyond the robe, looked like the gray wasteland. Enkrid met the ferryman's gaze. No words, but he understood now that the ferryman was not just one being. He had suspected as much already. If the ferryman was not a singular being, then he was someone who had ultimately succumbed to today, both a prisoner and a jailer. Enkrid woke from the dream, and then he fell into deep thought. "Did you have a nightmare something?" Rem asked at some point, already awake. Enkrid didn't respond. He looked completely absorbed in something. Was it some dogshit dream? That's not quite it. Only then did he answer. Had the story of the blonde knight and his lover struck a chord? Was it just the kind of melancholy you feel after waking from a sorrowful dream? It wasn't that. That's swordsmanship. Enkrid became immersed in the swordsmanship shown by the blonde man in the dream. He often fought opponents larger than himself. If a historian had seen it, they might have called it the Age of Behemoths. But Enkrid Yiban Oveligh Tua wasn't a historian, so he didn't know that. He only knew one thing. A swordsmanship honed through fighting opponents many times larger than the average human. He focused on the technique, the skill the blonde man had demonstrated. He remembered it all, one motion at a time. Separate from his talent for physical movement, his memory had always been exceptional. And now, having risen to the rank of knight and even forged sword styles of his own, that ability had become something greater. To Enkrid's eyes, the essence and execution of the blond man's swordsmanship were instantly clear. If he repeated the memory enough times, he could refine it into a viable form of swordsmanship. If the ferryman could read his thoughts in detail, especially if the blond ferryman knew this, it would have left him with a strange feeling. Instead of the love story between me and Elena, the swordsmanship? Even in that moment, swordsmanship? Again? Really? What a crazy bastard. Something like that, maybe. No training allowed. Stop. Just stop. Stop it. Rem chattered beside him. Even for someone obsessed with training, with his body in that condition, rest had to come first. And in truth, Enkrid had no intention of going out to train. But his deep contemplation must have made it look like he was debating it, at least to Rem. And somehow, the way Rem tried to dissuade him grated a little. Do I look like a dog? A horny dog or a commander obsessed with training? Same difference. Enkrid figured it wouldn't be that hard to smack Rem's head using just his foot. But he refrained. After all, it was true that he wasn't in any shape to push himself. Rem, too, was coughing up blood from even the slightest shock. When Enkrid asked what the hell he'd done to end up like that, Rem had given a rather bizarre answer. I was trying to kill that horned bastard with wanderlust. That's all. He said it with a grin. But it was the kind of grin that tried to hide something. Enkrid, for no reason, recalled the blond man and Elena from the dream and said, Don't do anything that'll make Owl sad. Chech. Don't stick your nose in other people's family matters. After that, the group slept like the dead and kept repeating sleep and food in cycles. And 2 full days after the battle, on the morning of the 3rd day, a group of armed soldiers appeared in the distance. Had they been enemies, things would have gotten very rough. Enkrid still couldn't use his arm. Auden couldn't properly draw on his divine power. Luagarn had only her right arm remaining and was regenerating the rest. So she was out entirely. Roman had also been badly injured during the battle. His thigh had been deeply slashed, and though he was undergoing treatment, any mistake and he'd be limping for life. It's not like you can't be a knight just because you limp. Roman said this as if something had finally clicked for him. It was a fair point, so Enkrid simply nodded in agreement. In the end, those still capable of fighting were Rofard, Pell, Teresa, and Enkrid. Realistically, Enkrid shouldn't be fighting either, but he insisted he'd be fine just using his legs. The approaching group wasn't just one unit. There was a faint boundary drawn between the 2 factions. The sun had been rising steadily on a string of clear days, and its rays shone right through the divide, as if cutting it in half. They were approaching with the light at their backs. 2 riders broke off from the larger groups and advanced toward them. The residents of the demon realm were still anxious, but by now they simply chose to believe in the mad order of knights. 2 riders approached, backlit by sunlight, and opened their mouths at the same time. Commander? Brother? They were both familiar faces. One had once served under Enkrid, but had since restored a ruined noble house and earned the rank of aristocrat, Andrew Gardner. The other was someone he'd seen in passing, a high-ranking priest of the Holy Nation, the head of the heretical Purge Inquisition. If Krang sent you to attack me, then he's lost his damn mind. So it's not that. And I take it Noah didn't send you with orders to attack either? Enkrid asked. The 2 dismounted and nodded matter-of-factly. His Majesty the King ordered us to assist. He said to ask if anything is needed. Legion will always stand by your side. Half the reason I came is the Pope's orders, and half is my own will, the priest said with a serene smile. Neither of them were enemies. And in fact, Enkrid had been feeling some concern about leaving the Demon Realm residents behind like this. After making such a commotion about saving and protecting them, they couldn't just sweep the area once and abandon it. Given time, it was inevitable that demons and monsters would resurface in the region. Unless the Demon Realm itself disappeared, that would never change. Leaving Roman here had also been part of the plan to both aid in his training and to help protect this city. Enkrid slowly recited what he'd already said before, to Andrew. They could relocate a portion of Aura's forces here, and this land would be designated as part of Border Guard territory. It's too far from Border Guard. I don't think you're just after land. For protection, His Majesty said this area should be made part of the Narilia domain. My country, my people. There was something Krang had once said in a speech Enkrid had heard long ago. If they were making this place part of Narilia, then it meant they were accepting these people, regardless of their appearances, as citizens of the nation. It was all because Enkrid had willed it. Of course, Krang had deeper calculations. Claiming a portion of the Demon Realm would allow them to put pressure on the southern regions, a strategic point. That's what he wanted from this village. So the relocation of part of Aura's army, approved, will assist. And in that process, Legion got involved. Andrew showed his nobility by engaging in politics. Very well. By maintaining a favorable relationship with the heretical Purge Inquisition, they'd managed to create something like an alliance with Legion. Krang and Noah had both been feeling each other out. They couldn't exactly declare, "We're friends now," when there were still internal issues to navigate. But truthfully, both sides had started to feel closer, thanks to the unifying presence of Enkrid. This small village would be the starting point of that relationship. Andrew was, in every sense, a full noble now. He asked if he could stop by on the way. Krang? Yes. At Andrew's words, Enkrid gave a quiet nod. Neither of them mentioned anything about Balrog, whether he'd been slain or not. As a result, no one on the continent knew that Balrog had died. But to the demons who still nested within the Demon Realm, it was a different story. Balrog had, whether willingly or not, played some role in the southern part of the continent, and that role had now vanished. Well, Enkrid didn't much care about that sort of thing. That was a matter for later. And there were plenty of smarter people to deal with it anyway. Thus, with Andrew and the High Priest joining them, how was it? Roman asked during a quiet afternoon, a time of rest. Still smiling, Enkrid gave one last report on Aura's condition. The ever-smiling Aura. Her last squire, Roman, fell into a brief silence before nodding. The conviction carved deep into his face would not waver easily now. And if it did, well, he could be beaten back into shape. Enkrid and the others stayed another 15 days. And just before their departure, the village chief Zoroslav approached with an item wrapped in clean cloth. Please. Bowing his head in a gesture of offering, he held out the wrapped bundle. Chapter 800. They first treated the hide with salt and the juice of a special blueberry that only grew in this region, crushing it into a preservative paste. After that, they soaked the leather in a black liquid made by mixing various herbs and poisonous plants. This was the softening process. Once the leather was supple, they coated it with a special oil used only by the residents of the Demon Realm. We mix animal fat and brain matter, and to mask the smell, we add fruit peels, torreya nuts, and other ingredients. Naturally, the brains and fat of demons and demonic beasts were also used. Among them, that of the giant boar, a massive boar-type monster, was considered excellent. But such high-quality fat was rare, and even when obtained, it had to be refined and aged for at least 10 years before it was usable. Led by the village chief and commander, Zoroslav, Everyone rolled up their sleeves and joined in. The village's most precious medicinal herbs and rarest materials were all used. That didn't mean they threw things in haphazardly. They treated the leather delicately, gauging its reaction to each ingredient, so precise that it reminded one of Atri at his forge. For a full 15 days, they worked the leather. Then, 4 of the most skilled women in the village, those with the best hands, began sewing. They wove, stitched, shaped. Among them, one sharp-eyed woman visited Enkrid often. She was careful in her manner, but when it came to touching his body and taking his measurements, she showed no hesitation. Will. Again, Eitri came to mind, a craftsman utterly devoted to his work. This woman was the same. Most of the demon realm's residents had decent handiwork, but she was exceptional even among them. Her fingertips, stained blue, worked with cautious boldness as she measured and gauged the expansion of his muscles. Even those who weren't knights but merely first-class warriors would see their muscles swell in battle. She seemed to understand this instinctively. "You're skilled. You flatter me," she spoke, but her eyes and hands never stopped. This was a woman with rare skill. That sort of talent didn't appear out of nowhere, and after observing them for half a month, Enkrid had noticed something without even trying. These people hunted to survive, tanned hides, crafted leather goods, and also farmed. Of those skills, leather was likely the most special. More precisely, tanning and leatherworking were probably the only crafts that had real trade value. That would explain why the quality of their clothing was so high. If they wanted to barter, the leather had to be of excellent quality and condition. Even if only once in a while, merchants would pass through, and leather was the only thing they could reliably trade. And the goods those rare merchants brought were naturally valuable to the villagers. No matter how self-sufficient they were, there were things they could not provide for themselves. So, in this self-reliant society, some must have devoted themselves to leathercraft. From among them, a few would have become true masters. Perhaps it was the recent events that had refined their craft, or perhaps it was simply the result of experience showing them the way. After every battle, there was always something to gain, a reward in the form of lessons learned, skills refined, and experience etched into the body. Enkrid's thinking had broadened. He had broken the frame of having to fight alone. Maybe that was why. In truth, the reason didn't matter. He simply let his thoughts flow. If you define battle more broadly, it doesn't have to mean crossing blades. The residents of the demon realm fought to survive. They fought against unjust violence, against the plundering of the demon realm, against the threats of monsters. They lowered their stance, found what they could do, and struggled on. What they gained by staking their lives to survive in this land. That was the skill of leathercraft, and perhaps why Enkrid sensed a faint trace of will in these artisans. In them, he saw a reflection of his past self. Of course, not everything was the same. It simply reminded him of those days when he had struggled. Because that time had existed, he now existed. Because the past existed, there was a today. And only with today could one head toward tomorrow. It was simple logic, but it struck him anew. In any case, they had tanned and worked the Balrog's hide that Enkrid had brought, crafting it into a thin leather armor that clung perfectly to the body. Its color was pitch black, but when it caught the light, a sleek sheen revealed the uniqueness of its material. This was the item Zoroslav had brought, tightly wrapped in cloth. Chef, the cloth fell away, revealing the armor. Ominous, Shinar said with a faint shake of her head as soon as she saw it. She still couldn't run without difficulty. Beside her, Rem, who had been getting nosebleeds every other day, also furrowed his brow. "Is that thing safe?" At that, Jackson stepped forward. When it came to handling artifacts or spell objects, there was no one more capable than Jackson. Not good. He pressed a broken finger, the one twisted while dodging Balrog's wing, against the leather and tested it. Lord. Audin reflexively called upon his divine power. Small motes of light, like fireflies, gently swirled around his body. He still couldn't summon his full power without strain, so this was the best he could manage for now. He'd been using his divine power daily for healing, on Enkrid's arm and on others. Ragnar just stared blankly. What is that? His expression said it all. Why get involved in something that had nothing to do with him? In truth, his attention was focused on something else entirely. The demon realm villagers simply bowed their heads. They had seen dozens of people working day and night for 15 days to make this, and yet the gift they brought overflowed with foreboding. Even the makers hadn't expected this. After Jackson, Rem placed his hand on the leather. His body was a wreck, his senses dulled, but assessing an object like this was hardly difficult. It was just a matter of brushing its energy using basic sorcery. Still, his nose started bleeding again. RK. I only know mean. RK. Wiping the blood on his sleeve, Rem spoke. It's full of lingering thoughts. Jackson examined the leather armor more closely, then gave his verdict. The lingering will in this Balrog hide, the will of the demon of strife, will stir changes in the wearer's mind. The desire to fight will surge uncontrollably. You should purify it. Audin offered, but Jackson shook his head. Those lingering thoughts are what give this leather armor its uniqueness. He drew a dagger and slashed it in a smooth, almost invisible motion, leaving a mark across the armor's surface. It was hard to believe the move had come from someone with a broken finger. It won't just stop a blade. It won't even transmit the impact inside. He pressed his palm inside the leather armor and drew the blade across the outside as he spoke. Again. This time, Jackson infused the blade with his will, manifesting that intangible power along the edge. Whether he'd always been able to do it, or had only recently reached this level, Enkrid didn't know. But Jackson now performed will materialization effortlessly. It was natural. Without that ability, he wouldn't have been able to shatter Balrog's crystal. Balrog had fought with layers of will-forged iron armor encasing his crystal. He had probably even achieved endure. Just as you can guess the process from the result, seeing what Jackson had done made it clear. In any case, this leather armor was based on Balrog's own specialty. So, durable didn't even begin to cover it. It was extremely tough. And yet, it wasn't stiff. It was soft to the touch and had plenty of elasticity. Even so, Jackson pushed his will into the blade and slashed the armor, overexerting himself to the point of dizziness. Which means an ordinary cut won't pierce it. He handed the armor over. Even a will-infused slash had only left a deeper mark. It hadn't cut through. Pathfinder, try it. He tossed the armor lightly into the air. Ragnar's body wasn't fully healed yet, but one swing of the sword should be no problem for him. Thunk. But the leather armor fell limply to the ground. Orders? Ragnar asked in a calm voice. The implication, just because you tell me to, do I have to? He remained seated, not moving a finger. Ah, right. He wasn't the type to listen just because you said so. Jackson, unfazed, picked the armor back up, dusted it off, and said even if it's cut, it'll regenerate. That's how artifacts of this type usually work. Enkrid's gaze turned to Ragnar. Fine. Ragnar replied and stood up. Jackson tossed the armor again and sunrise was drawn. Ting. Born in the east, a blade that dominated half the world and devoured darkness. The blazing hot edge flashed out, sliced across the armor, and slid back into its scabbard, an unsheathing and resheathing, so clean that even a knight would have nodded in approval. It was almost like answering the display Jackson had shown earlier with his dagger. Not that anyone actually nodded in admiration. "Bit over the top, you bastard," Ray muttered. A thin red heat line appeared across the middle of the armor. It had been cut, but as Jackson had said, the leather crawled together like living flesh, knitting itself back together. The process was plain to see. Of course, Ragnar wasn't an idiot. He'd only cut the surface layer. And to add another point, if I'd gone all in, I'd have cut it clean. He said this as a reply to Rem's comment. In truth, he'd gained much from the battle with Balrog. It was enough to make him want to start swinging his sword for training right now. Only the certainty that overexerting himself would delay his recovery kept him still. Even their commander, Enkrid, was hunched up, restraining himself. Seeing him, Ragnar felt that resisting this urge was nothing special. The commander's holding back too. That maniac for training wasn't even doing his morning warm-ups. It was an example, almost like he was preaching the importance of recovery and rest. Seeing him rest was more useful than hearing 100 lectures. Of course, Enkrid was just surprised Ragnar had any interest in training at all. For a moment he wondered if Ragnar had somehow gotten the idea he was terminally ill again. But no, that lazy, directionless man's lover might not be the best on the continent, but within Border Guard she was the top healer. There was no chance he'd make that mistake twice. The real question is how much it will affect the wearer, Shinar concluded. There was no need to prove further that it was an extraordinary item, cursed equipment without a doubt. Calling it demon armor wouldn't be wrong. Seems we've done something unnecessary, Zoroslav said hesitantly. He didn't understand half of what they were doing, but from the way things looked, that seemed the right thing to say. They had crafted it with their utmost skill, only for it to turn into armor not unlike a cursed sword, affecting its wearer's mind and wearing them down. In truth, neither Zoroslav nor his people were at fault. They had simply done their best work. "I'm grateful, though," Enkrid said. And he meant it. One look was enough to see this was no ordinary item. The special properties of Balrog's hide, combined with the experience and lives of the Demon Realm's residents, had created something truly exceptional. "I'll try it on." Roman, unusually resolute, stepped forward before anyone could stop him. In truth, no one did stop him. Even if he went half mad wearing it, they could subdue him easily enough. And even if not, they had ways to handle it. The leather was stretchy, soft to novolite the touch, and easy to put on or take off. It was a pullover style with no fastenings, so Roman shoved his head through. Not bad. His hand naturally settled on the grip of his greatsword. Though his tone was casual and calm, the veins in his forearm bulged. Just before the sword left its sheath, Enkrid raised his foot and pressed the pommel down with the sole. Roman put strength into it, but it was useless. Then, in the next moment, he swung his other fist into Enkrid's calf. Thwack! It made a loud noise, but Enkrid's foot atop the pommel didn't budge. Though Odin and Teresa had been channeling divine power into his arms daily, they weren't fully healed yet. That was why he used his foot. This was the foundation of extinguishing embers, a technique he'd learned in the fight against Balrog. Despite Roman's words, Enkrid had sensed the change in his energy and cut the attack off at the start. "Oh," Rem murmured in appreciation. Ragnar's eyes widened slightly. Jackson twitched a finger as if intrigued. "That's it." But the one most impressed was, naturally, Lua Garn. Though she hadn't fully recovered all her limbs, eating various insects here had regenerated her legs enough to walk. Her muscles weren't fully restored, so she couldn't fight yet, but walking for a bit was fine. Her tongue had never been injured, so she could still talk just fine. She had recognized the subtlety of Enkrid's move. She, too, had gained much from the last battle, and with Frock's keen eye, she could appreciate what she saw. Ooh. After that, Roman lunged, drooling and Rofod. Pell and Teresa subdued him and pulled the armor off. Huff. Why? Controlling one's impulses. At a knight's level, you could endure for a while, but putting it on and taking it off wouldn't be easy. Impulse control is essential. The more you desire, the harder it'll be, Axon said. Seeing Roman's frenzy, Zoroslav bowed even lower. He couldn't have known it would turn out this way, so it wasn't his fault. Enkrid picked up the armor, thinking, and put it on. If you can't control it, you'll have to take it off, Jackson added as Enkrid slid into the armor. It went on smoothly and clung to him perfectly. It had been made to his measurements from the start. Though it was elastic, on Roman, it had looked like a child wearing clothes too small. On Enkrid, it fit flawlessly. Over the thin undergarment, the armor suited him perfectly. You could almost call it a dress uniform for the battlefield. It even matched his hair color and texture, enhancing the fit. The subtle sheen, like velvet, set it apart from the ordinary and hinted at its extraordinariness. Enkrid stood there in the armor. The others rested their hands, casually, on their weapons. Back in their troublemaker squad days, someone could have just stepped forward and knocked him out, but things were different now. Unless they meant to take off a limb, they'd all have to pile on to subdue him. Tension lingered in the air, but Enkrid felt no trace of the armor's lingering will at all. Why? He wondered, but no one knew the answer. Well, that fits perfectly. Ramla's words brought the matter to a close.